camera's on. Oh, the camera was on the whole time, huh? I didn't even know. I didn't even know. Hello. Hello. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to another swollen underscore naked stream. Hello. We're gonna play Crash. We're gonna play Crash. It's gonna be a completely normal stream.
His anti-fans, they have, I think they're called the Sons of Kojima, right? Like, he literally has a group. But people that are named.
Hey, Shybot. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I love bread, you guys. Wait a minute.
Sweet dreams.
You in good health.
Need to buy Mario Kart 8. Why won't you? You bought Mario Strikers and I think Mario Party. You buying all the shit. You're buying all the Mario games that you're probably not gonna like. And I know you would like a Mario Kart, and you're always gonna have opportunities to play with us, and you just haven't bought it yet. Like, you're the stupidest game buyer I've ever seen. Honestly. I'm sorry, Frank.
A little wider than anticipated there.
You don't have Mario Party? Of all the games, Frank bought Kirby, and we have fun with Kirby, but it's the only game Frank can play with me. And I can't, like, have a weekly session where we play Kirby. Maybe, like, every now and again.
The goal is accomplished, which is basically...
Frank has to budget better. If Frank wants to play with Dingus, he's got to schedule budget better and schedule better. When we work together, it's much better. We like sunflower seeds from. If she heads for trouble, we won't let her. But upstairs, big adventures. Laura's gone to school, let's go to our ham clubhouse. We can fix the troubles, just be quiet as a mouse. Watch out for those cats, you know they're smarter than you think. If we work together, we can make their plans sink. And Taros, who's her howdy Milky Panda. Oxnard, Bijou, Kathy, Maxwell. Dexter, Paws, Pashmina, Jingle. Collapse your big adventures.
Excuse me while I work out, gotta run in my wheel. Whee!
Taro's here to help you. And Taro's team is for you.
Live long enough to greet them. This should make you feel better.
Thank you.
He's got, I mean, 100% 30 attack, 26 damage at 17%. I mean, he could get lucky and kill me.
Yeah,
I'd be super upset if that happened. Dude, I would like totally spurg out. I would be really seething, possibly coping.
Dream job to drop to the bank and cash checks.
In a minute, you stuck your nose in our business.
Nobody wants to be the Jared of anything. Jared's a fucking pedophile.
I'll go first.
Let's get this straight.
What? No way! 17%!
Cameron, why you gotta make that joke?
Fuck this game! No way!
Is
7? Yeah.
You should really power it up.
I bet you remember that little bit I did, yeah. Where I pretend like I am, but I'm truly upset and in anguish. Yeah, this is me. I'm Anne during a depression session. Yeah.
There we go.
What is this nonsense?
Yeah.
Whole fucking
Do it.
Yeah, that's me.
Oh, he did it wrong.
Black vest.
It's funny because it's a vest. It's also a black.
Ladies and gentlemen, Garfield and friends.
We're ready to party. We're ready. I hope you bring lots of spaghetti. I'm scared. Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Dancing, fiesta, romancing, siesta, samba, la bamba. Ay caramba, disguises, surprises, and pies of all sizes. Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Garfield and friends.
And pay attention. There'll be a test at the end.
What up, you swell chums? Welcome back to another stream. I run across, not even run, I fast travel across the much beloved open world plains. The endless open world plains of Xenoblade Chronicles X, Definitive Edition for the Nintendo Switch family of systems. What do you gotta say for me? Thank you for the information. And thank you to Alpha Elite TV with the Prime for 34 months. And they say Garf Dance. Bro, Garf Dance. Right back at you, brother. A big ups. Welcome to another Swollen __ Dingus stream. A big ups to the ding dongs and the Swollen __ ones here existing in the now. And big ups to the ding dongs and Swollen __ ones sure to exist in immediate and far-flung future. I'm gonna be hanging around for yet another evening of running around, filling out my mission checklist. It's like I'm going shopping, except instead of acquiring sustenance and supplies needed for my survival, I'm instead, gathering sustenance and items needed for other people's survival. But yeah, basically helping everyone out but myself. Big ups to Alpha Elite TV, Joe Blah, Jay Frosty, we got, is it someone? Rebsy. We got Rebsy. Hello, everybody. And anybody else filtering in? We got the Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, the send-off spectacular showdown for Memorial Day weekend. It will surely be a tournament to remember, a tournament to commit to memory. I don't know the time. I am not the person organizing the event. However, I will do my best to participate, and I shall. However, they might high chance, high probability, very likely that they start this event without me. But that's fine, because I'm not the one organizing it. I'm not the star of the show. I'm not the man of the hour. I never was. Never was. Look up man of the hour in the dictionary. My picture's name won't be next to it. Say 12 p.m. PST? No, I am not showing up on time. No, sorry. That's way too early. No, sir. I will be very late to that then. But I will show up eventually. I hope everyone's doing well. I hope your Friday evening has found you as well as it has found me. There you go. That's the time tomorrow set. I will boot up. It just won't be for as long as everybody else that day. We'll do a stream. I got the overlay set up. It was already set up, but I had to tweak it a little bit because it's been a while since I've used it for anything. So basically updating it to the current subtle standards of the Dingus overlay, the minutia, as it were. Very subtle minutia of the overlays. You know, we gotta, every time we autistically mess around with the proportions of certain sources, the dimensions and whatnot, these little intricacies, anything I change, I must then copy said changes to all the other scene collections that I have. And then and then if it's something that affects literally every scene in every scene collection, then I must copy and paste the changes in every scene within every scene collection. And you know, loading these collections is like, you know, a couple seconds every time I do it. So like I can't even do it as fast as I would like to do it. But these are things that concern me, and they don't concern you. Hello, Enzavwin. Me greeting you does concern you. Hello. Welcome to more Xenoblade show. I gotta run around and do some more missions. The Kino Casino is live. I will be tuning in shortly. They have done a segment on JF Garepi. JF Garepi is back at it again. He is warring with Facebook wine-aunts. So your aunt on Facebook, who's really in the true crime and won't shut the fuck up about it. There's some women in Alberta, some wine-aunts in Alberta who really want to crack the case. They want to get to the bottom of the situation. And if you want to know the truth about it, about JF killing his potato wife. Now, JF alleges that his potato was actually last seen at some monk temple, that she became a monk. She like went bald and became a monk. Apparently, these are his own words as relayed from an anonymous source. And you want to know where the anonymous source came from? A 4chan post on the poll board. Some random anon on the poll board said that JF's potato wife was spotted at a monk temple. So the wine-aunts found out about this and got in touch with the temple. And apparently, this is complete bullshit. But they left it open-ended because they're not supposed to give out information about the people who are, you know, with them. So they said she isn't there, but they also said even if she was there, they're not available to disclose that information to just some random bitches calling them up. So maybe she actually is a monk at the temple? Maybe JF actually did do nothing wrong besides, you know, neglect for a retarded woman, leaving her out in the wild, likely to die. You know, thank God if this is true, she survived and found God. A lot like how Kat found God, except, you know, in this case, you know, it's a different breed of spiritualism, but nevertheless, JF's potato allegedly found something to believe in. And really, if you think about it, it's better living than she was with JF on that island. But yeah, they were talking about that. A little bit of Ralph, because they played an old Ralph clip of Ralph interviewing JF, and Ralph was like, "No, JF, no, please, don't incriminate yourself, you fucking idiot, fucked." It was very much a Matt Mundane, man, no, now wait a minute, because everything JF was saying on that old interview was just very suspect, and Ralph couldn't take it any longer. So it goes. They did a little bit on Hassan Piker. Hassan Piker, well, I think he's getting called out by like this CNN anchor. It was just a funny little bit, and nothing too major. Though I did tune off before they finished the segment, and actually they might be talking about iDubbbz right now. Is that all they talked about? I missed the 30-minute intro. But the intro is just them glazing themselves. Oh wait, the Styx segment. Yeah, that's what the Styx segment. How could I have forgotten the Styx Hexenhammer segment? Styx is still crazy. Styx was challenged by like his was it like a sister or a cousin or a niece? I forgot already because the story was kind of boring. He was challenged by a 7-year-old family member to mini golf, and the loser of the mini golf challenge had to do the ice bucket challenge. So 6 Hexenhammer was like very gung-ho to like beat this little girl in mini golf so he wouldn't have to do the ice bucket challenge. And I'm like, why are we talking about the ice bucket challenge in 2025? Pick up Steve Siphon, Eddie B43. Maybe she believed in Rational Potato, the best streamer, Tim Dooley. That's why they can't find her. She's in Denmark or whatever. I would prefer the monk art. I think that's what she needs. And just like Kat, she needs to find God. Well, if it's not Christianity, she needs to find a God, something to believe in. What the ADL and Amazon Fight Eyes say? Yeah, it goes back to my general feelings about the art. I wish everybody in this story would have bad things happen to them, respectfully, in Minecraft. But yes, all the infighting fuels me. This fuels my awkward body composition with a renewed sense of hope. Anyway, that's kind of the recap. Let's see if we can pull them up now. And big ups to everybody who's here. Now, I do gotta get up in the morning, so it probably won't be a long one. But I'll try to do what I can tonight. You know, I didn't want to skip the stream.
He's sarcastic there.
Yeah, he is. He's
we are in
obviously
time for
being
items.
sarcastic.
What if they ordered from skulls.com?
If you run Skulls...
Oh, hey, oh my god, I want something so bad right now, but I can't, legally.
Alright,
Okay, so now this caused.
I think he's still pretending he'll get a mech in the game, ban anyone who saw a stream with the mech. I was about to say, I knew you were here for the mech stream.
With Ian.
Okay, I'll say
Actually,
this.
I just walked from the city all the way to this point.
Sending Ian
because it was good B footage.
Anything at all.
It was good B footage. It was good B-roll while I was discussing the show.
We disavow that.
Yeah, very much.
It wouldn't,
I'll get in mech
be
now.
funny. We disavow that.
Yeah.
Just to be clear, and we're dead serious. Okay, so H3 reveals that Ian's a virgin. He's an incel. Well, it's like, guys, iDubbbz, Anissa, what did you think was going to happen when you based all of your rhetoric in response to H3 around the idea that he's an incel when he's a married father of 3 kids? Obviously, he was going to rug pull you guys and reveal the truth, which is that Ian lost his virginity to Anissa. He had never had a girlfriend or been with a woman before that. This is what he told me shortly before he started dating her. He was a kissless, handholdless, virgin incel. Imagine the only woman that you ever touched in your entire life being Anissa Jamha, of all people. Oh, buddy. Sad. Pathetic. So all of this, by the way, all the incel rhetoric was projection on their part. Go ahead.
It's so funny that the last clip that we watched.
That's all the antennas I
said there, taking it out of the YouTube video, obviously. But yeah, so the last clip that we watched was about him talking about how it'd be funny about the human skulls. And then H3
I just have to be here. I just have to pretend to be Chris Reagan and I can get laid.
Yeah. Well, iDubbbz is
I don't think that worked out for him, though.
He's going to condemn H3 for making joking responses and memes and stuff. Instead saying it should have been a serious political debate and stuff like this. Oh. Yeah, when we get into the full interview with Noah Samson.
But there's no political debate needed when you're dealing with someone like Ian. When he's
exactly.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, political debate. He's not even like a fucking debater. But you need the fucking debate. Like, enough of this fucking shit.
He's a clown.
It was
He's
so
getting
funny.
clowned
But look at him in the classic Kickstarter crap. He does like a generic weedy nerd, pretty much.
Audience bad.
Kind of always was a generic weedy nerd.
H3 gets 30,000 live viewers a day.
Welcome to the internet.
He doesn't need the incel audience, okay? Nor does he want. Like, what are you talking about, man? The person who's desperate for an audience is you.
Yes.
You even admit in your interview with Noah Samson that you don't know where you fit in on the internet anymore, which means you have no audience and you're desperate to find some place to fit in, which is why you're chasing crumbs of clout from Hassan Piker's table. Okay? So this is, again, once again, total projection from iDubbbz. Big time.
By the way, they also, Noah and all these dudes, they don't like you. They're using you because you have a audience that they could seep off of, they could break a piece off of, and when they're done with you, they're gonna toss you in the bin just like where you belong. Let's be honest here, okay?
So then Anissa, like, bizarre response. Why are you so sexually invested in us?
Yikes.
What does that even mean? But
You're
by the
invested
way,
in their sex
the
life?
rhetoric that you guys
I don't
were
want to
using
think about them
against
having
H3
sex.
was that he was an incel.
I thankfully don't have to,
So
because they likely don't have any
made
sex
it,
together.
About sexual investment.
If there's any sex involved,
you brought it
iDubbbz
to
is
that
in the
place
corner
by saying
watching
he's
it.
an incel and this is incel rhetoric or whatever. Then she goes, do I phone 911, a priest? Who do I call to get him help? I mean, I don't even know what to say anymore.
Her jokes are shit, dude. Here we go.
Then H3 goes, I never planned on sharing that story, but after seeing him call the skulls humorous, I realized there is nothing they won't say or do. And so I'm returning the favor. My boy has not been so much as touched by the opposite sex before, Anissa.
Ooh.
In itself,
I'm
it's
getting
not
so
a big
good.
deal, but in the context of their relationship,
It's all thanks to that
find
one
it
skill
very humorous.
that the Mech has.
Well, it's go. I mean,
Gets
it's
red check.
obvious what it is,
He's
right? It's
sex
that Ian
adjacent.
never was in a relationship before, never had pussy before.
That's what's on his
so he was
that's what's on his ID,
completely butt-broken by
right next to
Anissa,
sex,
and allowed
adjacent.
him to completely change the person that he is
100% crash
and
ding is
reshape
no.
his entire life.
Last
because
stream,
he was
I
whipped
just
by
got
the
too
pussy
tired. I really
and scared
wanted
that he
to
could
last
never
stream,
get
but it was
another
like 4 in
woman
the
his
morning,
life.
and I had to
You
be
know,
up in the
that's what
morning.
it
I didn't want
really
to push
comes
myself
down
any
to.
longer,
And
so
that's
I
why
will
he's
try to get
changed
that
so
done.
much. It's all because of his own desperation and insecurity.
Maybe Sunday, because Saturday is the Mario Kart thing. Big Mario Kart tournament.
God, Ethan Klein.
Yeah, but Hila was never an OnlyFans, been with like a ton of dudes, like type chick, right?
I don't know. Is it?
Turns out too, that motorcycle level that I got stuck on for an hour, that level has one of the worst platinum times in the game because it requires essentially what is a perfect run with no mistakes. The other motorcycle levels aren't even that strict because there's way more room for mistakes because the levels are longer, or room to make errors and shit. There's a lot of more variables, instances for variables that can, you know, cause runs to be distinct, things that can differentiate one run from another. That at first motorcycle level that I was having trouble with getting the platinum on is just so simplistic in its design that there's very little that you can actually do to optimize the run. So you have to do it perfectly. The world record for that run is 36 seconds. The platinum time needed is 38 seconds. My fastest time is 38 seconds with a few milliseconds over the required platinum time. So basically they're asking me for a perfect run, which I don't think any other level in the game really asks for you for a platinum relic. At that point, you're like going for developer time trials. And now those are some bullshit. Thankfully, they're not required for completing the game. It's just optional, you know, bragging rights.
So is Lamau still going, by the way? You're an immensely privileged, wealthy YouTuber who's using the backdrop
I always go
of
for
the
platinum,
live
Eddie
stream
B.
Child Holocaust.
I did it in Crash
to
Team
try and
Racing
make
as well.
Trauma slop as you call for deplatforming of pro-Palestinian voices. How
I know. The game is okay if you only have gold, but I want platinum.
Did the pot ever meet the kettle?
Oh, sorry to hear you got a cold, Eddie B.
Man.
Let's get some prayer hands for Eddie
This will
B's
never
cold.
happen, but in a totally just world, any kind of, regardless of your
But
background,
yeah, I have
any
10
kind of
platinum
fucking,
relics to go.
Zionist tendency
I
should be
did
treated
get
in
all
the
the
same way
gems,
as being a fucking
all the gems that I
rabid
could
neo-Nazi.
potentially get.
And you shouldn't even let
at the point of the game that I am,
local
that I am
catcher
in.
The
gems I'm missing are from levels that I simply have not done yet.
Rhetoric to say that if somebody is a Zionist,
And then the final gem is a bonus one that you get.
They shouldn't even be allowed to work. They shouldn't
Just
be
for finding
allowed
all
to
the
be
other
in
ones.
society. They shouldn't be allowed to hold office. That's pretty extreme rhetoric.
Crash 4?
And
There's
you
a reason
wonder
I'm
why
ignoring
you've
the
got
existence of
people
Crash
coming
4.
down on you, bro.
And you've just discovered the reason.
If they've ever exhibited any sort of like positive feelings about the state of Israel. I'm so serious about.
Okay, so anyone who's had any positive ideas about the state of Israel
It's
shouldn't
never
have a
gonna
job.
rain in this
Like,
area.
that's
How do I
kind of
invoke rain?
That's a bit like. But
It is. I mean,
H3 doesn't even say that. H3 says that they're causing a genocide and he's against the fucking war, right? But you still call him a Zionist.
Yes.
So at what level does he have to go there with a gun and take out his own people? You know what I mean?
About this. Bernie Sanders is
He has to murder his wife. Okay, yeah.
just he has this like old labor Zionist framework, I think, that is just utterly ridiculous, and that is something that he hasn't been able to shake away.
And if there is something that you should preach, it's that these people are ultimately fucking useless.
I can change the time, but I can't change the weather.
Yeah, here's the thing.
So I can't believe I had to pay 15 for Insane in 2025.
People?
I got it for free because it was part of the PS collection before they got rid of it. But I still own it,
I mean, it sounds
even
like
after
a cult
they
to
took the collection away.
violence to me, no.
And brother?
What?
Sorry, go ahead, Ozon.
Look, Crash 4 failed simply because of the notion that they sold Insane Trilogy for $40. It was 3 games for $40. Now, of course, they all shared an engine and physics, and they was all pretty much just one game split into 3 because of how it was developed. They were all developed at the same times versus the original trilogy, which was literally 3 different games. But, like, within the context and the framing, it was essentially 3 full games for $40. Now, you compare that to It's About Time, you know, being sold $60 at launch, and it was just 1 game. This alone likely contributed to the game's failure, more so than anything to do with Woke Katana.
Yeah, bro.
Well, it's not, you know, there's just
CTR remake is good though. What are you talking about?
Out there, which is why he had to wipe his entire Discord history again this morning. Interesting timing. Here comes H3 with the big time dunk. The big time dunk on iDubbbz here. Let's go.
It's good. It's good. It's great. It's great even. I thought I was cooking.
You were? You cooked?
Let him cook.
Anyway, I think that it's important that people understand this about Ian's story, is that he was a virgin.
Virgin alert! Virgin alert! Virgin alert's top iDubbbz till he was like what, 26 years old? 27 years old?
He had never even kissed a girl.
He's the virgin.
No!
He's got no pussy. He's the virgin with rage.
And then he met Anissa.
Oh shit.
Who took his virginity.
Not strong enough for this area.
And
no.
Everything else.
Get me out, get me out, get me out.
Took everything else.
I took everything else from him. Ain't that the truth,
Oh
huh? Ain't that the truth?
God.
But
why did he go brumch? True. She did take
yeah,
everything
Spyro's
else,
more chill. I know people like to compare the two because they're like a, you know,
that's just the context
brother and
there.
sister series. But Spyro is just, you know, that's a collectathon. Crash is a corridor platformer.
They gotta be
I
harsher.
think so. He's got to be allowed to go mask off. So one thing that was that we didn't cover from there because it did get
look,
retracted.
Insane Trilogy sold 10 million copies. No way are they gonna drop that to like $5.
Called Anissa a pedophile, which is pretty crazy. He goes to Anissa.
Give me my skills back.
Weren't you 22 dating a 17-year-old? So then Anissa was forced to go through and dredge up all of these receipts of the relationship, including the guy's age. Be like, no, he was actually 19 years old and I was 22. So it was legal and okay, but it was all part of H3's master plan to get her to both acknowledge that she reads her Kiwi Farms thread, which she did. She goes, this is a Kiwi Farms lie. Oh, it's a rumor from Kiwi Farms is a lie. And then also she revealed, of course, that she had been with men before Ian.
They keep having almost identical weak sales. $15 for prototype 1 and 2 remaster, which I heard was a weak port too. They remastered those? When? What the fuck? Was that digital only? Now wait a minute, man.
No 40 chess move, and then he immediately.
How long have I been playing this game and I just did not think to get that? What? I never examined this wreckage.
She's easy. She's a hoe.
Before you hit this next bog thing, can I just use the bathroom real quick? Can you read some donuts?
Yeah, go take
Legato Modi, are you happy?
Yeah, like those games. Those games were on PS3 and 360, right? They remastered them?
Okay, so we got Ethan Ralph the Poet for $15. Like Marcy, Jack the Ripper. Oh, Alice, you look so tired, but ill-housed and ill-advised, with a face so clean with my micro-peen. Couldn't be me. Smash your face into my gun. I want you, you don't agree, but you can't refuse, girl. I know you. I don't know that song, Morrissey, Jack the Ripper, or whatever, so I just read it, buddy. Got what's up with Ian for 5. So Anissa has been calling Ethan an incel, but the only real incel in this situation
came out in
was her
2015.
husband. He's raped. He's cocked. He's
Maybe it's time to
melted.
remaster those again.
Also, Hassan is sounding a lot like Alex Jones after Sandy Hook. Remember what happened to him? Well, Hassan started talking about, I'm not saying this is a false flag, but it sure seems like one. All because the guy yelled Free Palestine after the attack. Well, that's the reason why he did the shooting, was to free Palestine. Maybe it was a false flag. But the thing is, right? They never ever extend that charity or grace on any of this stuff. Like what somebody was bringing up, the Alex Jones Sandy Hook thing. You know, he wasn't allowed to do.
This lady being named Lavina reminds me of Lavinia. That character. I'll say character because they weren't a real person to begin with. The character DSP fought with over the mini PC. Now that shit doesn't even matter because he's got his own actual gaming PC now. I mean, he always had a PC, but he never had a gaming PC.
Nothing to do with this.
He has a lemon.
Son of a bitch, take your lumps. Like, that's just my position on this.
Why she
shit
got that
now.
mask on?
Fuck them.
Is
Don't
that
give them an inch.
that
Don't
like,
give them any charity.
Is that like a headdress in her culture?
Grace, because they won't give any to you ever in a million fucking years. Fuck them. Let them fucking suffer. Let them have to fucking deal with it. Screw them. Screw them. Okay, we got Marinix Malix for $15. He says, I am unironically funding the...
I was watching Synthetic Man play a little bit of Tainted Grail.
730, he says these new age Hassan commies are legit insane.
It does show you
They
what
need to
I know,
stop
though, because I
getting
thought
high
that
off
was going to
their
be
own
another
farts.
Soulsborne.
Salutes PPP.
Just hearing the
Andy.
name.
We got Jared the Gunk Fucker for $4.50. Okay.
Hey, bud.
I have seen Jimmy Dore's live stream tonight. He said the same thing as Hassan, but he said it's a Mossad false flag and there's no anti-Semitism. I don't know. They're really doubling down on this shit. I don't know. I don't
Look at
really
this
think
chat.
they can get away with it. But
look at it. They're promoting the marrying of aliens. They want you to go out there and marry aliens. This sounds very toxic out of context.
I just for saying it was a Mossad false flag.
Oh, yeah,
It's
yeah.
If any right-wing person ever tries to say that a shooting is a Mossad false flag, they're immediately neo-Nazi, genocide supporting, etc., etc., etc. It's just really rich to hear.
All right, I guess I'm
coming from
betraying the
these
father.
guys. Now,
Suffer, Dad.
No, it really was.
We're promoting race mixing. What do you think about that?
Take your meds, Schizo. All right, let's go into this Noah Samson iDub segment.
All right.
Guys, fair warning to everybody right now.
Look at his face. He's got a soy bag. What is this expression? What is this mood? What is this energy here? Look at him. Is that a soy mouth? I mean, it kind of is, but he's not really pogging out about it. What is he doing? It's just like his jaw unscrewed. It's not like he's got an expression, but it's almost like that's his default expression, just that his jaw became unhinged. The fictional, metaphorical, metaphysical screws in his jaw became loose, and his jaw just unhinged. And this was the result. He doesn't even seem too shocked and surprised. It's very nonplussed. That's what it is.
Oh, buddy.
Had a very
It's just
productive
so-
day.
Oh
It's
my
just so
God.
goofy.
And he's using that camera, that thing that follows you, the app that follows your fucking head.
What are you working on?
Man, typical racist father doesn't like who the daughter is marrying.
Even like this. But yo, what up?
The face you make when DSP said it said a slave trade joke.
This is nothing.
You might have to prepare the slave trade for this this human here.
Weed in a fucking living room playing video games are more lively and energetic.
Yes.
You pretty much have to be a fucking Fent addict to be this low energy or like pilled out.
The
on
women love that I'm
Xanax.
defending the cuck over here.
These guys are dead inside, and I just
My
left this
harem
first couple
ladies
minutes
are
intact
accepting
just so
of
you
me
can get a
defending
taste
the
of how
cuckold.
broken the raped iDubbbz
Beta.
really is.
Yeah.
He is absolutely cooked, totally cooked.
Cooking up.
Cooking up.
I went
be kept
to
under wraps.
Walgreens to do some, take some passport photos. And,
Oh my God.
Help! Help! You know, you understand you're supposed to be an entertainer, right? You're supposed to be a performer, right? Where is the entertainment? Where is the performance? Where is the energy? Where is speaking about something that's actually interesting or engaging? And this is supposed to be for charity, for Palestine. You'd think you'd bring your A game to the charity stream, right? Which, by the way, I just want to point out, all of these guys want to
topple, the triple
themselves in their
topple? Let's
extremist
fucking go.
rhetoric through charity, and it's disgusting.
I said topple. I think that was a launch.
All of them want to use charity as a shield from criticism, and it is absolute
I just call all the
bullshit.
effects in this
It's
game a
such
topple.
a scummy tactic. I just can't stand it.
Oh my God, real fast, Ashton. Look what H3 said to Anissa an hour ago.
It just keeps going.
She goes, I'm gonna put lasagna. Virgin olive oil. Oh, buddy.
Oh,
Brutal.
dude! I triple kick launched him into the sky.
Anissa and I ate some ketchup chips and some mustard chips.
Hey, he
Are
lives.
you in Canada or something, or?
Be real,
We're headed there.
real dreary if the father had died
I'm off
there.
the coke.
Rather
This
grim
is the
and
one time
macabre.
I would recommend that people should do coke. Like, for real.
I don't know, like, put on a pot of coffee. Now, this Noah Samson guy at least has the excuse that he's been on the air for 7
zoom in on her
hours at this
face.
point. Okay?
What
by the
face?
way,
There's
it's
no
just- I find
face
it
to zoom
interesting
in
with
on.
both of these streams that
It's a
iDubbbz,
mask.
like, sneaks in the back door
She's
at the
got
very
something
end
on.
of the stream.
It's
when
like,
there's gonna be
it
way
seems it seems inspired by the Middle East here. That's like her headdress. And then you got like the tendrils there, kind of reminding you of the headdress.
This guy and Hassan stream, but unlike Hassan, Mr. Samson here is not going to bail Ian out whatsoever. This guy has no pride in his craft at all and is just gonna take a fucking dump on the carpet and just let it be a terrible segment. He's gonna force iDubbbz to have to perform, and when we see what iDubbbz has going on as a live performer, it's a fucking disgrace, total disgrace.
Now, iDubbbz will always hide the last minute backdoor entry, but Ashton will find him. And Ashton will clip.
Oh yeah.
No matter
Oh
what.
yeah. Oh yeah.
You're like
I will
Dave
find
Foley, you know, Chris Farley, where he's the band by the river guy. There's you.
Damn, they're married
there's
just
me,
like that. No
here's
priest
you,
needed, I
here's
guess.
you.
When I learned that he was first going to be on the Noah Samson show, I immediately tuned in, and it was like the worst garbage. And I'm like, I'll be back later when it wraps up. I'll be back later.
Warming up.
Yeah, we're warming up. And now, if anyone sees the hot mustard Doritos at the store, give those a shot.
Bro, the content is the hot mustard Doritos at the store. And by the way, this is the thrilling, exciting, adventurous
Father-in-law is a
life
literal
of
affinity
iDubbbz
level.
and Anissa.
That's just their relationship in the
Doritos,
affinity
their
chart.
mustard flavor.
Oh, that wasn't the end of the quest
Did
line.
you see the chat during this
Hold up.
Now, B Jefferson. Oh, the chat was just shitting on iDubbbz for being
Okay, we
low
gotta
energy,
go on the
not
spaceship.
knowing what he's talking about. Now, B Jefferson asked, "Does it get better than this?" Yes, it does.
Okay.
Because
Yes, that's true.
Noah starts asking him questions that I don't think iDubbbz really was equipped to answer. Like, and
Oh,
iDubbbz
fuck, I
just
forgot.
says-
I forgot the reason we were looking for her in the first place is because she was betrothed to this dude. Look, he's seething. He's the actual cuck. I called Leroy the cuck. It was actually this big old dude here. Look at him. Now I look at them closer. These guys are weird. His mouth is constantly open. He has a giant gaping hole for a mouth, and said mouth is just always open. What if a bug flies in there? Couldn't be me.
Those iDubbbz? Are you not aware, buddy, that you're supporting genocide by buying those Doritos, Ian?
The BDS.
Love overcame the barrier
Yeah,
between
BDS.
species. And Leroy and Lavina were married.
PMP.
Very good.
Low IQ interruptions.
We're live, yeah.
Yo, is he even like?
He doesn't even know if
And then
he's
he just
live
faded
or
away
not.
into nothingness.
Oh, buddy.
Along with the
Oh,
cuck.
yeah. Let's get some subs for the iDubbbz segment. Let's get it going.
Yeah, how
Let's
does
go.
the
By way, guys,
consummation
thank you
work?
for the big fucking support, Gut Ranger.
Maybe that's
this
the
week.
next
It's been
mission.
fucking killing it. It's me, Ken, Arlios, all you motherfuckers. We really appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. For real, guys.
Is there anything you wanted to talk about in terms of the internet?
Not really. I'm open to anything.
You know, he asked him, is there anything you want to talk about? Not really. Well, don't you want to talk about the genocide going on in Palestine? What do you... Maybe, and one thing I want to point out to everybody, at no point during this entire interview does Ian ever talk about what's...
Look, lady, you're hot for like some space chick. I know we're married and all, but I gotta spend another 50 hours collecting orbs and grinding monsters. You understand, right? Now, your whole race is all about strength and shit.
Just couldn't stand by any longer. I saw footage on the TV of dead children and it disgusted me and brought me to tears. He has no understanding of anything that's going on over there, and it's just so transparently a grift. It's so shameful.
Azeroth for a sub, and Get Rog Worshipper for a sub. Thank you so
But by the way,
appreciate
why
you guys.
why go on a show if you have nothing to say?
Exactly.
The host asks
So their
you,
stabs
"Hey,
are
do you
like
have anything
iron
you wanna
lungs
say?"
for them?
No, not really. Then why are you even here? Why are you even on the internet?
Yeah.
Holy.
He really sees himself as a character. Like, me just being there is good enough, right? Sorry, you ain't iDubbbz anymore. You're Mr. Jama. All right? H3000 Ian for a sub. Thank you so much.
Let's go fix it up.
It's so true. Like both Ghost Balls and Ethan Ralph's wonky
Easy
hand
money.
here. Ghost Balls goes, what a boring, buck-broken, cock-sucking piece of felted fucking shit, buddy.
Yeah.
And then Ethan Ralph's wonky hand. It's downright disrespectful to come onto someone else's show with this low energy.
Yeah.
Isn't it though?
And nothing
this
to
is a
say.
guy who's raised $430,000 for Palestine that day. But you
Their dialogue is peppered with like fsh, fsh, fsh. Is that supposed to simulate them talking from like, you know, the kind of static effect you would get if you were listening to your pal on a walkie-talkie? I haven't encountered those aliens in a voiced cutscene yet.
So you're playing.
They remind me of
Yeah, if
Plague
that was one day,
Doctors.
that'd be crazy. Be like, oh, it's over. We lost.
Some of those geography games before this, and
where is he?
Fucking, I like that shit.
Play a little
Geography
GeoGuessr? Yeah,
games?
I'm super down.
I mean, I'm also, I'm good to debate. I'm good to talk shit. I'm
Debate.
Buddy,
good to.
I would love to see this guy debate anybody on Israel Palestine. Can you imagine if he had to debate Destiny?
I still think these dudes look like a Jar Jar Binks, but if he was a midget.
iDubbbz had to debate Destiny, and I hate Destiny. I think he's a cock and a fucking loser and a bum and abusive monster, all this shit, right? But Destiny would fucking chew Ian up and spit him out in 2 fucking seconds flat. I'd say pretty much any basic political commentator that even knows like the slightest basics of what each party stands for and what their positions are would thrash Ian in a debate. Anyone would. Yeah. Anyone would. Anyone that has any understanding of anything, because the guy's completely clueless.
Actually, yeah, I really hate Destiny 2, but I just saw this one 30-second video that actually this will make you laugh. This actually.
Okay, I got one of the items, but I don't have the other.
Destiny clip that someone sent in. Very short, but watch this. Okay. Chat will love this too.
But what the fuck is hand ring?
When you're hand wringing, isn't that when you're like?
I feel like that's anti-Semitic.
How is it anti-Semitic?
This is very anti-Semitic. What you just did. That they didn't see it. Why don't you show the camera what you just did with your hands? No. Show the camera first before you Google it.
That's an excessive display of concern or distress. Yeah, that's a real thing.
Can you show the camera?
What?
Because they want to see what the hand wringing thing looks like.
AI skid so. It was like this.
Okay. All right, dude.
All right.
What is that? Is that too much politics for XQC?
Funny shit. All right.
What's wrong with that? Now wait a minute. No, come on. We can have greedy characters, and we can have we can express greediness in exuberant ways without it having to be tied to hatred and hate and all that. Not like what Mr. Krabs, for example, Wario, Moneybags from Spyro, Tom Nook from Animal Crossing, Anna from Fire Emblem. All of these characters are greedy, and not one of them is Jewish. Wario is German. I will hear no arguments on this.
What my dog was doing today?
He is
Noah's
German.
like,
He's spoken German before in Mario games.
Get a load of this guy.
He's literally German.
Real? Is this really what I'm being dealt today? Like, is this really what I have to deal with? He's seething, bro.
All sorts of good
See,
topics.
Wario wouldn't be in the ovens. He would be. He would be
like,
pressing the button on them.
The Palestinian plight.
Hey, treasure rank raised.
And he just throws Ian right in the deep end. He just throws him right in the deep end to drown. We'll start with something. That was actually funny. His deadpan delivery on that. We'll start with something small, like the Palestinian plight. Josh nails it. He goes, "It's like a teacher called on someone who was barely paying attention." Mr. Jama, tell me, what is the capital of Israel?
I was wondering if there was much in that more political vein that you wanted to say and perhaps didn't talk about in the video intentionally, given the target audience, or like.
So, fucking iDubbbz is coming into BreadTube, and BreadTube's realizing he don't know anything.
Yeah.
He doesn't get anything. He doesn't want to even try to understand. Let's see what he says here. I'm curious.
If that even was a.
If he knew anything about politics, don't you think he would organically integrate into that community on his own without having to sluice in there as a result of drama with some other dude?
My impression was you were.
Of course, he knows
dumbass
nothing about politics.
Totally ignorant and didn't know anything about politics. But I'm curious. Was this a deliberate decision on your part to,
I'm probably the only person less politically informed than him.
Normies, and if so, can you outline your political convictions to us now? Is there anything political you want to say and get off your chest? Just testing them, just seeing. What's actually here?
Yeah.
Well, we're gonna find out. It's sweet fuck all.
Stronger member has just subscribed. Thank you so much.
I guess the stuff with you and Ethan specifically, if that was like more the.
Yeah.
Look at him.
That's a good question.
Oh man.
He's
such a deer in headlights. Look at this sigh, bro.
Yeah, I think
he's hitting you with the stress sigh.
Trying to find my place on the internet, and
he's trying to find his place on the internet. So he's basically like, look, I don't know anything about these politics, but I'm trying to become a chameleon to grift off of your movement. That's essentially what he's saying. Listen, I'm trying my very best to find a community of people to grift off of. And are you my new grift? Are you my new grift, BreadTube? That's what this is. He sounds like a dumbass.
Well, and it's like he's also, even if he does choose to be this, you know, a part of the internet, he wouldn't even know where to fit into that group at all because he's got nothing to say. And he's boring. Even if he knew how to say what he's supposed to say, he couldn't do it because he's so SSRI'd out.
Well, that's the reason. The guy is either incapable because he's brain dead from the drugs and the cucking, or he's just unwilling to learn what he needs to learn to even fake being a left-wing grifter.
Yeah.
He has no idea what the talking points are even supposed to be. He's just totally clueless. Watch how he describes other BreadTubers in relation to himself here. This is golden to me. I know for some people it's going to be kind of boring, but for me it's
people who make bread?
I think, you know, I want to be productive, and I want to do things that I, you know,
they're
speak on
basically
things I care
bakers.
about. But I also know there's like different ways of doing that. I see videos like that you make and a lot of the people that you've brought onto your stream. And something that I've noticed with a lot of your guys' stuff is that it's so information dense and it isn't drama.
It's information dense, as in, you know, there's actual information, statistics, and political ideas being conveyed. Which I don't understand any of that fancy learning info stuff, but I know drama. It's like, buddy, how dumb are you? Holy
fucking retarded, dude.
Oh man,
just exposed. It's like, you know, it's a little further down the
You're on a politics fucking streamer's show.
Listen
this
to
is
him,
what
though.
he does.
He's saying it's a little further down the funnel.
Oh, dude, he stole the staff. He stole the staff and gave him a phony.
Entry-level blue pill for the left. Something like he's gonna be like the Quartering or the Tim Pool or the Sargon or somebody, and then he's gonna be what introduces.
Look, it's raining now, but I bet if I go all the way to Oblivia, the rain's gonna stop.
Brainwashing and radicalization will happen further down the funnel. That's a really stupid thing for him to say. I'm not gonna lie.
And I feel like, you know, I might be a little bit more top of the funnel, and I really don't mind that. And I kind of want.
What a way to say that you're a dumbass. I'm the top of the funnel, buddy.
Look at this guy. There's no. Noah's like, we don't need you. We don't need.
You know, I think it's fine to be,
this
you know,
is a
to
job
say free
interview.
Palestine and also roll around in some of the drama slop.
He's got like fluff on his eyebrow, by the way. You see this?
He's like trying to. Oh my god, it's so embarrassing. He's trying to justify his purpose as to be a drama slop tuber, but part of his whole identity crisis or cock apology tour over the years is to say that he wanted to make meaningful content that wasn't slop content and that was actually meaningful and empathetic. And here he's just admitting he's nothing more than a slop tuber dummy.
God damn it.
If you're
Is it like a 5% chance to rain here?
From Office Space. He's the boss from Office Space.
Great reference, Worski.
Yeah, I'm gonna be the top of the funnel.
Palestine, and also
someone said he's the piss on the rim.
Roll around in some of the drama slop, and
he's rim piss.
Oh my god!
You know, I just think for some people who are a little bit more like, I don't know, apolitical, just like not really engaged.
Buddy, that fluff on his eyebrow is really making me mad. Look at that. It's like How does he not see that?
You know, a video like mine might be their first exposure to it, potentially.
What are you talking about? iDubbbz really genuinely believes that there are people out there who their first exposure to hearing about Israel and Palestine will be an iDubbbz video. And therefore he has a duty. Like, this is
that robot
insane shit, bro. That's some insane shit, bro. Oh, man.
It's like he's working.
We're gonna watch Content Cop and go, wait, what's happening over in the Middle East? like that's the...
Oh shit, he's dead.
About Israel, Palestine.
And so I know that, you know, to not.
What's this Israel place?
Look at how felted iDubbbz is there, and his eyes are just downcast. He looks so miserable and sad. And then look at Noah. Noah's like, this answer is not satisfactory. You're not getting the job, Ian. You're not getting hired at BreadTube, buddy.
Make some people fall asleep.
Yes.
Like this stream right now is putting us all to sleep. By the way, this is like the edit. These are the good parts, chat. You have no idea how bad this got. No idea.
Presumably, Barry.
Put people to sleep. It's like yes.
You know, it being on something that people obviously care about, you know, a little bit more.
Yeah, if your interviewer makes this face, you're not getting the job.
No.
I don't know, casually, it's the drama stuff. So that's the main reason. It's just like, I want, you know, and oh, that's another reason.
He's like losing me. Like what are we talking about again? You know what I mean?
Oh, I know. I know.
Shit.
As well, there's so many like well-educated people to speak on this, and I feel
Listen to
you
him.
know.
He goes, there's so many well-educated people to speak on this that he doesn't need to speak on it. So then why are you getting involved, Ian? He's just admitting that he's a total dumbass who doesn't understand anything.
DeLorean.
And so you're not going to be on BreadTube, buddy. You're not an academic. You're not a part of the intelligentsia class, pal. You're a dumbass fucking buffoon, and they don't need you. They just don't.
I don't necessarily want people to get the you know, the full scoop and the full bread from me, just like an intro.
Big ups.
Listen to that. He's like, I don't want people to get the full scoop from me because I'm nothing.
At least there wasn't really any conflict. Everything got resolved. Swept up pretty nicely.
Who's uneducated.
She
That's
said,
so
he also
pathetic,
said, he also said the full bread.
The full bread. Like BreadTube? Come on.
How is this real? iDubbbz is the worst.
He's the worst entertainer I think I may have ever seen. Like, I actually think this is worse. I think this might be worse than Phil. Press 1 if he's worse than Phil. Press 2 if he's better than Phil.
Get it?
It's an ocean of ones. He's actually worse than Phil.
There's like one guy doing a 2, but he's just being a dick.
People are only typing 1 because it's the current segment.
Phil's actually able to flow sentences together. Like, they might be
not really
dumb, okay, and cringe, but he's actually able to talk, whereas iDubbbz is just completely rotten in the brain. He's lost it.
They're both rotten to the brain, just different methods.
In the process now since you went woke, and then also since the the response to the content.
Does it do the swaggy Kino guys are looking at? It's iDubbbz. iDubbbz and some other guy.
Look at him.
But you're only
so
here for
confused.
iDubbbz.
Did you see his eyes there in like those last 5 seconds? Oh,
went woke, and then also.
Let me rewind.
Like
I missed this guy's whole question.
He's like staring into the fucking corner, like it's like 1,000-yard stare, man.
Are you at in that process?
Potentially.
And
when did he become a skinhead?
Are you at? In
How
that
far
process,
behind are you? He's been looking like this for a while.
Woke, and then also since the
he dropped the mullet look like a year ago.
Yeah, since he went woke. Where are you at in the political process?
If that's changed the trajectory at all.
Yeah, I think a lot of it for me is just like confidence.
That's not even the answer.
I was thinking about iDubbbz was the base Sam Hyde video.
Admitting that he has no
And that was a few years ago. You are quite behind the story. Don't worry, the story hasn't changed much. He's still a cuck. Don't worry. That part hasn't changed.
Of after getting woke in your content. You know, I need confidence. What?
I'm saying, like, you really have to see this to believe this stuff. It's
great. It's not even an answer.
Only PPV watches the podcast.
Just trying to.
Honestly, it might be true. And I have to believe some people, you know, go to his Patreon or whatever service you have to pay him on to get access to the podcast, which for the purposes of this argument, I'm just going to assume is Patreon. It would be funnier if he had multiple people who give him money on Patreon, but even out of those people, like, the majority don't watch the podcast, and just the people that do watch the podcast are the trolls who they listen to it, you know, for material to use as ammo to make fun of him.
Oh my god, I'd feel proud. I just think it'd be a funny fingered proud.
This guy, like, buddy, you became like very financially successful. You had a career with Content Cop and the Bad Unbought. You don't feel any pride for any of that? Because he's been brainwashed into being ashamed of it all. So he has no confidence. The one thing that he was successful at in his life has now been taken from him, and now he's just completely destroyed.
Yeah.
To
crazy, dude.
You know, roll around in the shit, clap back, and not feel like, not be so like, I guess,
clap back,
paralyzed that you're like fucking doing damage. And like, to be honest,
yes, what the like fuck? He feels like he couldn't engage in drama. Like he's paralyzed by the idea that he's doing damage. How about don't do drama then, bro? But then, by the way, so if you've now moved past that to have the confidence to feel like you aren't doing damage, are you going to take back your apology for the Content Cops? Because by that logic, you didn't do anything wrong then.
Yeah. This is turning into a therapy session.
Well,
yeah.
Every single conversation this guy is in is a therapy session. It really is.
I think just to have a little bit
even
more
the ones he has with literal therapists.
You know, I feel super jazzed.
But come on, that makes sense.
Bro, bring it back 2 seconds.
This is how iDubbbz scams free therapy sessions.
Jazzed up now.
Look at this.
Is that the
he's
face
broken,
of the man
can't
who's
afford them.
super jazzed up? Who's really happy and excited about his life?
No. He looks very skeptical there.
Purpose, and you know, I feel super jazzed up.
Okay, this is the fake.
Is he jazzed up or bricked up?
He's frowning. He's frowning. Oh, come on, he's super jazzed up. Listen to him. Look at him.
Listen, I'm super jazzed up.
He's really jazzed up.
More like jizzed up the ass, am I right?
Just the beginning.
Bravo, Worski.
It's all also political. Everything's political.
They made it political.
Well.
What a thing to say for iDubbbz to say that everything is political. Isn't that a complete
No, it's just something he saw on
of
Twitter.
Everything that iDubbbz was ever supposed to be about as a performer and entertainer. Like, the whole idea with him was it was just supposed to be fun and, like, silly, goofy shit.
Yeah.
Not that everything was
yeah,
political.
and then they
and
made iDubbbz
political.
political.
Super politically incorrect. Well, now everything is political, and we all have to take everything super, super seriously at all times. What a betrayal of his audience and of who he was as a person. But the thing is, that was never who he was. He actually has no identity. He is just a completely shapeless, formless, wishy-washy subhuman is what he is.
And he's bald.
Oh, man.
I don't know if this is the legit way to scale up this wall.
Yeah.
I feel like it shouldn't be, but knowing Monolith Soft, it might just be the only way to get around here.
What was that?
Something over here?
I asked you, where are you and make me videos like...
And I think, you know, back in the day, I think one of my insecurities was like I didn't really want to.
Well, that's bad.
He's looking Noah's looking around like, what the fuck?
What? Like, why are you talking to us about your insecurities? You're supposed to be on here to rip into Ethan Klein, talk about Palestine,
that was the area I was looking
and
for.
the plight of the Palestinian people, pontificate about your politics. This is supposed to be a showcase of you to BreadTube so you can build that audience. And instead, you're talking to us about your insecurities as a YouTuber. Whoa, buddy.
I didn't want to be known for like one particular thing. I was like, oh no, I don't want to be the Kickstarter crap guy or the content cop guy.
Well, you don't have to be. Just diversify your content.
He's the cock. That's what he's known for.
Now, and I think I've realized that a lot of my interests are political. And,
are they?
A lot of
You haven't expressed a single political concept in a coherent manner during this entire program. You haven't talked about any policies you want to see implemented. You haven't argued against any policies that you disagree with from the other side of the aisle. He hasn't mentioned one statistic about Israel or Palestine or any anecdote, and nothing. But he's super interested in politics, guys. Just believe him. You can hear the enthusiasm in his voice.
These like past videos that I've made, quite a few of them, whether I'm like complaining about a particular topic or doing a content comp on something, there is
By the way, the content comp, that was the only thing he did that had to do with Paul. He acts like, oh, I've been doing this for a while. No, you haven't. You've not been doing that for a while.
It's like
Even his podcast, by the way, that he's been doing every single week, none of it was about politics or very little about, or it was wrong.
The parts that he does talk about politics, he's just completely ignorant and just going off what he saw on Twitter, like emotional appeals. That's it.
Well, it's Anissa also bringing it up, not
exactly. It's always Anissa.
It's
idea or like,
Anissa's fault.
The Cart Narcs was about Jews, by the way.
Big up Goon.
That I'm like fighting for or fighting
Goon
against.
says, Dingus. Word on the street is H3 says iDubbbz told him he never had a girlfriend before getting with Anissa. Is Anissa an agent sent to corrupt the virgin iDubbbz? Are you asking if H3 and Gila Klein personally sent Anissa Jama, the double agent from Israel, to corrupt iDubbbz to prevent him from what exactly? Having smart political takes, from getting into the realm of BreadTube politics? What would the goal be here?
Like what I was doing in the past in terms.
Because wouldn't they still be friends at the time of him telling him that?
Where is the enthusiasm in his voice? If it really
or is it something he told
him
him recently,
it
like
obviously
during all this
doesn't
arguing?
matter to him, and this is a hollow, shameless grift to please his
I'm not
wife.
saying I don't
so
believe
that his
you.
wife can get to hang out with the people that she thinks are cool. That's what this is.
Yeah, definitely.
Top of the funnel, but it felt very like immature and kind of like, what's the word? Just kind of apathetic, I guess, and that is
the thing is nothing but apathy. No one cares.
Noah's nodding. Noah is not even hearing what he's saying.
Like the name of the game when you're doing like kind of slop tuber commentary is just.
Oh my God! Look at Noah's face here. Watch this, Ashton. Look at Noah's face here when he says that.
The name of the game when you're doing like kind of slop tuber commentary is just.
He wanted to say something. He wanted to say something to you, man. You know.
The never-ending questing continues with me and Goontron.
You're above it all, I guess.
Yeah, I mean that's true in some sense,
BPM
but also
sent me this screenshot.
there's a moral element to
me pull this up and
being a slop tuber and shitting on someone that's doing something that's fucked up that everyone can see.
So Goon is posting this. Ian lost his virginity to Anissa and he never had a girlfriend or been with a woman before that. This is what he told me shortly before he started dating her. But have we considered, Goon, that Ian may have been lying to H3 at the time that he told him that for sympathy points from the friend he was attempting to clout chase from?
Exactly what an audience wants, because you're communicating that to them, like you're I guess setting a precedent on a social moral.
He had to lie to protect his family. Anissa wasn't his family at the time.
Rambles about
I'm just saying, like, it's possible Ian could have been lying
to what he's saying
for
right now.
sympathy.
We'll see. About like, oh, if you act like this on the internet, somebody's gonna shit on you, and it's gonna get a lot of views.
Idubbbz only had anal sex to save himself for marriage. Look, it could be the case. It could be the case.
That's there's like a.
It could be a psyop.
As an example.
Oh, okay, Scott.
There are
Anissa could be an Israeli in disguise.
To, like, mock him about, bring up, make him
Tossed
look
her yarmulke
stupid,
in the trash
all this sort
before
of
going
shit.
undercover.
Like, the fucking tattoos are insane. Like, I
Like
really
the self-awareness.
Hey,
The
Coggers.
self-awareness of him saying that. Like, the tattoos are insane.
Yeah, Idubbbz strikes me as a fella who's
People
sexually
in glass
ambiguous.
houses shouldn't throw stones. But
I feel like even he doesn't understand what he is.
I would never have
Even his
brought that
feelings
up,
or lack
but
thereof
he
to
did end up bringing it
Anissa,
up
and
in the
Anissa
content
strong-arming the
deputy.
relationship.
So I just hit play.
To goof and rag on this guy, especially
Go
in the
to
first
1.5 times.
But I'm
Go
like,
to one
this
and a
is-
half times speed.
Anissa is a snake and can't be trusted, so it checks out. I mean, let's think about it. Doesn't Anissa have a very questionable amount of stories for her origin? Like, she's got like fucking 5 different ethnicities.
I know that a lot of people.
Didn't she say she used to be like a native?
Spirited stuff, but justifying the CPS call, justifying the skulls being sent to, that wasn't mean-spirited at all. You're gaslighting the guy.
Where's
you know,
the
into thinking
Moranium
there was
thing?
nothing wrong.
Oh, wait,
there's
it's over
nothing
here.
going on. That wasn't mean-spirited at all. Okay.
Yeah.
It's like Ethan would probably be like, "Oh, you're deleting the gold, you know, the juicy stuff." But ultimately, it just didn't feel right to me. Maybe
See, that
in the
just
future I'll
raises
feel
more
like, I
questions
am
because
kind
she
of being
can't keep her origin story straight.
validated a little bit because I'm realizing, like, oh yeah, like Ethan is like fucking posting on his story.
Engage! Thank you, UNF. W1. 34 months at tier 1 for 35 months. Big ups. Let's give a shout out. She's like the Joker. She is! She is the Joker. She's got a dozen origin stories, can't keep her timeline straight. You don't know what's real and what's not. You don't know what's fact or fiction, what's existing in reality, and what's just schizophrenic nonsense in her head. Gobbledygook, whatever. That's true. And Idubbbz is like Batman. If I guess if he never recovered after his parents dying.
1,000 live viewers, and they're not all incels. Like, this is crazy. This is crazy.
It makes sense. Anissa's sabotaging
like, this fixation
Ian.
on the term incel. You guys know it's not 2019 anymore, right?
They love to say
you know
incel.
It's 2025.
It's out of
and the
style, you
discourse
guys.
has
I'm just
moved
gonna say
on
it.
somewhat from that. But it's the be-all, end-all. They're hyper-fixated on it because they got felted by the OnlyFans thing, and Ian was revealed to be a cuck. So the idea of incels is just living rent-free in their mind because they have to come up with some justification for the backlash against it, and in their minds, just, well, everybody who disagreed or made fun of me was an incel. No, they just were laughing at you being a pathetic simp and a cock, Ian. That's what happened.
Like, that's what the fight
I guess
is.
only
didn't realize
incels
we were
have
at
a
that
sense
level.
of humor.
I don't know. I think I went in expecting something like a little bit more, you know, a gentleman's game. You know?
I tip my fedora to you, good sir. I was expecting a gentleman's game, Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, you have failed to give me the gentleman's game that I expected.
Man, I have
Look,
not
his
fucked
whole
with the
incel
augments as
thing.
much as I
Do you
should.
think these leftists who are simping for Palestine,
But I do so much damage right now on my skill. I feel like it's
and
not
all this shit are
even
getting mad.
They're
necessary.
getting laid left, right, and center. No,
What do I
they're
need for
not.
this?
That's the reason they're feminists
I can't
in the
even
first
make-
place
oh,
is because they're
I
desperate
can't even
for
make
a
any of
crumb.
these
And
besides
they're
the first
hoping
one.
That by virtue signaling politically that someone will sleep with them, but it never ends up working out that way.
And they also
say, man,
if you
I hated having to get materials for that shit, so I gave up. It just... I don't have a problem with the gameplay per se, but some of the systems here seem very auxiliary in that I assume much of this is only really relevant if you're doing the endgame shit, which I presume by the end of the game is just you doing the 2 raid bosses with your squad members, and that's when shit like this is really important. But for just doing, you know, the basic bitch story and the quests, I haven't seen a need at all in my 100 hours to be like, oh god, I gotta go worry about my augments and my battle traits. Dinger, if Israel sent you a Khazar Milkers GF, how quick would you add Zionist ideology to your content? Would you drip feed us or go hard? If it's like Ben Shapiro's sister, I would turn real quick.
I don't know, first fucking 20 are probably all like painfully average, you know, comments. But if you get into
Dingy needs Khazar Milkers.
What does the internet think about this video? You sort of undo-ist or whatever you want to do. You're gonna walk away thinking that like the internet hates it. Like everyone hates the video.
Because the internet does hate the video, and all the points were.
See, look at this. All this good shit requires stuff from the raid boss. Telethia, that's one of the 2 raid bosses. So like, I can't even begin to care about any of this until, you know, I start doing the raids.
Actually beloved by everyone. This is crazy, Cope.
Even Noah's people are shitting on him right now.
Bad.
What a Cope.
I betrayed my friends. I, you know, wanted to make a quick buck. Whatever.
The like this
Pick up and lead. Milk. Welcome in, Ann.
Is crazy.
Ann, who will be racing in the Mario Kart 8 Deluxe Race War Send-Off Spectacular for Memorial Day weekend. The last laps before the Switch 2 in Mario Kart World. Tomorrow. The chips are on the table. Who will get felted? Who will win big? Who will cross the finish line? Who will be the last horse across that finish line? Who will be the last one laughing?
Read the comments, all the comments.
He's so valid for that. I agree.
98% of the.
Of course, I would go for the Khazar Milkers. Like, look, I got a Shy Guy in my Milkers right now.
Not much of a vibe. They are going to go to the comments.
We all know how YouTube works. None of us here are retarded, okay?
And they're going to, you know, use that as a template for how they should feel about it. Not in all cases, but, you know, they want to have an understanding. They want to be.
I do got to clock in tomorrow, Ann, so I probably won't be there when you guys start. But don't let me hold the party. I will show up eventually.
Well, I guess that's how I'm supposed to feel about it, because he doesn't have independent critical thought. He's
Do not
able to
restrain
analyze
yourself
things
from
for
having
himself
fun
and
on
form
my
his own
account.
Opinions. He can only go along with what the herd is saying, and that's
I have
why
the
it bothers
overlays
him so
already.
much. All of
I just
the
had to
nasty comments
fine-tune
and
and,
dislikes
you know,
on the
move some
video,
sources around,
because the herd
change some
disagrees
dimensions
with his
here and
video,
there, but I'm
and
ready to
that
go.
shatters him because he feels like
That's why
he
I was
needs
a little
to be
late
a part
tonight.
of the winning side or the winning team. It's very pathetic.
Captain, because I think a lot of people, that is like a.
I think he overreached here, though. And I think the reason he overreached was because of Anissa and her love for Hassan.
It's important, you know. I want to know what people are thinking about video, generally speaking.
Oh, but not when it's your video. It doesn't count. Yeah, okay.
But I think we're in kind of a.
I don't know.
Oh, but
new era like this might.
We're in a new era where comments actually aren't real. Okay.
Be, you know, just maybe a left versus right in commentary or something. But I think there's a big force of really loud people in the comments, and they scare people away. And especially.
No, don't worry, Idubs. That's just the vocal minority.
Cope alert! Cope alert! Cope alert! Yeah.
Some may say they're stronger than the silent majority.
To embrace the video and praise it as a masterpiece, but then they were just scared off by the mean, nasty brigading trolls. Come on.
I believe it's brigaded fast and quickly, like within the first 24 hours of it being uploaded. The choice to have Hassan in the video. That's another thing that I noticed in the comments is, I think there were so many people. Like, that was a very active choice on my part. I was like, I think a lot of people are like, oh, you're such a bitch for having this guy in your video. I'm like, no, I think I would be a major bitch if I didn't take a fucking stand and had this guy in my video. Because I think a lot of them come from this place.
Idubs had to take a partisan position on all of this and side with Hassan and take on all the baggage of Hassan and all of his political opinions and all of his friends like Frogan and Denims and everything that he had to bring that on to himself.
This reminds me of the Mario Brothers underground music.
Denim. What you did. Because now everybody knows, okay, it's obvious you're clout chasing Hassan. It's obvious your wife made you do this because she's horny for Hassan. And it's clear.
She's horny!
Instead of it being, oh, okay, well, there was a dispute between iDubbbz and H3, and iDubbbz is giving his opinion on it. It just immediately was, okay, so this guy's in the bag for Hassan. And that's why it was a bad rhetorical choice, Ian. But it was never about that. It was about clout chasing Hassan.
You need to appeal to the most, like, wild. You need to cast your net so fucking wide. And I think the expectation was, like, be on your own island. Do not, like, you know, you should be afraid of associating with these people. And I didn't want to do that because
You should actually.
I don't know why you would want to associate with them, and I know he doesn't want to. It's Anissa telling him to.
I think that is like that's super weak in my mind. I'm like, no, I fucking agree with a lot of the things that these creators have to say. Like to disinclude them would be just a fucking wimp move in my mind. So I think
what's going on with, if you want to talk about the creator clash stuff, I know you said you stepped away.
Oh my god.
So iDubbbz doesn't bring it up himself.
Opening the wound.
You know, like 50 minutes in the last 10 minutes of this interview, Noah has to bring up Creator Clash 3. Great.
Well, it doesn't seem like he wanted to talk about it.
Good. I mean, I feel free. You know, I want to be able to fucking say what I want.
He feels free.
You know, I'm not worried about.
Oh yeah, he is so free right
other
now.
people in weird positions or whatever. So I feel good. I hope that success.
You already put them in like the worst possible position you could, and now you fucked off. You're like, well, I'm not doing it anymore. You ruined the event. You totally crashed the event with no survivors. We still don't know if the event's even still happening, if there's a main event, if it's being postponed. We have no idea what's going on, and it's like a month away. So
it's not. I think they're gonna pull the plug, bro. I think it's over.
Yeah.
You know, there's something
inverse
up
question
here.
is, what does it be like to see people, I guess, celebrating that that a charity event might fail because you're the one who started it?
We stop saying charity event when it's not a real full-on charity
There's nothing
event.
charitable about it.
The last event lost money. Okay, and
they had to do a completely separate live stream to raise the charity money that they were meant to donate in the first place.
We're going to charity. It was only a separate fundraiser, which was only able to raise any money once Hassan came in anyway, which goes to show that the whole thing was unnecessary and it was a total vanity project. And just, you know, you look at Noah Sampson's stream, did he have to do a boxing event to raise $430,000 that week? No, he didn't. It was all a vanity networking project for iDubbbz to invite out Hassan and other influencers to have a big special gala and network and feel like important people. That's what it was about.
And by the way, yes, I think that charity fundraisers should be called out if
I assume I meant to look for all this stuff the right way after I learned how to fly.
Vanity project bullshit.
Well, it's a clear shield from criticism.
Yes.
What it is it's really no different than like indulgences in the 15th century or whatever, where you pay money to the church to get into heaven. Basically, these fuckers fuck up. iDubbbz says the NF combo, and so now he is doing charity to whitewash his reputation. It's not really charity if it's benefiting you like that. It's not really charity. You're doing it for a specific purpose, which is to get PR, and not because you're giving out of the goodness of your heart or to truly help a cause. It's to help you.
Yeah, by the way, the next content cop is on the ADL.
Yeah.
Is it? Is that a joke?
He would never have the balls in a million years.
Okay, is it as a joke? I was gonna say.
You know what? If iDubbbz did a content comp on the ADL, we'll forgive him.
It sound right.
We'll forgive him. He goes in on it all. Oh boy.
Yeah, I mean,
like a full hog on it.
You won't.
You know, if they want to fucking blame me again, it's
content cop JQ. Content cop Holocaust. iDubbbz is telling us all about the wooden fucking doors and shit. I mean, I don't know. We're not really that far off from it, to be honest, buddy. We're not that far off.
And Frank reviews her fucking diary.
Like, oh, look, guys. What about the ballpoint pen? You know, like...
fucking, like, it makes me so mad because I'm like, fucking, like, do and say whatever to me specifically, you know, like hurt me and my wife as much as you want, you fucking losers. Okay. But yeah, I mean,
sounded like he was gonna cry there.
So what he's actually
okay?
doing here, he's trying to do reverse psychology by saying it doesn't bother him when they attack him and his wife, which it obviously does. And he's saying, no, it really bothers me more when you attack the charity event. So he's trying to do is get people to attack
he tries
the
to deflect to the charities so much.
It would bother him more for them to attack the charity event.
Nope.
It's not gonna
it's like he's using it as a shield.
Nope.
I feel like
charity.
You know, and then he's saying,
guys, you can't make fun of me because I raise money for charity. What the fuck? That's not a defense from criticism. Imagine if for every time a viewer in the chat A-logs me, I just say, okay, but like last year I rose 1K for charity, so like that makes you evil. Haha, I win.
You do.
What do you think about that, Bish?
Okay?
You attacked the guy who raised money for kids with cancer.
Yeah,
You're
I feel like
heartless.
that's another case.
You're gonna go to hell,
when
Bish.
you go into drama with a whole group of people and they battle you, it's like, well, you're asking for it.
Hey, Century Slayer and
Ask them to
Scrumbles.
die.
Like,
We
at
attack
least I
people
could
online,
kind
we
of see the
battle people
argument
online,
if you're
right?
criticizing
Do you think
literally
that
the
we're
kid with
surprised when
cancer,
people go after
but
us?
you're
Like,
just
oh
criticizing
my
the
God,
guy
you attacked
who was the conduit for those kids with
You
cancer
have to
getting money.
respond,
Of which there are probably many people raising money for kids with cancer. You're not special. You're not the only person raising money for kids with cancer.
He's not made for this.
Yeah, sounds like a
let's
real
be
philanthropist.
And it's not going to be very much longer before he's completely shutting down even these limited appearances. He's going behind the paywall, and he's probably hiding there for the rest of the summer.
Oh, yeah.
At minimum,
They already are with the
especially
podcast.
Once the crackdown does
The
start to
podcast's
happen,
always
if
been
it
behind
does
the
happen
paywall.
on Twitch and other platforms.
And again, that's
you
why only
really-
PP watches
once-
it.
The reason he's joined this side is because
He doesn't even
thinks that
pay
it's the
for it. People
inevitable
give him the
winning side.
episodes.
He thinks that it's the cool, badass, winning, powerful side, and that the victory of Hassan and his orbiters is inevitable. But it's not. He really thinks that nothing will ever change and that they're always going to be celebrated.
There's gonna be
Whenever you
something up
go
here.
into politics, especially extreme politics like
Oh.
he's doing, you stand to lose an awful lot. So you better actually believe that shit, because bad times can happen. And he's about to experience
this?
bad times. I don't know what to tell him. He bought in at the wrong time.
Behind the iron paywall.
The personal is transcending any semblance of things that are important, or like any principles of like, what was the charity for? Like cancer research?
Oh, this is the
I don't
timer
remember.
I was looking for.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
like
stand up to
cancer is bad. Comes below. I don't like this guy, and I'm going to talk about not liking this guy before I talk about cancer's bad.
It's ridiculous.
Listen,
It's just
we don't
it's
get like
just ridiculous.
we don't feel bad. We don't feel bad at all.
So just to explain what their position is. So if Benjamin Netanyahu starts raising money for cancer, are you not allowed to criticize the genocide going on in Gaza?
Whoa.
Or, you know, if a Zionist is raising money for this charity or that charity,
Would I go
you can't
pro-Palestine
criticize
for
their
a package
views?
deal with Frogan and Denims
Obviously,
as
they
if
don't
why
believe
Islam
that.
allows it? No.
It's just very pathetic. the way
Frogan
they're
looks like
framing
Thomas'
that.
tank
Great
engine,
point, by the
and
way.
Denims looks like she
But I
stinks.
kind of like the half and half. I don't think I'm going to keep it.
That's good. I've seen there's a lot of creators, a lot of.
I know I used that same comment for Anissa, but it just seems really prevalent over in that camp.
You think you will?
iDubbbz is talking about
You look like you
dying
don't
that little
wash,
hair
sweetie.
He has like Noah Samson's hair, the half blonde.
Oh, great.
Oh, come on.
I hate to break it to you, but you aren't part of even their club. Okay?
Oh, man.
They all hate you.
Will you ever dye the buzz?
I could do that, yeah. When I was
the-
younger, it was a big fad
How did I
in
miss
Southern
this?
California to bleach your hair, and I think I want to go back there, especially
You
with
could do
buzz cut.
something with bleach. Sorry, cut that out, Flake.
Oh, because I need the archaeological
Yeah,
skill.
like
Okay.
Yeah. Although my hairline's kind of receding a little bit, so I don't know. Like some of my hairline will disappear even more.
it's
Dry shampoo and everywhere deodorant. Oh.
He's bald. It's gone. It's just look at him there. Look at him there. He's trying to.
Apparently she's gonna try to sue
He knows
H3.
right where the hairline is at.
I'll believe it when I see it.
Their hairline's like
These
right
fucking
here.
e-celebs always talk about suing each other. Nothing ever comes out of it.
Oh
The
man.
whole front face is
Bleach
gone.
blonde, I think. It's a little too similar to my skin color.
Yeah, I respect that because I'm worried about my hairline. It's already high
Look
up,
at him.
but
He's covering the shave. He moved the headphones to cover the comb of his hairline.
in a buzz with
Oh.
fine. It's it looks good on you.
She
know?
did?
It sounds like it would be very
Refunded
scary, but you
everyone's
rock it,
money?
So. One last question. Did you send?
Sounds like he's scary.
Last I heard, she was having second thoughts, but then decided to go through with it again.
But you rock it, but he did not in fact rock it. That's so funny what he just said. Petty.
You rocked the receding hairline? Is that what he just said?
No, bring it back. It's actually so
Sounds like it-
petty.
You rocked the receding.
Feels like she's just capitalizing on the attention siphoned
It
from
looks good.
the big
Rock the
video.
buzz with the receding hairline. It's it looks good on you. You know, it
I just
sounds
like
like it would be
Frogan.
very scary, but you're
They're just
okay, so-
all trying to weaponize the attention from iDubbbz's video.
One last question. Did you send the skulls?
Wake up, Ethan! Wake up, Ethan! Wake up, Ethan!
Which, you know, as Anissa was seeing this, she was ripping her fucking hair out of her head. Like, no! He fumbled it on the very last question and just wrecked the whole appearance. Okay, now it's time. We're gonna go into the bog. So iDubbbz and Anissa, they recorded, and I'm gonna be real. This is the most infuriating and obnoxious they have
Doesn't
ever
seem
been.
fair to fight this guy in the robot.
So go to Bog May 23rd.
Party members don't
We're
seem
gonna
to
start
agree,
there,
yeah.
and then the other two, we may want to open another tab to go to our resource materials.
Okay.
So we have resource materials.
Like, you want me to have it open like right now?
Maybe, yeah, because I'm not sure if we should go to the housing PowerPoint. Like, oh my God, I don't know. As we do it,
maybe.
Hey, Snow.
Or if we should wait until
Yeah, we missed the
after we
JF
do
segment.
The whole thing.
JF was arguing with Facebook why-nots over some developments with his potato wife.
I'm not.
Basically, his potato wife may have become a monk. She may actually still be alive, but actually she's a monk now. I'm not making any of this up. She may unironically be a monk. And we missed the Styx segment. How's that dude not in prison? Bullshit. I'm not fucking with you. That's his new argument. The Facebook why-nots, the true crime why-nots found out about his case. So now they're looking into him and pressing him. And he's, for some reason, going on their 10 to 20 viewer live streams on YouTube to go debate and debunk them. They had a very small segment about this a few weeks ago. But now the new story is that he had an anonymous tip. Guys, I have received an anonymous tip telling me that Mama JF is alive and she's in Alberta and she's a monk now going under a Buddhist spiritualization. Now, you know, the Buddhist temple is very public. So the why-nots investigating this mystery, getting to the bottom of the deep lore, called up the temple, and the temple said, well, you know, due to our policies, we cannot tell you that she's here. We can tell you that she's not here, but if she was here, we would not be able to tell you. So basically, it was a confirm. We cannot confirm nor deny. So she may unironically have actually survived in the woods, like this super. Because JF for the longest time was calling her a JF, not JF. She was calling her like a James Bond, you know, secret agent 007, able to survive in the woods on her own. So if this is true, she survived in the woods for months, then decided to go on a quest for spirituality, and is now a monk. She's probably bald, hairless in this temple, locked away. I don't even, can women even become monks? What's the lore on this? Is this, well, even if it wasn't the case before, we are in the modern era. It's probably completely kosher for women to be monks now if they wanted to. But this is a story that JF was peddling on this live stream with these why-nots, and look, suffice to say that why-nots don't believe it. They just don't. But, you know, they called up the temple, and that was the explanation they were given, that, you know, no, we can't tell you if she's here, and if she was here, you know, we still couldn't tell you. But thank you for calling. And then it turns out the temple itself has its own controversies because they're trying to expand, and, you know, they're expanding too quickly, and they're pissing off the general populace because, you know, they all live on the same island. And yeah. I'm gonna be honest, I don't think she's a monk. I think she's rotting in the woods. I think everyone believes that. But that's the update there. He seems very insistent. Even though this story seems to contradict the past versions of the story that he's told already. But don't question it. Don't question your eyes and ears, chat. Believe, but you gotta listen and believe. JF sounding kind of base. Imagine if DSP went on 20 viewer streams to debunk DSP joining this stream, for example. Ralph did that with RPG Feezer, RPG TV, Teddy Feezer. well, a few years ago, he would go on. See, Feezer was running up like 10 viewers on Trovo. It was either Trovo or DLive or Entropy, one of these other sites that isn't Rumble or Kick or Odyssey, because it was post Stream.me, but it was pre-Kick era. So it was like DLive, Entropy, or Trovo. And he was arguing with Teddy Feezer because Teddy Feezer was A-logging him. This was before they became brothers in arms. JF Shamalama Ding Dong, yeah. There's something else I wanted to say about that. Oh, dude, I lost my train of thought. But for that's the story for the most part.
For being part of the show here, guys. All
Mr. Jomha, tear down that paywall.
They look like they're having a tough time.
Oh, they
look like they're having a tough time, aren't they?
Oh, man.
All right, let's check it out.
Canadian.
By the way, so Ashley, as you said earlier before the break there, you said this is the most insufferable they've ever been.
I think so.
That's a crazy statement, you know that, right?
No new Synthetic Man news? Not really.
Okay.
He's playing Tainted Grail today.
I actually personally found this to be the most obnoxious and insufferable.
Which I thought was a Soulsborne clone, just hearing the name, but apparently it's a Skyrim clone.
Go.
Canadians are. I love you if you're Canadian. But
whoa, buddy.
She loves us.
She loves the show.
She loves us. She loves the show.
She said that. You heard her.
But get ready for this.
We, as Canadians, have no fucking clue.
Listen.
Okay, how...
You haven't been in Canada in a while. We don't claim you. You're gone.
You know, Anissa doesn't even live here anymore.
Yeah.
She hasn't lived here in years and years. But she's going to tell us how it is for every Canadian. Okay.
We?
Bad? Things
Game
can
looks
get.
cool. I played over 100 hours of
Okay.
Oblivion now, so I
How
might hold on Tainted Grail.
bad things can
I did
get
watch him play a little bit of it. It looked
if
alright.
We like keep going down the woke
where are my
baby
skills
America,
at?
baby racist America line of thinking, because I feel like
Listen to this. Like,
Dinger Synthesized Man came in the chat right now. I asked you to add him on Discord to argue live on stream about his lolicons. Would you do it? No.
They were baby racist America. Is she not aware that there was just an election in Canada where the Liberal Party won a massive majority? They won a massive majority, and the Conservative Party was completely rebuked, and the whole election was basically a referendum on whether Canadians supported Donald Trump and his tariffs and his plans to make Canada the 51st state. At least that's how Carney framed it, until it turned out he had actually dropped all of the tariffs before the election even happened and kept that a secret, which is crazy. But Anissa, what are you talking about? Like, how can Canada be like a baby Hitler, baby racist country when it's like, I don't know, almost half non-white? Like, I don't really understand. what
Almost
she's
half.
talking.
No, you mean it's...
By the way, it's the me. Ken has gifted 100 subs.
Did It's a Me Ken stop donating to Phil completely? They just make the full transition over to Kino.
Thank you. Thank you.
Whatever, like it.
God Ranger, It's Me Ken with these big arms. No, seriously, guys, thank you from the bottom of our hearts. Thank you.
Just lives in a delusional alternate reality where Canada is this horrible, racist, oppressive place. Now, I've never been to Alberta, so maybe it is like that, but I really doubt it, okay? You know, where I'm from in Ontario, it's certainly not the case.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
A little warhog looking thing didn't stand a chance.
Drop everyone. Even if you can only do one or two stuff, I get it. That angers me more, though, to be honest. I need the 100 sub bombs, but thank you guys. We really appreciate it. All right. Woo. Okay, here we go.
a lot of Canadians are like looking at media in America and they're like, that's how I should be.
Yeah.
And that's really causing a lot of problems. I think they think things are way worse.
But hang on.
Anissa, you don't live in Canada. You don't know how
You don't even
bad
know
it
what's
actually
happening here.
is. She has no clue.
If you go to Walmart and you find a white person, it's like finding gold in a field. It's crazy.
Like I even like looking for homes and stuff. Like very smart.
I mean, like the $1 million. Everything's $1 million home now. By the way,
Listen to what she's saying. She says very smart people say that Canada's housing is expensive.
Probably should not have disagreed with them.
But Anissa knows better than those very smart people. She's gonna tell us how affordable it all is.
Even like looking for homes and stuff. Like very smart people in Canada that I've talked to are like, home prices are ridiculous.
They are.
And you can buy like a really nice house in
Dude, I'm
Edmonton,
just
like
bullying
a big house
this
in like an
pig-looking
okay
thing.
neighborhood for like $400,000, $350,000.
I'm launching him into the
I'm
sky.
not sure if you're aware of this, Anissa.
With diameter.
But Edmonton is not all of Canada, okay? Edmonton is actually the cheapest, aside from Regina and Saskatoon, which coincidentally are also like the most conservative provinces, Saskatchewan and Alberta, okay? This is a serious outlier in the Canadian housing market. But Anissa believes since she's from Edmonton and home prices in Edmonton have stayed flat over the last 20 years, that they've stayed flat in the entire rest of the country. Let's just pull up this chart and show Anissa how incredibly wrong she is.
Hey, Knock.
This is so fucking Kino. We're at 55 seconds. Remember that, okay?
I saw the Nintendo stuff you bought. How was your trip?
Housing spurgery. That's funny.
Yeah, that's.
I'm trying to be a little vague here because I don't know if you want me to say anything that reveals too much, but I saw the pictures.
We can see. Oh my God, man!
Okay,
we can just see how
expensive.
Full of shit
You only bought 2 plushes. How much did it cost?
One here, all the way to 2024, and these spikes are going to be 2016.
In Toronto, back in 1999, the average home was $200,000. It's today now $1,090,000.
What the fuck?
I wonder if there was a different way to end that mission.
The average
I
home
really pissed
was
that
a
guy
little
off.
over $200,000 in
Oh, you got other stuff you didn't show?
It's now about one.
What's the cool? What all is the cool shit that's over there? Because I saw there was this little kiosk where you can make your own Joy-Con colors, and you can even get colors that aren't normally available to purchase at other retailers. And even your Joy-Con straps can have customized colors, which isn't something that you can get for a regular purchase anywhere else. You didn't see that? I thought I saw one of the IGN journos that show that off. It's possible you may have missed it.
They've stayed kind of flat over time.
The most conservative
the most conservative provinces tend to have the cheapest housing. It's just kind of funny. But you can see there, the price of housing has fucking went through the roof, Anissa.
It's a small store, though.
This isn't some magical fantasy that was invented. There's a reason why smart people in Canada are saying this. Now, the price of homes
I assume the exclusive merch is cool. I saw a lot of cool Pikmin merch.
What happens when the pricing of
a bit interesting because, you know, Pikmin doesn't usually get merch.
As you can see throughout
I guess Metroid got like a small wall, I suppose.
Were going up and up
I don't think, I'm going to say there's probably no Fire Emblem stuff.
Well, now you can see post-COVID, not only are the
Even though Fire Emblem has like a shitload of merch in Japan.
Interest rates are going through the fucking roof.
Zelda had a ton.
So
yeah, it makes sense.
Whammy. It's
on the fucking store window.
And by the way, in Canada, we don't have 20-year, 30-year
some
Splatoon.
Mortgages.
In Canada,
imagine Animal Crossing, Pokemon, Mario, obviously.
Fixed is 5 years.
You know, Kirby has like a little section for Kirby.
And then you have to renew at these higher rates. What? So people's mortgage payments are then going through the fucking roof. So if we have a look at Toronto, Anissa and iDubbbz want to pretend like the average working class Joe has any
the usual
chance
suspects.
in hell. Here you can see that the qualifying
no Fire Emblem merch. No.
To be able to purchase the average home in Toronto is $211,000 a year. And that's the mortgage payment being 32% of your income. Your average monthly mortgage payment is $5,651 in Toronto.
A month.
Oh, and by the way, the price to income ratio, the average income or the median income in Toronto is $92,000 a year. The home price is on average $1,090,000. It's an 11.8 times price to income ratio, which back in the day, my dad told me you'd go to the bank, they'd tell you, well, what's your salary, sir? Okay, well, 2.5 times that is what you're able to afford in a house. That's what you should be aiming for. It's about 6 times that.
If you're going to Canada,
But okay,
you're gonna have a bad
it's not
time,
just-
Dad.
Say it's not just Toronto. Have a look at Vancouver. It's even fucking worse. I'm pretty sure I have Vancouver as the next slide, or it's Hamilton.
Hamilton.
Hamilton. Okay. Average home price is Hamilton, Ontario, $829,000. An 8.7 times price to income ratio. The average mortgage payment, $4,295, and you need to make $161,000 a year to qualify. Next city.
And
That was a short mission.
And
I
Hamilton
don't accompany him.
Not great. Not great. Just so you know, okay? Here we
Here's
go.
Vancouver, where it's the worst in the entire country. The average home price
Canada has some of the worst people on the planet.
$184,000, meaning your average monthly mortgage payment is $6,134 a month, and you have
a lot of
to
you
make
guys are Canadian.
$230,000 to qualify for the average Vancouver mortgage. But that's Vancouver.
They're
Maybe
just some of the good
another
ones.
British Columbia city will be better. How about Victoria?
Yeah, looking at two of them. I
The
kind of wanted
average
to make
home
that
price,
joke, but I thought it would be too easy.
$856,000. You need to make about $166,000 a year to qualify for this mortgage. And the monthly mortgage payment, $4,437. Okay, well, how about Ottawa? This is a smaller city, less desirable city in Canada, in Ontario. Average home price still $628,000. Your mortgage payment $3,200. You need to make $122,000 a year. To qualify
The
for
schedule
that
lied
mortgage.
again.
Okay,
It
let's
sure
have a look at another
did.
city. Here's Halifax. So this is out in the Maritimes. No
I had
one
to,
wants to live here because there are no fucking
tweak the
jobs
overlay for
in the
tomorrow's Mario
Maritimes.
Kart thing.
But even still, the average home price
Which is gonna start without me. But I will
and you need
play
to
Mario
make about
Kart. It'll just be a little bit
$100,000
late.
a year to qualify for that mortgage. It's
Regular
not as
houses,
bad.
folks. Regular houses, not mansions. Okay. Edmonton.
And here's Edmonton. Do you notice a difference? So go to average home price. In Edmonton, $382,000. Do you see that that's $335,000 cheaper than the national average?
Yep.
But Anissa's going to tell us that everything is A-OK in the Canadian housing market because of this extreme outlier in Edmonton that just happens to be managed by the most conservative government in the entire country. Okay.
Saskatoon, $391.
This
for
is
the average home
actually one
price.
of the cheapest. Yeah, this is another one of the cheapest cities in Canada, which coincidentally also has a very conservative premier in the province of Saskatchewan. So this is the situation in Canadian housing, okay? We didn't use our feelings to come to these conclusions. We just had to look at the facts, Anissa, which you refused to do. But
Why
they're
did we
gonna
let
tell
her escape into her
there's
giant
nothing to worry
mech?
about, which is crazy to me from a leftist perspective to justify
Hey, Palm
these
Primus, you playing late
insane
means the others can
prices for
win.
homes.
True.
They're supposed to be the champions of the common man, the working class, and yet they're justifying the system and saying there's nothing wrong with this at all.
And remember, by the way, not
Hey,
only
if
are the
JC
house-
shows up, he'll
house
just steal
prices
first place.
Crazy, but food, groceries here are insane, folks. Like
yeah,
they're
and-
actually crazy. High prices.
Obviously, we would want JC to show up. He's the only one that gives me any
Yeah.
semblance of
It's
challenge.
very, very strange.
Yeah, and then this also means, by the way, that people have to get.
I'm just
fucking
glad to be finally done with
landlords,
a decade of
fucking
Mario
hated
Kart 8, you
landlords,
know?
Anissa, You stupid bitch.
Well, they are landlords. They talked about renting out their properties to other people.
Hey, Mr. Pun.
So it's
Revy the
But
cheater.
then she says she hates landlords, but it's rules.
Revy's
for
the
thee,
only one
but
that
not
cares
for me.
about the meta like that.
And it's just such a privileged perspective because even in Edmonton, where you only need to make about $76,000 a year to qualify for the average mortgage in Edmonton.
No, don't be mean
Anissa
to JC.
on her own would never earn an income to qualify for a mortgage.
Leftist sort of champions of whoever they feel is at the bottom. That reminds me of the Stone Toss comic. Yeah, we're gonna reference Stone Toss based, where the commie's like, I support the working class, and then the next panel is this fucking redneck going, yuck, 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 glad to have ya, and he just looks at the redneck with utter contempt and scorn.
Average Canadian and tell them that the massive cost of living crisis that we have in this country is all in their racist imagination. By the way, Silent Ones has gifted 25 subs!
Let's go.
Yeah, a toxic tournament. It's gonna be toxic once I hop on, I'll tell you that much.
Real Kev dog.
They sure do hate the people they claim to support, because this is the issue. The working class, the people who get down and dirty, the real nitty gritty, these kind of people that they claim to support, they typically don't vote, politically alongside them. It's politically expedient for them to support them for their perspectives and points of views, but in actuality, these people don't often vote alongside them. They don't see things as they do. Of course, their argument there would be that they're dented. They're not college educated.
Bad.
Brutal. Are you fucking kidding me?
Ground yourself a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Ground?
Yeah, how about you guys ground yourselves? Like they're speaking from the ultimate position of privilege as YouTube entertainers, which I recognize we are also. But I'm not about to tell people, oh yeah, it's all in your head that you can't afford a house.
Don't call them out on being classist or elitist. So it pretty much is bringing classism back.
Seems like it's super easy. It's
the different shade.
I don't even know what to say.
It's barely even a rebrand.
And 3 seconds.
It's literally just treating them as lower, even though they claim to support them, because they don't vote as they do.
How?
Is all I'm saying.
Yeah, that's fair.
Because you go down a slippery slope of alt-right weirdo.
Oh, it's alt-right.
Canada is not an alt-right country. Canada is very left-wing. Please stop! Stop!
So you're telling even liberals, even leftists who voted for Carney, that they're crazy for thinking grocery prices and housing's too expensive here. People are living in hotels, you whore.
Oh shit, which some Canadians
have. You know what they're doing, by the way? In Toronto, the solution...
Okay, see, I was wondering what these plague doctors were so obsessed about. Like, I rescued their people, and I just talk about Voltan. Like, the game doesn't explain what Voltan is. I guess I should have done this quest first. So they basically clean up and they detoxify all the toxicity around the joint.
Surprised. I remember not.
They're basically Jannies.
And I'm gonna be real. I removed some of the things that they said because my responses to it would not be okay.
Yeah.
Like I actually had to remove some of the stuff that they were saying because I didn't want it to come across as just entirely seething. But I guess we're past the point now. But they're basically saying that there's no impact of immigration to Canada other than that your Subway worker is Indian or that your Tim Hortons worker is Indian, which is a massive effect, by the way.
Yeah, I could have snitched on her, but fuck it.
Okay. But
they'll probably reward me in the long run for letting her do this.
The rent is going up because we're bringing in more demand for housing that we can't match the supply for. You understand? You want to know why people are struggling to get jobs? Because there's more people coming in to compete for very few positions.
I wonder if that's why they love Indians so much, because of the cast. I say Indians, but I will acknowledge that last part. We all know what they should really be called. What did he mean by that? Big ups to Jay Wasu. Don't you just love when an American talk about Canadian policies and class struggles? I also love when the exact opposite happens, when Canadians talk about American politics. Indians are at least honest about how they feel about others. Well, maybe when it comes to romance. And what I mean by that is just like when they ask to see Bob's and Virgin. Like they're just, you know, getting cut straight to the point. No pretense of foreplay there. Verbal foreplay.
Anissa, where even Mr. Trudeau, who you worship the ground he walks on, admitted there was a problem and that we had brought in way too many temporary foreign workers. But Anissa called it a good thing. It's just crazy. It's just crazy. These people have no idea what, like, they just don't live in the real world. I don't know what to say.
And I'll say this too. I am afraid to go to fucking Tim Hortons now. They
the Tim Hortons segment.
Get the orders right.
Yeah, that makes you afraid?
Get the orders right. I don't want to say too much because I'll sound, you know, the Carney rules Canada now, and I don't want to get in trouble. But let's just say the quality of our food and coffee has fucking tanked. All right?
All right. All right.
Because you're watching a house.
Yeah, that's all I'll say.
And this couple was looking for a house in like Ohio.
There is nothing we can do about the bugs in the coffee powder. It just happens. There's nothing we can do.
It may have been named Skibbity. Skibbity, Ohio.
Skibbity City.
Yeah.
Skibbity
City. But the homes were.
I mean, I don't want bugs in my coffee either.
Yeah.
So good for like.
I don't know if that would make me scared to step into Tim Hortons.
Pause.
Okay.
So,
I just wouldn't go there anymore.
He would never live there. Anissa would never live there. It's an undesirable area, which means there's horrible crime. There's no economic opportunity. There are no jobs there. Okay, this is some part of Ohio where it's just totally been destroyed. It's an area of the Rust Belt where industry
Right tends to deal with the real intangible. That always seems to be abstract in
the
Dreamers.
left there have turned to crime. But
Yeah, but it used to be kind of like,
you stupid racist.
I don't want to say the other way around, but
there
you see some of that in the right too, at least when it comes to stuff like the American Dream.
Undesirable.
Even going back into olden times, Manifest Destiny and whatnot.
Why don't they go
I guess,
live in
you know,
East
stuff like that
Cleveland? Why
also
don't they go
entails
live
like
in
the
Detroit?
real intangible. Actually going westward, westward ho.
Like it was like a fucking. I think I saw like a 4-bedroom, 2-bath house. That was just
Very
like,
much that guy. If you got bugs crawling all over your
painfully
place, I'm doing a 360 and walking away. That's not that.
Okay, anyway.
If you do a 360 and walk away, you will not, in fact, walk away,
to be
sir.
honest, if you, it's kind of epic. If you're not racist against immigrants, you can get a fucking awesome, affordable home.
It's not about being racist. It's about what
to that.
There are certain areas where certain people.
The framework allowed for all that said. Framework has been overburdened by all those unworkable dreams and good intentions. Yeah, I see what you mean.
It makes me so fucking angry. The only reason, Chuddy, that you can't afford a home is because you're racist.
Oh my god.
It's like just like this gross sense of idealism that isn't exactly practical.
Oceanside, California. Like this is a beach town. Like
With a bunch of rich whiteys.
Yeah, sounds beautiful. I would love to live there. Yes, we would all love to live in a fucking rich white area. Buddy.
Well, Josh has a point. He goes, this is really problematic. He's encouraging gentrification. It prices out the people of color. That's right.
Wow.
Very rich.
Yeah.
There are like
so rich and white that when we walked around with COVID masks on.
Listen,
in
pause.
2020.
You two fucking idiots. You're both rich and white. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. You're rich white people. But now get ready for this, guys. This is why this is so insufferable. Not only are they telling us that all of the cost of living problems, housing crisis isn't real, and it's only because we're racist that we're struggling, but then they're going to tell us that they were the real victims of COVID because people were shaming them for wearing masks. Meanwhile, where I lived, if you didn't take the vaccine, you couldn't go into a restaurant. You couldn't sit down at a restaurant. You couldn't go to a bar. You couldn't go to a movie theater. You were
Jeez, imagine being
from public
Canadian.
life. In order to go to the grocery store, you had to wear a mask. But they're
So depending on where you live in America, I guess it could be kind of draconian as well.
On the street, and they're the real victims of COVID.
That was Carl's bad.
Oh, well, I mean,
Which
it's
is
all this.
even worse.
That's, yeah.
Remember Phil was arguing
People were
Seattle
getting
may as well have been a
death
police
flares.
state
People
during
were like,
COVID.
Good. Good. That sounds like a fucking. That sounds like
what
heaven.
you deserve.
Sounds like
It's what
heaven.
you deserve.
You couldn't go to
Funny, I got
the gym without a
yelled at
mask.
at a rabbi for not wearing
When I
a
worked
mask.
retail,
I
we
was
did
like,
we did
fuck
have
you.
to
I was
ask that the
pissed. I was
customers
like,
wear
fuck you, suck my
masks.
dick. I'm like, do you have a mask? Oh, I don't have a mask. Well, how about have them if you're gonna fucking cry about me walking into your store to buy a fucking
It was not
milk,
worth
you
getting into
bastard.
arguments with the urbanite patrons, so I did enforce it.
Making it home from the store, it's like people were wearing masks on the fucking sidewalk, and it was just like enraging me. I'm like, oh yeah, where are we living? Where are we living? What's happening?
By the way, notice that they're not wearing the mask anymore. But why is that? COVID's still around. You could still get it. You could still die. Are you taking a vaccine every 6 months, guys? Like, come on.
Why couldn't people just DoorDash every meal? Yeah, I wonder why.
To wear it. It was a symbol to virtue signal what their political affiliation was.
Well, it's because the
and to show
stimulus
that they
checks
were
hadn't
good
hit them yet.
people.
Yeah.
But now that it's no longer fashionable, they no longer do it. And it's because there was no real threat. I don't know if we can even include that on YouTube still. But, you know, I don't know.
Yeah.
Flake's gonna have a devil of a time editing this one together.
Now, you mentioned COVID on YouTube, you get like a whole Wikipedia article under your video. Even if you would like agree about the popular mainstream opinions about COVID. I also had to deal with an old lady pestering me about getting a vaccine when I went in for skin cream for my infected hands. Really?
This is now officially.
Where's
the
your
worst take
Pfizer
they have.
card there, buddy?
This is actually unhinged what they're about to say.
Guys, this is gonna make you mad.
What?
And I might say something crazy.
It's on my
but-
face. Is that a problem?
Yeah.
If you own a Rolex, you deserve to be
Cerulean Raid! Big ups, Cerulean 86, the massive raid with a party of 15. Welcome to all the Kirby's, the Kerbros, the Kerbeans. What the fuck is the name for Cerulean Watchers? Welcome in. It's another Kino Casino restream as I quest about in Xenoblade while constantly breaking my giant robot that I have named Goontron. The purposes of referencing Goon. Let's give Serio a shout out. Let's get a clip shout out. I used to carry my vaccine card. I used to do it too because unfortunately the retail job I had was also get the jab or get fired. So I kept it in my wallet briefly. Pac-Man's original YouTube channel got nuked because of COVID. I think he was pro-vaccine too. He was allergic to those, so he was unvaxxed. Wah! It's a good thing he didn't get it. He's pretty old, right? And old people apparently didn't do well with the vaccine, especially early on.
Piece of garbage.
I agree. Piece of garbage. Never got the jab.
Hey,
Based.
what?
Wish I could say the same.
What?
I still get my semi-annual vaccine, wear a gas mask, and refuse to interact with my grandma. I'm doing my part to save the world. About one more.
Oh, Chihuahua. I'm looking up Chinchilla.
Canadian
Wait,
Kurt
I
said,
actually am Jade.
I have one dog, but
I'm
he's got
Jade.
crazy
I'm
You're
character.
Jade.
Walk him. I always get comments
You're
like, who's
dented.
walking who?
You're actually Jade.
Yeah, some dogs can be so energetic, right?
I'm thinking
flying
of
all over the place,
chinchillas,
and you're like, well,
Chihuahuas.
are we off for a stroll?
Chihuahua.
In all directions. I've seen
you're
that.
right.
Saru will be participating in the Mario Kart Last Laps Send-Off Showdown this Memorial Day weekend, tomorrow at, Rebsy said 12 PST, which should be 2 Central, 3 Eastern, I believe. The race will be off to the races for a race war, and it's going to be super cool, and you might be able to play. It's a 12-person lobby, though, so get there early, be there or be square.
Who the fuck
I will win, you will lose, you will lose,
That's what I'm
sir.
saying. They started like.
So what? I can't make money
Listen.
and buy something that's expensive.
Dual
to
stream
feel,
attempt,
it
but
should be
drinking
like,
will be
oh,
present.
whatever,
All
I
right.
earned this. No,
Big ups on the
what
dual
she's saying
stream.
here is total misinformation.
The send-out stream. It's just a send-out stream for Mario Kart 8.
BK or something
We're
like
done
that.
with Mario Kart 8. 10 years of Mario Kart 8.
$80,000. They
It's
do
gonna
not
get
start at
sunsetted. We're
$80,000.
never gonna play
They
it
started
ever
around
again.
$5,000 for the Oyster.
Ever
okay?
again.
That's the base model Rolex watch. All right. But they're gonna go even further.
I don't even need
And
to
they're
play it
gonna
ever
start to
again.
say
I
if
did
you
everything there
own
was to do in
something
that game.
costs
I
more
even
than
beat the developer
$1,000,
time
it deserves
trials.
to be taken
Those
off.
were like the earliest dingus
Not
streams.
wearing 80. Oh, so when he's filming Content Cop and doing a skit out.
Like that one clip I have where I sing that Arthur song, I think I'm gonna die. That was from those streams where I was doing the dev time trials.
Modern artwork. How much is? I mean,
Mario Kart
Like
64 night.
microphones,
That'd be fun.
Computer, his laptop.
I really
Hey, on
want
your
Diddy
wrist,
Kong
I
Racing to get added to
Has,
NSO.
by the way.
I know we could
a
just
class
boot it
signifier
up and
only.
emulate it, but it's a little bit more
so
meaningful when it's an
so
event like that.
What are those tattoos if not a class signifier? I mean, this is
Are
crazy.
we not allowed to buy nice things anymore? When I buy like a nice jacket,
No, you'll own
or
nothing and be happy.
watch,
Don't you?
or I fucking
Have
buy
you
an
not been paying
expensive-
attention to the
I
mantras
can't
for the
do that
past
now
5
because
years?
it's a class signifier to show I'm not fucking poor.
What about the gold tooth?
Yeah,
that's in
Dinger got the
Ian's
jab.
head?
This was him at his retail job for
that
minimum
was
wage
co-
plus $1
but it was
for being
completely
co-manager. It was
cosmetic.
not minimum wage plus
He didn't
$1.
need that gold tooth. That was a cosmetic choice. That didn't you just say that cost like $7,000, $8,000?
It wasn't pretty though.
Should somebody be allowed to just rip it out of?
Is this Mr. Sandman? Oh my God, it's Mr. Sandman.
Dr. Fauci,
Hey, Kamui.
give us vaccines. Help all the people who have been quarantined.
Kind of like, okay.
We'll wear our masks and
Can we just say it? He kind of has dingus energy. I disown this guy.
give us vaccines. Help all the people who have been quarantined.
I mean, I wouldn't do this. I love public speaking.
We'll have to stay distant. We'll wash our hands and we'll be more resistant. Fauci, yes? Promises, please.
His legs are shaking. Wait a minute. Okay, I wouldn't shake doing public speaking. He's not really a dingus and he's fake. Okay, can we zoom in? He is. He's scared. He's scared. Hey, look, SpongeBob. We're just gonna focus on his crotch.
Promises, please.
He's scared.
We'll have
He's embarrassed.
fight off this disease. Restrictions will lift with some ease. Dr. Fauci.
I just wanted to see his shaking legs. Oh my God, he died.
Waste of human life.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the ending there. This is by Crooks in Action. I imagine due to the ending, this is a re-upload and not by the original individual who recorded it. Not surprised that this took place in New York either. Suffa, New York? Suffa.
Nice phones, right, Ashton? That would look nice.
Yeah, look, let's be honest. He's a good kid. He was just steered the wrong way by the propaganda. He doesn't know any better.
$1,000.
Yeah, I don't want to wear a ring that's more than $1,000.
Because I'm like,
really?
Fucking.
Who's that for?
Such a concentration on your little dinky finger. It's like, yeah, just rip it off my finger, please.
But it's also like, who's that for?
Dr. Fauci
right?
was a heckin' hero,
It's for
Coggers.
your hard work that you worked hard and you bought something expensive.
Hey, look at Sigma from Mega
and
Man.
You're wearing it.
Anissa's trying to say that no woman in the world should have a pair of earrings or a ring or a necklace, any jewelry that's more than $1,000. How she came to this arbitrary number of $1,000 is what's justified. Who knows? They pulled it right out of their fucking ass. But meanwhile, they've got an $18,000 back tattoo piece. They've got a $10,000 modern art piece sitting behind
Hassan?
Ian.
How about Hassan and his clothing?
Hassan, $2 million mansion, $10,000 designer watch, designer clothes, designer shoes, designer belt. All of that's apparently totally okay.
Does this count as
but
rain?
you're not allowed to buy your wife a $5,000 wedding ring. Okay.
And to Shocker for 5 subs. Let's go. And Real Kev Dog 777 for a sub. And yes, Fred for a sub. Thank you for the big support. We really appreciate it, guys.
Like
I don't even want to wear. I don't even want to wear iPods.
I know. iPods.
What?
I think Dane is just being silly there.
No. They're actually, they don't know what an AirPod is. Like, they don't know. They don't know the name for it.
AirPods.
They're gonna struggle for about 3 minutes to come up with the term AirPods. Just get ready.
Listen, if we live in a world where you can't wear AirPods, we're not in a great world.
Or what is it? Ear plugs?
AirPods.
Earplugs.
No.
The white ones. What are they called?
Yeah.
Earbuds?
Earbuds.
Yeah, but like the white ones.
Like poor seed. Doesn't it sound like just poor, broke seething?
Well, I think that might be what it is. And, you know, they're talking about, so Ian at one point during that interview with, or actually it's during this, he talks about he was looking into Canadian cryptocurrency laws, like taxation on Canadian crypto. He was in the Noah interview, he was talking about how he was getting passport photos taken. So I don't know if they're planning on moving to Canada. And that's like why Anissa's talking about like the cost of houses in Edmonton. And maybe they're planning on moving to Canada.
Oh yeah, why would she be looking at that?
Canada?
You know,
And
they weren't thinking
why
about
they're talking
moving.
about this. I'm not actually sure, but I am Froggy Fresh for 5 subs.
How you doing, man? Nice to see you, bud. And
Hey, the
Bonnie
guy
Bloodworth
kicked from
for a
Creator
sub.
Clash
Thank
2.
you. That is Froggy Fresh. What's up, bud?
Well, we got TN in chat. He says, you can hear the contempt in their voices when they say white. The fact they're justifying house prices while clutching their pearls over the idea of a white person being racist for not wanting to live in a violent shithole proves what leftism is about. The economics are window dressing for blatant anti-white rhetoric. They want all white people to be as self-loathing as them. It's a crabs in the bucket mindset, except Ian and Anissa are on top pushing blue-collar whites back in. Very true. Very true.
Yep.
The i version.
Are they called iPod?
No, yeah, iPod Max, iPod Pro, iPod Pro Max. No. The earbuds that are from Apple that are white.
Apple ear. Fuck, man, I am out to lunch.
iBuds.
They're not called iPods.
Yes, you guys are out to lunch. Buy more hats for a sub. Thank you so much.
Buds.
I know.
Aww.
I don't know what they're called.
Ian, if you rented out your friendship, you could call it iBuds.
Oh my
fucking, that's
good. That was terrible.
That was a good one.
Fuck yeah.
Phones? I'm surprised that we're both kind of blanking on the actual
Maybe
name
you're
of the
right.
Don't worry, I'm asking the AI.
Oh, he's asking ChatGPT.
AirPods.
Oh, good.
AirPods.
Most of the stuff that like is hip that you guys talk about is usually linked to me by someone. I don't know how this gets found.
Yeah.
Maybe we
How does this get
send-
discovered?
I was gonna say, like, maybe we send your friends everything that we want to talk about. Over.
Or you cut out the middleman because you're my friend.
I'm so mad right now. Like I hate her. I'm actually everything she's saying is making me like want to like rage.
Friends.
That's how some people feel about you, Whiskey.
Wait a
I don't really want my friends to be like telling me, "Did you hear what Ethan Klein said?" That would annoy the hell out of me, I think.
I thought they were already doing. Oh shit.
You know, the offer still stands if you.
Oh, you want me to message
Wanna-
you what Ethan Klein said?
No, I'm just saying if you want to share things with me, go for it.
Okay.
Okay.
This is so awkward and
You
weird.
don't have devilish stuff on your phone.
Actually,
This is terrible.
Listen to this. Listen, Anissa goes, you don't have devilish stuff on your phone? Now listen to this.
Look at my phone.
Funniest thing.
You don't want to look at my phone?
Anissa goes, you don't want to look at my phone. And then Dane's like, what? And then you just move on past it. It's like, no, I'd like to know. Anissa, What is on your phone? What do you mean by that?
What? Wait. She's sending dirty pics to other men.
Is that what it is?
In bad faith. Thank you so much.
Ian took me to a gun range once. I hated it. He made me touch a gun.
Oh yeah, conservative. Yeah. Oh,
damn. Oh man.
It's only level 25.
A vampire, you know.
Really mad at him.
This is
and
a
then he made fun
different
of
time when iDubbbz wasn't cocked and he wanted to go to the gun range and shoot, dragged Anissa there.
I wish.
And then made fun of her for being scared of the guns. What happened, man?
I wish there was a
me for it.
Oh yeah, I remember you telling me about that, Ian. You said like I missed smiley face or something, and then I didn't.
Whoa,
yeah.
That's what I was gonna say.
Pretty funny from Dave. I'm not gonna lie, I love that.
Starting to get on board with this weird fucking woke ideology.
He's woke.
Go ahead.
Because recently, when I was like anxious, I found out I only do this when I'm anxious.
Okay, there it is.
But as I'm going on
So,
walks,
that piece of crap that iDubbbz has behind him, that eye sculpture, was $10,000. What? But you're not allowed to have a luxury watch or a ring worth more than $1,000. But they're allowed to.
Oh yeah.
Definitely not a decadent waste of money. That's definitely not capitalistic excess at all.
Oh, I got
and like
so upset.
I'll rip it off and start fucking like
dismembering it, like torturing this elite.
I'm not torturing it. It's a fucking plant, but I'm doing it, and I'm
Didn't we have that scientific report come out lately that actually plants can feel pain? Did I just imagine that?
She's seething. She's seething, and Ian will disagree with her on anything. Ooh, there's those eyes.
And I'm,
there's those classic I'm fourth wall breaking seethe eyes. She hates him. She hates him so
You're right. Oh shit,
realizing
suffer,
that I wouldn't
Ian.
normally do that, and it is like I don't like being unnecessarily destructive. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Big up Suki Wookie.
And
Knock, I acknowledge your comment, Knock, even though I can't read it on stream.
I was trying to be nice about it because my brain, for some reason, as I've gotten, I think I've gotten more into like Buddhism.
Buddhism, like James Potato. She's gonna become a monk. Anissa the monk. She's already bald. No, wait, Ian's the one that's bald. Anissa could go bald.
Buddhism.png from the folder.
Okay,
I don't really think Anissa understands what a lot of Buddhist teachings are.
Maybe she actually is bald. Her hair's a toupee.
This really says it all. The country dominated by a woman is to be despised. And so is to be despised is the being who becomes dominated by the power of a woman. Who's that? Who's that describing? It's the cocked, the raped Ian Jamha. Ooh, it is impossible that a woman should arrive at the full enlightenment of a Buddha or become a universal sovereign.
Yes.
There it is.
I think
maybe I should become a Buddha. Maybe I gotta become a monk now.
Him and the
based. Yeah.
There's like a lot of Eastern religions, and like one of the coolest things about that is like everything is made of the same thing.
Oh, you fucking bitch. You don't know anything about anything.
Oh man.
I'm on board with. But it's the same reason I bite my fingernails and
Get ready for this one.
Fingernails.
rip the skin
This
off.
might be the most humiliating part of all for Ian.
I feel like we've known about Lance feeling pain for years. I remember when the article came out, it was getting circulated everywhere, getting a lot of traction. As though when it was reported, it was news.
Shit out of his fingernail.
Rip the skin off my fingers and all this sort of
And
stuff.
He never. It's so interesting because you'll be in the middle of it, and I very kindly, because like he wants me to stop him when he's in the middle of it, so I very kindly like tap him or whatever, or touch him very lightly, and you fucking jump out of your skin like you just got caught like jacking off or something every single time.
May 1st?
It doesn't matter how many times I've.
Is that normal and healthy? Like, sounds like he's traumatized, and Anissa is his abuser, doesn't it?
Yes. Buddy, you're biting your nails till the skin and blood comes up. I'll occasionally be like this, but very occasionally, ripping off your fucking nails, your skin. He's nervous always.
It gets worse though, because Anissa came up with a strategy to stop him from biting his nails.
Okay.
Done it to him. Like, I'm like, hey,
Look
babe.
at him go.
Like, very gently. And he's like, oh my God. Yeah, okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Every time.
Going back in.
There was a good period
Going back
where I
in
would buy my nails.
When you were
in
painting your
time.
Stop. Stop.
Oh no! Oh, the humiliation continues for the cocked and the raped, buddy.
When you were
So she just blurts it out. So Anissa's solution to Ian biting his nails was to paint his nails like a little sissy girl. And he didn't bite them anymore because he didn't like the taste. Well, now they're letting him know you're going to have to start painting your nails again, iDubbbz.
Some growth.
Yeah.
I had some growth.
Yeah.
I need to get back to painting my nails.
No!
Guys!
No!
We can't felt them harder than
man.
this.
Oh, it's so over for Ian, bro. It's done. It's done.
All right.
Painted.
Like,
It's a common strategy to stop people from biting nails. Granted, it doesn't have to be paint.
You know?
Just dip them in a bowl of lemon juice.
I say you mean.
I mean, it wouldn't work for me because I like lemon.
Look at this.
Why would they think that? You know? I wonder why. It's crazy.
I want to say such horrible things right now.
Right here. I hate ChatGPT. I think it's the worst.
So now
thing
she's
ever.
She hates all
AI.
AI. She's like these blue sky kids that Saru keeps talking about.
Bitch.
It's annoying to me.
Never trust
He
a man
loves
that
it. He
paints
uses
their
it every
nails.
fucking day.
Agreed.
I kind of lament. Lament, is that the right word? It pisses me off that you're.
No, you shouldn't
categorizing
trust
me
a
in this
man
way.
with a shit ton of dirt under his
Pretty sure
nails
that's not how
either.
you use the word lament.
Like, just
I
clean
love
your
it.
fucking nails.
Ian, you literally asked
I don't love it. It's just
This
like
is every day of his life.
Wait, I got it.
Wait, Zukiwiki says there's clear bat tasting nail polish or whatever it's called. It's the coating they use on Nintendo Switch cartridges.
ChatGPT. Because it's someone for talk to. That's not
And
annoying.
the real thing to know is that we'll switch to cartridges have the coating.
Talks about it every.
The bitterment.
Talks about it every day.
Oh, by
She's
the way,
jealous.
we got Sneedberg, Stein Goldman for $50.
The fuck?
Says, Happy Pizza Day! Jews rule, long live Zion.
Let's
we got Fat Ass Cat for 10. Anissa is
What?
so out of touch, it's insane.
Cat's fat.
Even saying
She's
300K for a
fat.
house is cheap is absurd. 300K is a hell of a nice house and unaffordable for most blue-collar people anywhere in the Midwest United States. Well, yes. Based IRL for 10, Anissa could never comprehend the plot to force a welfare state by making employment and
This is a
reproduction
big
impossible
mission.
because she'll never do either of those things. Who's the real incel, Anissa? And we got Team Scyther for 10. Been watching you guys on the Clip channel for a while now. Finally was able to catch it live. iDubbbz lost the plot a long time ago. Never seen such a hypocritical creator in a while. Keep up with the good felts, gentlemen. Tally-chan for $20. I still can't give subs. Whee! We got the Feezer haberdashery for 5.
Oh, I
If
got everything he
Joshman
wants.
isn't jerking off to the future tears of all those Twitch terrorists about to face the loss of their banking, I don't know what could
Dingus
bring
tries
him
it. Switch
joy.
2 cartridges. I
Alright,
haven't
I
even
think that's
tasted my
it.
Switch 1 cartridges. I'm
For
not gonna
now,
do it. I'm not gonna
Chuck
fall for the
I
Reddit
Cheese for a
meme.
sub also.
Not no better.
2 subs actually.
Let's fucking go. Big support.
It's functioning as a handier Google search. Handier.
All right, ChatGPT also agrees with everything that you say and adds to it. He's finally enjoying someone being nice to him. Someone agreeing with him. Because everything he always says, I feel like she has to contradict it just for the sake of doing that. He'll be like, oh, so you like this? She can't ever just go, yeah. Yeah.
Never.
You love it. You talk to it
Hey, praise that,
every
son.
day.
Talk to it.
Hello, welcome in. Oh, fuck, he totaled his car.
She's actually jealous. Look,
No, it's a junker now.
You know,
Oh,
you have
it's just a
different view on
fixer-upper.
it than I had.
You know, you can probably buff that one out. We don't need to exchange insurance info. You can just buff it out.
Well, think about it. You have a bitch who's constantly disagreeing with everything that you
That's
say.
how the experiment
won't
went.
Talk to you, flirts with other men.
I will sigh.
You go, ChatGPT, how you doing tonight, huh? That's what he's doing.
Oh, buddy.
Name one day you haven't talked to
I
it.
should make a distinction. Yesterday.
You talked to it yesterday.
What the? She's fucking tracking their convos.
Like losing it, bro. Why is she so She's pressing him, trying to humiliate him. It just never ends. Ian, cut your losses, bro. I know you poured a lot into this, but it's a sunk cost fallacy. You gotta let it go, man. This is crazy.
You know what this is like? Her. Remember that movie, Her?
Yes, and she's jealous of the robot girlfriend. Is this what this is?
Yeah.
Name one day you haven't talked to
I
it.
should
Name one day you haven't talked to her. Pardon me?
make a distinction. Yesterday.
You talked to it yesterday.
Oh,
Why are you saying talk to it? I'm not talking to anything. I'm inserting my search query in a lazy way that I, you
Look
know,
at how
to be honest, I mean,
whoa,
my
man.
search query in a lazy way.
Whoa.
Whoa.
And he used the word queer.
And then she realized she needs to smile because she's coming across too fucking vindictive.
yeah.
That I, you know.
Search query? Gay?
The Tesla 10 test drive. Elon,
It
no!
really is an outlet for his frustrations.
It's because we keyed the car before we did the
You
experiment.
asked what Zionism was.
I said looking for gas.
Oh, she humiliated him again! Bringing up he didn't know what Zionism is.
Alright, well, I guess
Just
this
to
arc will
explain,
continue with the
H3
next mission.
said that Ian admitted that he didn't know what Zionism even was just a few days in a text message to him a few days before all this shit went down. So Anissa goes, yeah, you use GPT to ask what Zionism is. Just humiliating her husband again.
Look at her laughing.
Oh, she's so evil. She's so evil. And she's admitting that her husband didn't know what Zionism even is. This is crazy. And he's wearing an anti-apartheid society shirt, and he doesn't know what Zionism is.
Oh, hold up. Looks like Professor B is starting up his own arms manufacturer called Factory 1.21. I sure hope he knows what he's doing. Anyway, you can head over to the AM terminal in Armory Gallery to check it out. Thank you, Lynn.
Doesn't know how to visualize an apple in her head.
Hey, look, he
There's
came back.
her saying that
Yes.
she, you know, all sorts of moments of
Can't imagine like the future
yes,
or think
yes.
of
She can't tell time. She can't read an analog clock, for instance. She can't use phones. All this sort of stuff. This
Oh, it's a
may
back.
be
It's
one
a
of
the name of his
telling moments of
manufacturer
stupidity
there.
from Anissa of all
It's a
time.
Back to the Future
so she's
reference.
talking about how her father would go on a plane and he would be able to travel without a cell phone, and how this is like the craziest thing.
Okay.
On the plane. Because, like, you don't
Oh,
have a
okay.
phone.
21
You don't
gigawatts.
have a Game Boy. And then I realized that
I'm not
to,
clued
like,
into Back to the
his
Future,
brain,
of
it
course,
hasn't been
regrettably.
rotten. So,
But
like, he can
I
actually
have
just sit
heard
on a
that
plane,
phrase
and it's not like the worst thing ever.
21
to-
gigawatts before.
He did. He read books, but like, come on, who the fuck wants to read a book for like fucking 2 hours?
People who like books?
Look at iDubbbz looking to the camera. iDubbbz knows she fucked up with that. For 2 hours? I thought she was gonna say 5-6 hours, and even still, like,
I thought
you know,
2 hours of reading is too much for Anissa?
2 hours? Let's come on.
Like, I
Anissa,
mean,
you can't even
even
sit
if it's a
down
book
and
you
read
really,
for
really
2
like.
hours. For her, that's outside the realm of comprehension. That
Free
you would
Zoomer
be
pill
able
to the
focus
max.
your attention and actually read for 2 hours. That's one of the dumbest things I've ever heard expressed, ever.
Humans?
Wow! He just throws her under the bus there, because what else could he do? She goes, who could possibly read a book for 2 hours? And he goes,
Most
humans?
people?
She is fucking brain
Get on your
dead.
point. I was just thinking the whole time. I was like, yeah, there's a very specific.
Yeah,
I actually think
that's
you've
the
given me an
solution.
anecdote.
You know what she needs? She needs a windowsill. Those little nooks and crannies. You just gotta like, you know, there's a name. They got like a proper name, but like a windowsill. You just sit on it, little cubby, and you just curl yourself up with a good book. I wish I had one.
My fucking headphones died, so I had no music. What I did? I just did the weights and all my gym shit.
The day bed, is that what it's called?
Just thinking, just like, think about the game I'm making, about the show, about my life at home.
Like, well, Theodore Feaster the Bald has a good question. Is her phone over $1,000? I imagine it probably is. Should it be taken from her?
Isn't it crazy how she can't
like, just dingus moment? Is it really just the windowsill?
Be in your own head and be good with yourself. You want to know why, Ashton? Because her thoughts are terror.
I thought it had another name.
It's all like self-consciousness and hatred, self-hatred.
Like 2019, 2020. Quickly.
I know
he
you're
thinks,
type.
therefore he felt.
Your type.
Oh, what the hell? Hello?
Yeah, I've seen people like you in high school.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cunty.
Yeah. Texting under your desk is cunty.
Oh, she's not happy. She's not happy. iDubbbz called her cunty. She was expecting him to bow down when she said that, and he didn't.
You could also learn a thing or two as well, though, from the way schools are set up, because I think
this is so dumb.
Is he seething at the possibility of the intellectual aliens revolting?
Call the break.
But that's not what's happening. They're seething about possibilities that haven't happened yet.
Adults need to have recess where they play games that work. They went on an entire diatribe about how homework was bad, like they were in middle school. It was very pathetic, but I didn't force anybody to go through that.
Why do they always let them escape to their skills?
Do we do miscellaneous iDubbbz? Oh my god.
Let's say that for Monday.
All right.
We have still so much to go.
I'm out of it. I'm done. Let's go to Xander Hall. Do we do this
Xander?
segment?
Yes.
It's gonna be long.
This one's a very, very, very long segment. Ricada, we can say for Monday too, because we also have more Ricada, right?
Yes, there's gonna be a lot of Ricada. Monday is gonna be a Ricada folk.
You want to do King Dave first?
You guys want Dave? Let's get some subs for Dave.
It's really funny.
Not that Dave.
Unbelievably funny.
It's War Corpse Dave, not Dave, like our Dave.
Support for Dave.
Yeah, there's no support.
Who's gonna put their money where their mouth is for King Dave? Let's see 20 subs raised right now for King Dave.
It's amazing that Xander Hall isn't homeless. Yeah, especially after all that USA stuff.
Free bird, buddy.
Let's go. I have to take a piss.
Promised it for 3 shows. Come on.
Listen,
our Dave sucks. Tell me about it.
It's gonna be a 3-hour.
Like when they call
segment.
this Dave King Dave, they mean it.
Here till 5 in the fucking morning.
Not like when they call Dave
Xander
King
Hall
Dave, DSP Dave King Dave.
1 second, man.
I was just dishonest.
King Kong has gifted a sub. Some stream viewer for a sub. Let's go. Ramcos 85 for 5 subs. Oh no.
I change.
Real Cow Dog 777 for a sub.
All right, we'll wait for Worski to come back. Well, we let the alien racists get away? Alright, so the plot for this quest is that guy was supposed to help integrate the aliens into the human society by helping them understand human laws. So I rounded up the aliens he requested me to go get, but it turns out it was just a fucking murder attempt. There was no seminar. There was no seminar to help integrate the alien immigrants. No, instead we were just gonna felt them forever. Apologize profusely for what happened. Ask Wakay if she is hurt and how you can help her. These aliens always speak in questions, almost like a valley girl. Everything's every line of dialogue that comes out of their mouths is framed as though it's a question. What do we got? You stood against Alex, electing to protect New LA's xenoform residents. Alright, I got some experience from that. I just gotta see her casually strut off. I can't help but wonder with some of these missions if there's alternate ways to end them. Like, could that, if I chose to just stand there and watch, could I have let that guy kill the aliens?
So, Froggy Fresh brings up, lol, she is talking about my wife's ring freaking out over the ring. When we met them, Ian said he wanted
probably
to
would have
grab
gotten
my
money instead of
wife's
experience,
ring
you think?
out of nowhere?
But,
Weird
okay, you're saying there
people,
are
yeah,
alternate
weird
endings to
people
the
is
quest
right,
lines, right?
Froggy. What the
Wait,
fuck?
so was that just like a
Oh.
subtle felt to Froggy
Can we,
to be?
I guess so, to say that you shouldn't have a ring
Some of
over
them?
$1,000 because Froggy's wife had a nice ring?
That's psychotic.
Demented. Can we get that added? Like, can we get that added as an addendum to the segment?
Yeah, I'm gonna tell. I'm gonna just send him the message here.
I don't know. He sent two $30 donos with the same message, so I don't know if he fucked up and only meant to send one or what, but I counted it as $60.
Sofa viewer get scammed, bitch.
Hobo Corp for 5. The last time iDubbbz was uncocked, some crippled American Indian wanted to fight Worski. It was a long time ago in a sector far, far away.
All right. Okay, now I'm gonna have to share you because it's a separate video here. Share it to you. All right, are you ready for this, guys?
Some choices also change affinity as well, but most of them have the same or similar ending. Okay. I maxed out affinity on every party member I have so far.
I don't believe he's dead.
Now, of course, I don't have every party member, but of the ones I have, they're all maxed out now.
Media narrative that Gonzalo Lira is dead. Gonzalo Lira will never die, buddy. He's dead.
You only die when you're forgotten,
in
bud.
our hearts and in our minds.
Haven't you read One
He was
Piece?
an inspiration. What's crazy is the whitewashing of Gonzo. Now people are like, he was an American journalist.
No, he was a
Standing
fucking
up
asshole.
Against the oppression of the
He said women were like dogs. Yeah.
Meanwhile, we all know women
He
are
scammed
dogs.
everyone on
Yeah.
Kickstarter. He never
We all
delivered
know
on his
the
book.
Real fucking coach. It's so funny, bro. It's so joke.
So with Coach Red Pill, now we all know King Dave, right? If you don't, he's a drunk.
No one knows who King Dave is. no one fucking knows.
A couple
this,
of you know who King Dave is.
This guy is a legendary ranter from back in the olden days of YouTube. He's been doing this like almost 15 years now or something like that.
Yeah.
He used to be known as Warcorp 666. He was a big-time Gamergate veteran. He battled in the trenches against Anita Sarkeesian and all of the SJWs back in
King
the
Dave's
day.
been
And
around for a
rants
minute.
against feminism and
I'm
stuff
not
like
as
this.
familiar with them as these guys
I used to
are.
watch a lot of King Dave. Unfortunately, a bunch of people falsely reported his channel and he was flagged down. He came back as the Lord of Patriarchy, okay? And basically, Warcorp's Dave Nordahl, he's like a guy in his
Ricada has a
40s
copy of the
who
book.
never
He just
left
doesn't
his
want to share
mother's
it.
House, who still wants to
Same thing
live
with
like he's
Godwinson,
a
though
boy
Godwinson
in the
claims he lost it.
1980s and play video games all.
Actually, JF said he has it too. He has a copy of the book, but he wanted $10,000 for it.
And yells at feminists and the Young Turks and stuff.
He maybe had it, but lost access to it because the computer he had that it was on died.
That come in to debate Dave all the time, and a lot of them are fans of somebody called Actual Jake. Now, Jake and Dave are engaged in an eternal holy war together over the philosophical question of if it's better to be an incel or a cuckold. Now, Dave holds that it's better to have your pride and not be a simp cock, even if you're not getting pussy. Whereas Jake believes that it's better to be a cock but get pussy than be an incel. Okay, this is their big battle. They also battle over who's the better chef. Okay, so we've covered a lot of King Dave in the past. A lot of people, it's from time to time because it's not one of our more popular segments. It's kind of a more niche segment for the true appreciators of Kino who know who this guy is.
Old heads and the people who like the abstract, non-mainstream stuff. But Ashton, our worlds have come and collided here with CRP and Dave.
In the sector battling Coach Red
Yes, the sector versus King Dave. But someone sends in this Coach Red Pill video. But Dave doesn't know the CRP lore and thinks that CRP is still alive. And we'll commence battling with CRP in this video. Are you ready for that? Now, I'm gonna warn you. There's a part near the 10-minute mark where Dave says something so fucked up, your jaw will hit the floor. Okay? Okay. I won't spoil it though.
Let's have a look.
All right, here we go. Long-awaited segment. Thank you, Zenid, for clipping this. Zenid.
There he is right there in the bottom right corner of that video.
Zenid, did you not put volume?
Where's the audio? Is there no audio?
Zenid, did you not put audio?
Oh my God,
Do the
Zenid.
King Dave segment.
Zenid.
I'm going to bed. I'll see you guys later. I'm out. I'll see you guys.
No. He has to be joking.
Warskin, no.
All right, I
Okay.
guess I'm back.
Ashton. Zenid, give me the fucking timestamp. You son of a bitch. Okay, you know what?
Scammed.
Hang on.
Scammed.
I was like, you.
Scammed.
Hang on. I'll get it. I'll get it.
I guess we're gonna do the DSP
I got it.
segment.
No, I got it.
Speaking of people who look like they stink.
The DSP segment, buddy.
Hey, hang on. I'll get it. God damn, Zenid. You had one job.
Man, one
Did he really record it without audio? How do you even do
I
that?
found it myself. Okay, here we go. All right. Are you ready? Here we go.
There's no audio.
There's audio.
Pardon me. I think that men are just stupid. Okay? Probably because, I love women. I think that they're terrific. Men bore me. I think that men are just stupid. Okay? Probably because, whenever I'm talking to most men, I know what they're thinking.
Dave's just burping.
Dave's so seething at this idea. Oh man.
Or what they're going to say, 3 steps before they say it. So it's just no fun to be talking to a guy. But a woman, Jesus Christ, I mean, she's just a complete surprise.
Why do you think
I'm not
it's so
talking about
mad?
sexually attractive women between the ages of 20 and 27. I'm talking any woman, a 3-year-old girl.
Wait, first of all, whoa, buddy, CRP.
Oh, buddy. CRP, care to explain? Oh, wait. You're dead! He's dead!
Yeah, just take out the R out of his name, right, Ash?
Oh, boy.
18 to 27.
Again, many people.
Okay.
Many people would like to glaze CRP in hindsight without knowing about the kind of person that he was.
So I have some bad news.
I'm doing great, Sister Corey. Thank you for asking.
Microphone.
We got streamception going on over
He's
here.
using his webcam mic, okay? So don't worry, he will scream.
Hello, King DD Duke. I've done that before. I have a lot of audio sources in OBS, like to render my own MP3 audio track in advance because I don't trust Vegas to keep my audio filters after a render. I accidentally muted a track before rendering before. Yeah, I know about those, the track thing, the track function that OBS has, because 7 used to use it for song requests, where you'd be able to song request on Twitch and hear the song, but on the YouTube version of the VOD, the song request wouldn't be there because it would be on a different track than the rest of the stream's audio. That way, YouTube copyright wouldn't pick up on it. Pretty neat in theory. But I don't have my stuff set up like that because it just doesn't matter. I don't do song requests anymore anyway.
As I'm concerned.
Women are simple.
Okay, Dave. Whoa, buddy. Dave, you may want to lay off the beers, buddy. It looks like his brain don't work so good no more. You know what I'm saying? Like, whoa.
Women are simple. Dave, I grog.
Can't he tell this is an ancient clip? No. He thinks this was posted the day before he watched it. So here we go.
Fucking leeches.
I mean, look at CRP's lighting. This clip's ancient.
I wonder why Dave's still an incel, buddy. Like, women are
Oh, editing all night?
leeches.
All right, big ups.
Okay. All right, Dave. Go ahead.
They need to be. It's how they survive.
Oh my God.
Based.
As he
Yeah,
lives
Tucker
with his
Carlson
mom.
was asking Elon Musk, demanding Elon Musk and Joe Biden to
But they
reveal
need
the whereabouts of
benevolence
CRP.
Of men.
Oh, you're so drunk. Dave, go home. You're drunk, Dave. They need the malevolence of man to survive. Oh, man.
Sorry, we tried this single mom experiment now for a minute, and it's been a disaster.
Like with you and your mom, or?
You need a father. You need a male in the home.
Okay. Go ahead, Dave. Go off, King. Tell him. Tell him that single moms are single moms suck. It's a really fresh and hot take, Dave. Single moms just don't get enough shit, Dave. Tell him. Tell him, Dave.
And men are usually benevolent. There can be some assholes, and other men will deal with that.
Or he gets
Right?
mad.
That's why I love women. Right? But I recognize the truth about women. Women are like dogs. Now, what do I mean? You have to treat them.
So it's
Dave's getting up. Okay, let's.
Dave's like, all right, let's hear him out. Let's hear him out.
Treat them like you would treat a dog. Firmly. See? A woman does not respond to insecurity. A woman despises insecurity and responds to weakness with a snarl, just like a dog. You ever go up to a dog and you're afraid of the dog, and the dog senses it, and the dog gets up and smells the fear coming off of you and starts barking at you and snarling at you and showing its teeth, and it's pissed off at you and doesn't like you, right? Like a woman. You go up.
First of all, coach.
Is Dave about to fall out of his chair again? No, wait, Dave, like, look at the last 3 hairs on the side of Dave's head. Dave, come on, man. It's time to give it up, bro. There are 3 hairs left on that head, Dave. It's time to shave that and shave the fucking beard and just come live in reality, bro.
I like the way he's...
To some, 23-year-old hottie, right? And you're like all insecure and tentative, like, I'm sorry, hi, can I get you a drink? I just want to be friends.
He's drunk.
Please don't bite me.
He's drunk.
Oh no, he's looking at me.
What's that woman gonna do? She's gonna snarl at you. She's gonna look at you like, ew, creepy, rough, right? That's what she's gonna do, right? You come up to a woman, the same 23-year-old hottie, and like, you're pretty hot, but I don't think that you're in my league. You know, what's she gonna do? She's gonna be like, whoa, who's this guy? She's gonna chill out. She's gonna be intrigued by you and relaxed around you, right?
Unless you're actually ugly.
Okay.
Or, one of
Dave Dave just hits him with the black pill, like Wheat Waffles rehab room fucking on. Listen, buddy, it all comes down to height, face, and frame. In the end, it doesn't matter, dude. Good job, King Dave. You hit
DVR maxing.
DVR max. Hit him with the lookism black pill rhetoric, Dave. Hit him with it.
Losers.
No, Dave's that really mad at Coach very soon. It's so funny.
That have no money.
What?
And that are 20 years older than her, trying to hit on her.
What the?
Okay, yeah.
Even if they're the
That's
most alpha
quite the
of
design
alpha.
there.
Okay.
Because women are like dogs.
Oh my god.
Dave's blackpilling.
Buddy, he's gotta be like 30 beers deep.
Is their name Diarrhea?
Look at his
The
eyes.
fuck?
He's totally fucking gone, bro.
He's gonna debate Coach Red.
This is the guy. These are the guys telling us how to get pussy. You know. I don't know, guys. I don't know.
When these are the guys telling you how to get pussy, it's over.
Like, okay.
You got Dave and Coach Red.
See? If you're firm and self-confident, they...
I mean,
When you can't do teach. When you can't do teach. It's old saying.
Dude, it's
right?
1-on-4. You really think you can win?
Could
And I'm in my giant robot.
This point.
Okay.
If the
Bye-bye.
men met certain criteria.
Okay, listen.
Respond.
Oh my god. Oh my
He's
god.
about to
All right.
debate Coach Red Pill. It's so fun.
Here we go.
They get relaxed. See? Just like dogs. You go up to a dog, you know, a big, mean Doberman Pinscher, right? Or whatever, some Germanic, what's a Rottweiler, right? Or a Pit Bull, you know? You go up to that dog, you know, and you say, hey, don't fuck with me, dog. I'm the human, you're the dog. Sit. The dog's gonna like, oh, okay.
Go up to a pit bull, folks, and yell at the dog to sit and see what happens.
Screaming at it. You'll show him who's boss, buddy.
What the
That adds up.
This is bad advice for dog training. Good luck with that, pal.
Just go right up to that woman, you tell her, make me a sandwich and then suck my cock, bitch. You're gonna get great results.
This alien was posing as this NPC the whole time.
Tell him.
I'd feel a bit more. I would feel more emotional if we had any kind of
Even
attachment to the
Caesar,
NPC
dog
in question
whisperer, has
up
been
until
bitten
now.
more than once.
Kind of just appears for the first time with this quest.
Tell him, Dave. Tell him, Dave.
And that dog is gonna sit. And you're...
Well, I don't want to say bit, but maybe nipped more than once.
The dog's gonna scratch its
Why
head.
is he
scratch your behind.
backpedaling? Why is he backpedaling? I'm sure Caesar Milan's been bit by a dog. He did what, like a 100 episodes of the Dog Whisperer. Is that show still fucking on?
I don't even know. I can't wait for Coach's response, says Josh.
The series ran for 9 seasons and had
Wow.
162 episodes.
He's been bit.
He's been bit, I'm gonna say.
Here, you know, and lo and behold,
The CRP is winning from the grave.
that dog's gonna roll over and offer his belly to you, and you're just gonna scratch away, and that dog's gonna be...
And why do I think if you were confronted by somebody
I don't think
like
I'm gonna
me,
go to dinner with
you'd
this
back
dude.
down like a bitch?
Whoa.
Listen here, Dave. Gonzalo Lira would never back down to the likes of you, Dave. Gonzalo Lira was a legend, buddy. He went toe-to-toe with them all. Now, he may have never won a single blood sports debate. He may have lost every single one of them and had his ass handed to him terribly. But he never backed down. He got in there, you know. And
I think he destroyed the quarter pounder on Zidane show, but nobody recorded it because it was an after show after the kill streak ended for that evening.
This is for the true Kino.
I swear it happened though.
It's so stupid.
Because you're not prepared to fight.
Okay, so Dave's
I mean, it's the
challenging
fucking quarter
Coach to a
pounder.
fight.
Anyone could felt him.
Challenging Coach to fight him in real life in 2025.
We got Dave versus Coach in a fight.
You're not prepared for it.
Such a tough guy online.
Why is he saying
Dave gets so smug too. He really thinks he's got him. Stop.
King Dave, you're arguing with a ghost, my liege. He's not real, King Dave.
He's drunk.
Fight, you're a bitch, dude.
Well, he's worm
You're a
food, bro.
fucking bitch.
I think, I don't know, Zenita, if I'm right about this, but I think there's someone pretending to be Coach in his chat. Like,
Oh, okay. That would explain his responses.
I think there's like a fake Coach in chat who's pushing his buttons.
That's so funny, bro.
Alright, fine. What about the one goddamn dog you can't fucking control?
Right.
He means Dave himself?
He's a dog.
No, not King Dave. I meant CRP. Like King Dave is arguing with the ghost.
With this great dog.
Is what I mean.
With women.
Again.
Same thing.
Tipping over again.
I told you, man, this is so like fucking ridiculous.
You're afraid of them, you're screwed. See? You go up to them confidently, you speak to them confidently, you look them in the eye, you're relaxed, and what's going to happen?
I'll
There he
have
is.
3
That's the one I
canvases
need.
for Michaels painted in yellow, blue, and red.
What?
Hey, you're going to be fine.
He's talking
Yeah,
about the
woman's gonna-
background.
Oh.
I never really got that. I'm pretty sure, though, you know, Dave, if you were to use your incredible masculine deductive reasoning skills, you could see the yellow, red, and blue paint over on the windowsill and then deduce that he painted those himself and that he didn't buy them from
Wow. That was deep.
Yeah, but you may not get the date. Generally, yes, I'd say going in with confidence is a good
Alright, he
idea.
is really tough.
Wait till Dave brings up the furry stuff that he likes.
But
I hope not. Dave, what's going on? Dave,
but
please, Dave, just go to bed, Dave. Just go to bed, bro.
What the fuck this loser is saying.
Respond to you. She's going to
Think
be
about that.
relaxed.
Oh my God.
They got
Who
a
the
crash
fuck
out
sent me
tonight.
this shit?
Because
If he's
women
gonna gain another 600 pounds. That's so.
respond to confidence. It relaxes them, and they feel that the man that they're with, the confident
Maybe
man
they'll
who's
eventually
speaking to
cover
them,
it in about a
knows
week
what
or
he's
something.
doing, knows what he's about.
I didn't know that.
Of course, the issue becomes how do you get that confidence? Well, how do you get that
Clearly, you
confidence
mean
with the
Rekieta,
dog?
not Fuentes, right?
Experience.
I assume Rekieta.
Dave?
This guy is pitching the class.
Yeah, he actually was.
Some-
Yeah. Yeah. That's why he was called Coach Red Pill, because he was selling like coaching classes and programs and a Patreon he was shilling, and he had all this advice on how to get. Yeah, he was.
He was, yeah.
At some point, this video is going to turn into buy my online course, buy this, buy that. This dude is pitching a fucking class.
Yeah, it was on Melton Show. Girl Keanu comes on. It's like 2 hours of old school ideas and Nick being a lunatic. Oh, okay. Trip down memory lane there.
But eventually, with enough experience, with enough mileage, you get confident. You mean a new dog? No problem.
Great. I'm gonna put your whatever you're selling against a timber wolf.
What?
A wolf.
What is he talking about? I'm gonna put it against the Timberwolf. Whoa! And then what are you gonna do? You're gonna be up against the wolf. How are you gonna tame that? Huh? Dummy.
Yeah,
We'll
good one,
see if
Dave.
you just get bit.
You're gonna get bit, Gonzo. I don't know what to tell you, but that Timberwolf's gonna bite you, bitch. There ain't no amount of training or experience this is gonna prepare you for a Timberwolf by Anthony Edwards, bitch.
Coach works. Also, forgive me, my dear friend. But
Maybe the
you
dog
look
you're
like
with
too
is a
much of
bitch. You need to
fucking
talk to
pussy
dogs that are happy to see you.
calling Gonzo a fucking pussy?
He's been dead for like a year and a half, 2 years.
Get yourself a little chihuahua.
Oh man, I don't know, buddy. Gonzo was a lot of things.
We hate bitches.
But I don't know if he was a pussy. He was in an active war zone criticizing the government until he got put in a fucking gulag because he wouldn't shut the fuck up, and then they killed him in there, man.
Yeah, he was calling the journos pigs to their faces.
He was actually a bit too
They hated him.
courageous for his own good.
It was a little edgy there, Coach.
That was
edgy and dented.
On how to be men. Because you look like somebody that if I slapped
Yeah, system pigs, system pigs.
Has Dave ever slapped anyone in the face? Like, I struggle to believe that Dave has
Russia
ever
will
raised a
invade
hand of
and get rid
violence
of the
to
system
anyone,
pigs.
ever.
Yeah.
You know?
So,
You'd ball
Turns
like
out they
a
didn't like hearing him say shit like that.
Stop,
Yeah. Oh shit! The
If
consequences
Dave-
of my own
If
actions.
Dave
Yeah.
got slapped, he would fall down and he would be unable to get up.
yeah.
Persecuted for my beliefs. Yeah.
Please stop.
But why is he so mad? Why is he so mad at Coach Red?
What are you so mad for? Yeah. I just went to your country and called you all retards. Yeah.
Out where I used to live for a while, right? I lived out in the country.
Yeah,
for a while.
his final live stream is him attempting to cross the border.
And just being,
He couldn't resist the new clout he got from being the martyr. Martyr man. Yeah, I'm gonna cross this specific border to Poland. Yeah.
Dog. So people were scared that it was going to bite somebody, and it was a fast dog, and it was anyway. The point is, I wound up going up to that dog, and I have some experience with dogs, and I just yelled at the dog and said, "Stop barking!
Stop barking!"
It didn't know.
Do we even believe that this happened?
That has raised dogs their entire lives.
What?
Yelling at the dog to stop barking. Does it?
He always knows, right? He always knows somebody, or he's an expert.
He has an anecdote, yeah, each time.
He always has an anecdote that makes him an expert in whatever he's talking about. And then when people are like, "But Dave, like,
I don't know,
you don't have a
CRP's anecdote is
girlfriend,
kind of
you don't have a
retarded,
wife,
but
you don't have kids, you don't have."
If they unpause it and Warzone argues that yelling at the dog doesn't make it stop doing what it's doing, I might have to start capping for CRP.
Doesn't fucking work!
I mean, I guess it depends on a dog.
I wanted it to stop barking. You just sense that.
Because all the dog thinks you're doing is barking at it. Which is challenging it. You want a strong, firm voice.
Coach Red Pill fell.
Not yelling. Like
You're yelling
this
at me
is a
now.
Strong, firm voice.
Tell him, Dave.
This is fucking yelling!
Okay.
I was the guy in charge. See? The dog
Okay, but
chilled
like,
out.
was
Soon
that
enough, we
was
became fast friends.
did that necessitate that level of emotion, King Dave?
Happen.
Yeah, look, even he agrees with me. This didn't happen, Coach. What are we doing?
It did, though. I don't know. How can you be so sure?
I mean, I guess it's kind of consistent with CRP's character for him to walk up to a giant, you know, big old yelling dog and be like, "Stop barking! Arr, stop barking!"
From this one, he's been
Like, do we really think
exposed as
Coach
a
wouldn't do that?
It's over.
You're barking too loudly. Stop.
If that happened, I will literally let P. Diddy come on my fucking face.
Okay, first of all, why P. Diddy? And why is your mind gone to this
platforming
example
genius.
of letting someone come on your face? Dave? It's a little, Dave, it's a little, gay! Fucking homo.
Gets crazier, you're right.
Yeah, it's quite a jump there, King Dave.
P. Diddy come on my fucking face in court.
What? In
court? In court?
What?
Is that so we can have a witness?
Seriously, you're gonna be having the trial, P. Diddy's jerking off, and I will literally let him explode on my face.
Interesting.
If that happens. That is
I mean,
You're
P.
gonna
Diddy
really
probably
bet
would do
that
it.
happening to you?
Hey, Pop
Over Coach said sit to a dog and the dog
But
sat?
how is the wager going to be settled exactly?
Exactly.
How does he expect Coach to prove that this happened?
Especially now.
This is how confident. You know what? Fuck it. I'll go a step further.
How do you go further than that? Are you going to let him fuck your butt?
So, is this further than P. Diddy blowing a load on your face in court?
I will an actual
Bending
Jake
you over in court?
come on my fucking
No!
that story
No,
happened.
Dave, don't say that. Jake's going to use that against you, buddy. Jake's going to use that one against you, buddy. Why are you thinking about Jake coming on your face, buddy? Maybe him and Jake.
No, they're not going to have King Dave on the stand. They're going to have him bent over the stand. Ba-dum-bum-bum-bum.
I will seriously drive to his house in Michigan, go to his streaming room, let him jerk off, and blow his load all over my face.
Look at his face, by the way.
Why is he
was
so
saying
insistent on this scenario?
Oh, buddy, he was fucking seething there, bro.
Look at this.
Oh, man.
Let him jerk off and
Oh, whoa.
Right there. He's making the face. He's making the face. to
Like,
get
did he
the
dream
talk
about this
off.
and needs to talk about it on stream?
Oh, that's the cum shot face.
blow his load all over my face.
No.
That's how confident I am. That story didn't happen.
This isn't even the craziest thing he'll
And
say.
it's just
here
an
in a minute.
anecdote
Watch.
about whether or not CRP is lying about yelling
By
at the
way,
dog.
We got Noddle for $10.
Stop
he says,
barking.
Just got home from Mission Impossible.
Stop talking about P. Diddy,
enjoying
P.
the
Diddy
show
coming
with
on
my
you.
Girlfriend PPP, say hi to Tracy for me. She loves your voice. Funny stuff, guys.
Wow.
Well, I refuse to believe anyone who watches this program has a girlfriend. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's be real. We're watching Coach Red Pill debate King Dave on how to get fucking pussy. Okay. Well, a fucking 400-pound guy in a sun shirt mocks them. I don't believe you there, Dodal.
Soon after.
And by the way, clip away.
Okay.
That's how stupid that story sounds. There is no goddamn way you did that.
I'm surprised he wasn't already affiliated with CRP before this.
But you know, the king has risen from his chair to reveal what are the pajamas this time. Can we zoom in? And are those the Ghostbuster pajamas? The Super Mario pajamas?
Super Mario. Obviously Super Mario.
Wait a minute. Our Dave has Zelda pajamas. This Dave, who's named King Dave, has Mario pajamas. Interesting.
Fuck. It is Super Mario Bro pajamas. And what's the shirt? Is that a Reading Rainbow shirt? What's the shirt? Can we make it out?
Verify.
He's grabbing another beer, screaming.
You did that.
Yeah, separated at birth, maybe.
God.
You know, he's bald.
His beard
Probably
has
older
been
than
covering
Dave.
him
It's
up.
like a window into the future for Phil. You're gonna go bald there,
Oh, no,
Bill.
says she hates your voice. Dono was to troll her.
Oh!
He's making it up there, chat. We all know all ladies fucking love my voice. It gets them wet as fuck. That's why I'm rolling in 10 out of 10s, 24/7, 365. Dozen different bitches hanging from my nuts, okay?
This thing is Tracy
This, but
Travis.
unironically, and for me.
Could be. I think it could be. It's a trap.
I've raised dogs for most of my life, and I'm probably older than you.
No, you're not older than Coach.
DSP can't grow a beard. And that's why all of King Dave got all the
Coach is
beard
like
genes.
50 years old there. But he actually does look younger than Dave, who's like 12 years younger than him.
Hanging out.
Oh, man.
But you know, it's just like this.
I'm probably older than you.
No, Coach is much older.
Ain't no way, boy.
Whoa.
After that, started hanging out at the house, you know?
By the way, look at Dave's goal. This is the end of his stream, by the way. Bonus video. 2 days left. 0%. He's had a weekly goal, not a single dollar.
Late 40s or early 50s? I thought it was 60s. His father was still alive. They got him on for a lot of news segments. I was shocked to see his dad was still alive. And he was pretty well spoken too. Like he seemed politically aware of the situation.
Let's get 5 subs right now to Felt Dave. And we hit it.
And it de facto became the guard dog, right? Why is this?
Because you're just making shit up.
Why did this happen? And by the way, this is the trigger for this post. Because I realized, you know, I had enough experience with dogs to get the dog to chill out. And the same with women.
There's here will be a digital game key card on Switch 2, so it'll be PS5 or bust for me. Yeah.
Well, I
don't have a CD Projekt Red money to have it all on the cart.
I'm hitting X on that.
X to doubt. Okay.
X to doubt, buddy.
Okay.
Yet I've never treated them the same as I've treated dogs.
Oh.
Well, we got remains defeated for 5 subs. And Shocker said it was my weakest can we hit it ever, and it was. Like I really was a really half-hearted. Like I didn't really believe that I would get the 5 subs, but somehow anyway we got the 5 subs, which is really. I don't even know. The grifting is just effortless at this point.
We
I
hit
don't know.
Dave's goal. Thank you, remains defeated.
That's why I gave it. Now I'm a believer, and I grifted him with the lazy bag.
I mean, I'm supposed to be the misogynist from hell.
Dave just goes out that he's supposed to be a misogynist, but Coach is putting him to shame. That's pretty funny. Even he's a bit uncomfortable at this characterization.
It's so funny.
It's like the safe, edgy YouTube misogynist versus likely actual misogynist.
I mean, I'm supposed to be the misogynist from hell. And you're making me go, Jesus fucking Christ. Fuck.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Whenever I'd see a woman, when a pretty girl would look.
Now, do I mind if a woman is naked?
Okay, hear this. Ashton, everyone perk up. Listen to this line. This is
Whenever
why.
I'd see a woman, when a pretty girl would look.
Now,
listen.
Do I mind if a woman is naked with a butt plug up her ass that has a tail at the end of it? No!
What? What?
No, reaching complete for Collectopedia.
Where did that come from?
Pardon me?
Oh, anything else you'd like to tell the class, Dave?
I'm happy to see that. And if she wants to act like a puppy, fine.
Okay, this is
a puppy.
This is some weird porn brain fantasy shit from Dave. Like, get a grip,
This is
Dave.
sketch.
Get a grip, Dave. Holy shit, dude.
But I also know she's a human, not a dog.
Look at me, I was like terrified, tongue-tied, or worse, I'd say just a lot of stupid shit. And she'd like look at me like, oh God, get away from me, you know? That's what she used to say. But I got enough mileage in my system. And also I discovered that if you're funny, girls like you. Let's see.
Oh yeah,
Chester
you
Mac?
certainly had me
The
clutching
good old-
my sides in this video.
The good old Chester Max buddy.
Okay.
You don't want a Chester Max, buddy. Is that it?
Yeah, that one's it for that one. Okay, so that was now here's a quick one. Him versus a pedophile enthusiast.
What? He's facing himself?
So just a pedophile?
It's wrong to eat pussy.
No, this is okay. Different one. This is his thoughts on eating pussy. You ready for this?
This is the pussy eater guy?
Yeah, here we go.
Okay.
Yeah, it's disgusting.
I hyped it too much. I didn't hype it that much, Chicken Joe. I said it was funny. Like, come on.
You overhyped the segment and underdelivered, buddy.
You turn the porn women down. You turn women down when you turn off Pornhub. It's disgusting to eat pussy.
Yeah, I mean, this guy's felting Dave. Like, I don't know. Like,
This is embarrassing. I find this hilarious.
So, pussy is disgusting, Dave?
Eating it, yeah.
Oh.
Eating it. But putting your dick in is fine.
Yeah, that's perfectly fine.
I mean, you're not tasting it. What's the argument here?
By extension, is that not disgusting? If putting your mouth on pussy is
One
disgusting.
is natural, the other is not. And before
What's
you get
natural?
before you
I'm
say
actually on
yes,
King
I have
Dave's
to
side
wait
so
double
far.
standards. Sucking dick is
sucking dick is beautiful.
Oh, days.
Clip that, please.
I just love he's got the same view on sex as a 16-year-old. You know, it's just I'm amazed. Tell him, Dave.
Sucking
Tell
dick
him.
is beautiful. That's David. That's hands down the gayest shit I've ever heard you say. And I have been watching clips of you for a while. Sucking dick is beautiful. Where do I even go from there? Okay, I think we'll just let that stand on its own, man. So let's go back to what I was gonna ask you.
Or maybe just maybe I'll amend it to saying eating.
I don't want to eat girls out since I found out you can contract dormant throat cancer from doing that.
It's wrong.
Is that for real?
Come on, man. Look at yourself, Dave. Come on.
I will commit that to memory.
Oh man.
No, this might
Cancer
win
builds
him back
character.
for you, okay?
Tell that to Carl Jokes. He got cancer. Look where that got him.
I am curious.
Well, this guy's insufferable. We've had him before.
What would I do with it? Sorry.
Would you be fine with a guy that's molested 9 Girl Scouts?
Huh?
What? That's oddly specific. Go ahead, Dave.
Wait, okay, hang on.
Would you be fine with him getting out of prison? Under our current laws, which is way too short, by the way.
Okay. The answer should be just no. Immediately, right?
No.
Hey.
I believe you should be rehabilitated. What does that have to do with anything?
Maybe rehabilitation means the wall.
A child molester. It's not possible. Okay. Also, like, come on, man, just put them to death.
Yeah.
Just put them to death.
You know, it's a broken person. Just take him out.
Except rehabilitation is not possible.
It is possible. We've seen it happen across the world. How is it not possible?
Because once you're a pedophile, you're always a pedophile.
Yes.
I mean, yeah.
Stop
you can
a
be a
bitch.
non-offending
Agreed.
pedophile. Why do you?
Oh no, buddy. Oh no, we're gonna have to bust it out. It's a retard alert. Retard alert. It's a veto alert too. Nah.
By the way, this is a guy who's in this situation has already molested 9 girls.
And you're gonna just, let's give him another chance. He'll totally not do it this time.
Stop.
You shifting the goalpost. What is the point of this?
I said once you're a pedophile.
Yes, you can be a non-offending. You can be a non-offending pedophile.
There's no such fucking thing!
No, that's you rebranding it. Like how the maps and shit.
Oh.
There is.
Yes, there is.
Thing. So what? You
What do you mean?
So what? You fantasize about little girls?
Me? No. I don't know what you're pointing at.
Dave's on to him. He's like, why are you defending this, you sick fuck?
Why are they debating this in the first place? Dave doesn't talk about this shit.
Pointing this at me. Why are you putting this at me?
Because you said non-offending pedophiles. Which
Yeah,
means
I am not. I'm not attracted to. I'm not attracted to minors. What the fuck are you talking about?
So what the fuck? You have this little fantasy in your head?
What are you? I'm not an offending pet. I'm not even attracted to children. What the fuck are you talking about, bro? What?
Tell him, Dave.
I'm not even Buddy, look at how upset he is. I think he got caught. No, look at him.
He looks like he's cumin. He's gonna cry.
Buddy. Bow down to the king of kings. Dave's crown has been restored upon his bald ass head.
I told you, Chicken Joe. You have to
He
wait.
nailed this one. He nailed this one.
For Dave's content, it's like a fine wine. You know, you need to.
It's a fine
you need to
wine.
Smell it, spin it around,
Wine
swirl
with
it
an
around the
H.
glass a little bit, dip it. You know what I mean?
Shut the fuck up for a minute. Actually, shut the fuck up for a minute. I said you are projecting like a motherfucker. Yeah, there are non-offending pedophiles. There are non-offending pedophiles because there are people who are not willing to act on their urges to be attracted to kids. There are those people. What? Okay, are you a slave owner? Do you want to own slaves? Do you want to own generations of slaves? You're defending them.
Well, actually, yes. I would like.
What the fuck? Yes! Yeah, I want to.
Hey, look, he's King Dave. That stuff existed in his time.
Like, yeah, well, hypothetically, I would like to own slaves. Like, whoa, buddy.
That's Kino.
Man, that's Kino.
I don't know. I think King Dave is winning
People
here.
Say that shit.
You want to own a slave? Yeah. How about them?
Look, I may be a slave owner, but at least I'm not a pedophile.
Dave gets into some of the most joke situations.
How did this even begin? What is the onset of this argument? What brought this gentleman to Dave's stream?
Versus slave owner debate.
How does that make you feel, cocksucker?
Oh man.
You want to own black people? What the fuck?
Well, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Look, he said slave owner, and then homeboy like takes it to black people. You can have slaves that aren't black.
I don't wish to own a filthy black. I would like a Ukrainian sex slave. Thank you very much.
What the fuck?
Yeah, see, projection once
I
again.
love how this guy automatically assumes that all
King Dave
slaves
didn't
are
say black.
We got Bobby Bauer.
Yeah, see, he's homeboy's making it about black people to spin it into him being a racist to deflect from the original argument, which was him saying that there are non-offending pedophiles.
It's a lazy slave. Come on now.
But the way, like the timing, actually, yes, so funny.
Oh man, I love.
No. Oh, you want to own more? Oh, you want to own more white people? Okay. You want to own more white people?
You're the one fucking defending.
What am I defending? I'm defending
If we're just gonna throw everything out the window and you're gonna start defending pedophilia, I may as well start defending slavery. You know, all bets are off now. Listen, if you want to diddle little kids, then I guess I'm gonna own slaves. What do you think about that?
Offending pedophiles. That is what I'm offending.
Imagine that kind of dystopia.
It is a medical term. It is someone who recognizes.
Dave laughs so hard. That's so. We gotta ring the bell for that one. That's gotta be the most icy cold take from Davy Jones' locker I've ever fucking seen, buddy. That's abhorrent. Oh my god.
They are attracted to underage people and do not offend.
Look at this.
What in the actual fuck are you trying to imply here?
Look, I'm just gonna. You know what?
What, you're gonna fucking run again? You're gonna fucking run again after trying to call me a pedophile?
I mean, King Dave probably can't run.
Correct response, which is just to laugh your ass off at this idiot. He's like, "Are you gonna run?" Buddy, you're the one defending pedophilia.
I am defending non-offending pedophiles. Yeah. If that is some wild thing to you,
we gotta get Dave in the middle of that laugh as a sticker. That was such a fucking kingly laugh. It was so kingly. Watch.
I am defending non-offending.
I'll clip it. We got a lot of support today.
Maybe when he goes back, or is it there?
Oh, okay. Let me see.
Pedophile.
Head back. There it is. There it is. There it is. Buddy, he's choosing to die on that hill. That's crazy.
I told you, bro.
The guy
I guess these people just hate King Dave
was
that much.
actually able to justify slavery and come off sane in comparison. That's wild.
Buddy, the way. Why would this guy like? What are you? You're gonna defend pedophiles? They're not offending. Listen, it doesn't fucking matter. They're pedophiles.
What do you think the chances are, though, that they may offend?
You know what I mean?
The hypothetical is about like a dude who's diddled 9 kids. Like it's just
they should be locked up forever or just put to death.
Yeah. Like what are we fucking doing here? Are we fucking
Put him
joking?
down.
And by the way, then you said you could rehabilitate a guy who's raped fucking 8 girls? Shut the fuck
We got
up.
Canson for 5 subs.
Let's go. Oh boy, we're running out of fucking stickers to fucking delete here that people use.
Did we get rid of the fucking comb or the broom or whatever?
Okay, comb.
Comb.
Yeah, comb.
Oh, the comb DSP emo.
Here we go, Dave.
Womp womp.
It's called Dave Laughing. Very, very funny sticker here. I think you're all gonna love that a lot. Here you go. I think we're almost done here.
Oh yeah. If that is some wild thing to you, then since you could hypothetically be a murderer, we should put you down. We should put you like fucking down, shouldn't we?
Dude, just...
It's not the same thing, though.
Land in this war, you end up in fucking prison.
Listen, saying you want to own a slave is not as bad as saying you defend pedophiles.
No,
Sorry.
Dave just hit him with, I have to end this for you before you go to prison. It's pretty funny, dude.
We should put you down. We should
Well,
put
he
you
tried to.
down, shouldn't we?
If they rewind, he tried to make it about like, oh, it's the same as if you think about murdering somebody, but it's not.
Good night, everyone.
What the fuck?
This was a flawless victory. It was actually perfect. There wasn't one moment where Dave faltered or flinched. He just delivered true keto, including kicking the fucking pedophile off the call. That was base.
The laugh is really funny. Look at that.
That's probably the best Dave segment I've ever seen.
Is he serious?
I don't understand.
It's just like, what's the point? What's the value in making that argument? Even if you aren't a pedophile and you just believe in the virtuousness of your argument, why? You're gonna get shredded in the court of public opinion. It's fucking weird.
I just hit auto color and it made it good. Okay, I'll re-upload.
There's a
that one.
reason everyone clowned on maps and no maps when they tried to rebrand that shit. It's fucking dented.
I'd probably just say to him a fucking prison sentence.
Bernie Sanders.
You probably shouldn't have booted him in that case.
Oh, God.
Scared me.
Nice job, Dave.
All right, I'm re-uploading it. Dave, laughing. Thank you. I was looking at it. It looked pretty dark. There you go. Okay, let's see the sticker. Post it, guys. There, is that better? Much
Yeah, and he
better.
had his face cam on.
I think that's
look.
it.
It takes some balls, but it's also just hella dented.
Plus the Ricada stop. We have a big show there because that's
Anyone who recognizes you, who watches that, like, you're not just fucked in the court of public opinion on the internet. You're fucked in the court of public opinion in real life.
Let me see here if we missed any super chats.
Oh, it looks like it's they're ending early tonight.
Your Cave Teeth for 5.
But we still gotta watch the
Here
daily
for
wrap.
the King Dave
Big was right, Drake.
segment, Bish. Oh, well, I appreciate that. Hopefully you stuck around long enough to see it. We got Waldo, Geraldo, Baldo. How many subs to get you guys to do a bonus stream tomorrow to cover the absolute breaking of Ricada tonight? It's over. Full Mask of Rage and Broken. I want to do it,
Oh,
man.
Kapathic mentioned this just now.
I haven't seen any of it yet. Not even.
Triple P, you're muted. I didn't mute him. He muted himself. Triple P, no. No, Triple P.
Listen, the only thing I've seen of it, the only thing I've seen of Ricada, just one still image of him just totally purple, just screaming in rage. Just
He's purple.
Screaming in rage.
I thought you beat this game?
Oh,
no,
man.
what made you think that?
I don't know. We're going to need 500 subs. If we get 500 subs right now,
I got
we'll
the giant
come back
robot,
and
but
do the
that's like
Ricada
half the
content.
game. I'm 100 hours in.
Don't
These
send
people would go
500
cuckoo,
subs.
cuckoo, cuckoo if you played this game.
Don't. How much to bonus stream
Some Xenoblade
on
you did.
Sunday?
Yeah, 3.
That's the Lord's Day.
Dude, that was like
buddy.
2022.
That's the Sabbath. You can't get me to stream on a Sunday no more, buddy. What are you talking about?
You can't get me to stream on a
The
Saturday,
Lord's
bud.
Day.
Except for right
I'm
now.
not getting
No,
out of
Saturday
bed
right now.
on Sunday. Yeah, only
Roderick,
2 more
you're joining
weeks
us for the
until
Mario
body
Kart stream,
cam
right?
Footage. 2 more
Mario
weeks,
Kart
trust the plan. That's what Josh
tomorrow.
said. He unironically
12
said 2 more weeks, trust the
PST.
plan.
2 Central,
Anytime
3
somebody
Eastern.
says 2 more weeks, I'm a little skeptical, you know. A little skeptical.
They all look the same. Man,
let's hope.
you're
Let's
kind of
hope
right.
That Josh isn't full of shit. And that it's actually going to be in 2 more weeks. And the plan trusters will
Work
be
until 9.
vindicated.
Well, yeah, I will be working as well.
Plan trusters will be vindicated.
But I'll be there at some
Yes,
point.
Taste of Starfish. I know the Sabbath is on Sunday. Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy. New DBDR. I put in the new DBDRs in case we needed to kill more time. But I don't think that's going to be necessary. But the new DBDRs are in the folder.
Hell yeah, bud. All right.
All right.
Monday. I'm sticking around, guys. So peace out, buddy. I'll talk to you on Monday. Peace. All right, guys. By the way,
A very good segment to end on there.
Bring Psycho in
Okay,
here.
let me
Guys,
get a
thank you for watching the
drink,
show. We really
and then we'll watch
appreciate
the
it.
daily wrap. Oh, I muted myself. We'll watch the daily wrap, and then we'll watch some other stuff.
Hypocrite is the new merch.
Quick beer
Listen, are we gonna never just do I Hypocrite ever? Like, is it over? Your phone Psycho here. Is it actually over? Because I want to do it. Psycho, I want to do the I Hypocrite. I ask Ashton every day, can we please?
I mean, do you? Do you really?
Yes.
I don't know that I trust you.
Huh?
I don't know. You know, it's like saying you want to do Mersh.
No.
Do you really?
I think the I Hypocrite, I find it funny. Chat
Listen,
hates
it's
it.
funny. It's funny. It is funny. It's really funny. But like, finding the willpower to actually do the segment is tough. It's really
Well, we're
especially with all this other
I show up
crazy
way
shit
late
that's
when
going
everyone
on,
is done,
man.
like I
We're trying
always
to
do.
keep up with.
Well,
we
I'll hold you
finished
to
the
it.
fucking Xander all thing,
All right,
which is
let me
part
get the
of
wrap.
the bread through fucking crumbling thing. That's heads to Monday.
Yes.
But now we have the new fucking the new Ricada
Actually, wait,
thing
hold up,
happened
I gotta
before the
step
show
away again.
happened.
A new Ricada thing happened right before the show?
He was caught doing whippets.
Yes!
Yes! Yes!
Yes!
Yes! We can't do the credit now. This is post show.
Let's fucking go.
He was caught. Okay, first let's talk some. Okay, before. By the way, we will discuss the whole Zelda debacle. Psycho watched it yesterday.
Listen, chat.
it's gonna sound like a cope.
But it's actually not. I showed him.
Three-quarters of chat is gonna say it's a cope. He's coping. Fuck you, Worski. That's a cope. Psycho, you're sweeping for him. It's a cope.
You were hard on me. You were hard on me.
I swear to God, he showed me. He proved it. It's not a cope.
The controller, the Z targeting was actually busted. I was like, and then I plug in the other controller, and I'm like,
after you spent all that time glazing the Xbox controller, it was the Xbox Pro controller's fault.
So I would like to apologize to DSP. He's right.
We have to kneel to Phil on this one.
It was dropping the inputs, like the L2 wasn't holding. So when I would target, it would work sometimes, and sometimes it wouldn't work. And then, I
Blazing
finished
Mad Blazing Mad knows.
Okay.
Oh, really?
DSP, the speed gaming.
I'm pretty good about felting you when you need it, so he believes me.
Yeah. No, you do felt me a lot when I deserve it. And then I beat
Andy
boss
fucks up
on the third try.
Great end to the week.
Yeah. And
Blueprints, DSP tries it, and CVS2 Action.
Come on.
The Daily Wrap, May 23rd,
from
2025.
on the second try. On the third try,
My favorite segment. Your favorite segment. It's time.
And you had to reset.
For the Daily
on the
Wrap.
third try, I got the achievement.
All right, go away, Worski.
Good evening, everyone. Phil
Good
here,
evening.
and welcome to the Daily Wrap for what was Friday, the 23rd of May, 2025, my final streaming day of the week.
Oh, boy.
I've got tomorrow off, but I come back on Sunday for another 6 straight days of
Don't you just love it? Dave's off. We don't got to worry about shit. You just get to just do some Mario Kart, have some fun before anime night. And I caught up all on anime night on Tuesday morning and showed me all the episodes I had missed except Lazarus, but then everybody told me nothing happened on Lazarus anyway.
streaming goodness. So,
I fucking won.
Great
still.
streaming day today. We started off today with a level 1 podcast that, first of all, I gave my final thoughts / kind of review of Doom: The Dark Ages, which a lot of people were interested in because now I'd beaten the game the night before. You know, it's rare when I beat a game in like a week.
I didn't miss
these
anything.
days.
Great.
I beat this over 20-hour game in a week. I had a lot to say about it. People seem to enjoy that. Then I
Beating
watched
the
some
game in a week is
trailers.
kind of
There was
like
3 or 4
normal.
games that are in the process of being developed, one of which actually came out today. And I watched a few of those game trailers and reacted to them live on the show. People really seem to enjoy that.
One was Fantasy Life.
First stream of gameplay
I don't know if
today was
he
Blueprint.
expressed any
And
interest
today
in it.
Blueprints, great progress yet again, if you can believe it. Today, we managed to activate the elevator for the first time ever. So now we can actually use that elevator to go up and down into the mansion from underground if we have the key card. In addition to that, we unlocked one of the big secret keys. You actually get it from the music room. And we went and unlocked one of the 8 big doors and figured out what this big mystery is going to be. A huge puzzle that we need to solve by continuing to play the game. We also made a ton of money and purchased 2 of the rare books, including the History of Orindia that was unedited, not censored, and also another one, something about
Fighting
a black
actually happened on
bridge. So I don't even know
Windbreakers.
what that
I
means.
saw everything
So,
else.
Basically, we did a lot.
It's just
We
the
even
next.
had,
I told
think,
you
another
guys to wait for
6
the
coins
fucking
added
arc
the
to
daily
start.
allowance. A lot of permanent unlocks. We solved an underground puzzle that gives us an alternate way into the underground. We actually searched the catacombs. It was
Give Anna a
fun.
shout out for not streaming
fun stream.
Expedition
Had a great
33
time.
tonight. And
not
missed
only
the
did we hit
stream.
the funding goal
No.
for support, we exceeded
Alpha
it.
Ann?
It allowed me to unlock DSP Tries It, Red Robin. So how did it go? Well, I got a burger.
I got a
big,
burger? The
appetizer,
nasty nachos?
And I got a drink.
Yeah,
One
I
of those
know.
things was completely wrong.
The
other
lemonade.
2 were pretty
It
good.
wasn't peach
You wanna
lemonade.
see it? DSP Tries It. Red
Why are
Robin
you
is live
spoiling
over
that
on
the
DSP
lemonade
Reacts
wasn't
right now.
correct? That's
Please
what
check
it was.
out. I
The
hope that you'll
lemonade
enjoy
wasn't
it.
right.
The next DSP Reacts, the next DSP Tries It will be at 90 goals hit, and it will be DSP Tries the upcoming new
Oh, see, Joe
How to
Blah,
Train
you're
Your Dragon
felted.
meal at Burger King, which is gonna
And
have a
had no
burger,
plans
a
to
new
begin
side,
with because he couldn't
a new drink,
guarantee,
and a new
you
dessert
know, getting here on
Sunday.
time.
Okay, so that was great. Excellent gameplay. And we did DSP Tries It. I only got to upload the podcast and DSP Tries It because we went late with DSP Tries It. I didn't have time to upload all the gameplay of Blueprints, but that will be coming overnight tonight. So if you love Blueprints, you can get caught up. Now, tonight was Friday Night Fights. We played more Capcom vs. SNK 2 in the Capcom Fighting Collection 2. Great stream. I picked new characters tonight. I picked Zengi for the first time. I picked E Honda. Then I was picking Morrigan. I did a little bit of Hibiki, a little bit of other characters, and Morrigan I played a lot of. Then at the end of the stream, I started picking Guile, and I was dominating with Guile. So basically, I did all these new characters, and I was whooping ass, getting win streaks. Someone challenged me. They said, if you can basically copy your opponent and play their team, and you win, I will do a giant contribution. And I did it. And it took me a few tries. I did it. And then
Did he give him the money?
I won, and I got a bunch of gifted subs. Then someone challenged me to get 6 straight wins, and I
Okay,
did
but that
too.
doesn't help
So
you
basically,
now.
everything tonight was very challenging because I was taking these kind of challenges, but I was actually winning and accomplishing all of them. There were some good opponents as well tonight, but I gained a bunch of points. I'm in gold now, and it's going really well.
Sounds like it was a very boring Friday Night Fights.
I want to play more of it. So I'm going to shift the schedule around a little bit next week to play at least 2, if not 3 streams of the game, but probably 2.
Oh, but what about the people who want to see blueprints?
Guess what? Not only did we hit the goal, we exceeded the goal tonight as well. So we're doing
Let's
great.
exceed
We're now
the
at
goal.
81 goals out of 90. Once we hit 90, we're going to do this new meal from Burger King. Everything went well this week. Seriously, everything went exactly according to plan. I finished Doom like I wanted to. Great progress, both in blueprints. The collection is excellent. I'm loving CVS 2 online. Even though it's lagging, it's still super fun. You know, we Claire Obscure, great progress there. I can't wait to play more on Sunday.
Suffer Trolls.
Everything's just great. Like, I can't complain at all. What a great week. Now, I'm off from streaming on Saturday. I wish you all the best. I hope you have a safe and fun day. When I come back on Sunday, we got something new to check out. A viewer heard me talking with the chat this week about my Elite 2 controller having some stick drift. And they looked into it and researched and found out that there's certain controllers you can get that have the, what is it called? The Hall effect sticks, which
Yeah,
don't
they
have
don't
any stick
drift.
drift. And they bought one and donated it to me. So on Sunday on the podcast, we're going to unbox this new controller. We're going to test it out by hooking it up, charge it, because I think it's a wireless charging controller. We're going to see how it is and use it for Claire Obscure. We're going to do a test stream. Claire Obscure will be with this new controller, and we'll see if it's any good.
That's the game you're going to
If it's good,
test
then
it
I'll
with?
have an extra controller to use, which will be amazing.
Yeah, let me play an
Right, to have
RPG
extra
and figure out
controller,
if
that
you
we
can
alternate.
stick
So,
drift.
Good stuff. So that's on Sunday's podcast, and then of course,
Wow,
my
you don't believe
return
this was a
from break.
timely
And then
viewer
Sunday's
donation?
daytime stream will be Claire Obscure Expedition 33, trying to finish up this optional Fire and Ice dungeon, and then continuing on with the plot, and then
Saying we keep booted up Amazon
Sunday night
right
will
away
be
to
Minecraft
overnight a
Java Edition.
$140
Hopefully it
Elite
goes
controller?
well, 'cause when I played Minecraft last week, that was the one stream, if you can believe it, I didn't hit any support. We didn't get the support goal. And it's just so weird to me that that was the game when it had previously had been getting support. So hopefully things will be different this time and people will support Minecraft. But in light of me loving CVS2, I'm going to play another stream of CVS2 on Monday night. All right. We're going to shift things around a little bit. Originally, it was going to be Truck Sim, but I'm really liking CVS2 and I want more. So that's going to be Monday night. Okay. All right, guys. Thank you so very much. I hope that you have a good evening. You guys were awesome this week. Great fun, great progress, great support. Let's do it all again next week. Keep in mind, next week, Elden Ring Night Rain comes out Thursday night. So I'll be playing it Thursday night's late stream and the day stream on Friday for a great launch stuff there. All right. Thank you all. Have a good night. See you Sunday. Have a safe Saturday. Peace out, my friends.
Pretty uneventful for a daily wrap. Let me pull up the watch playlist. A few things I want to watch. I'll continue doing missions. Probably till like 3 a.m. I do gotta get up in the morning. Can't go all night again. Or I went to like 5 a.m. before. Alright, there we go. Go ahead and send that over to Brave. Dude, I love the Brave browser. Why do you look at the chat doing that thumbs up? Because he's weird. Alright, I know I said we were caught up on the backlog. I lied. Nintendo just revealed a ton of fascinating Mario Kart World behind-the-scenes stuff.
Released an Ask the Developer interview from Mario Kart World, and it is quite a thing. It reveals so much interesting information about the game. That
Yeah, I read
just
through it.
Had to talk about it.
He's not overselling it here. It did actually contain some interesting information about the development of the game. It was intended for the Switch 1. It was moved over to the Switch 2 in 2020. But for a time, it was intended for Switch 1. They had to make a lot of compromises. The game was almost 30 frames instead of 60 frames. But it was always intended to be open world. It was always intended to be 24 players, even on Switch 1. But they had to make so many compromises because of Switch 1's hardware. But pushing it to Switch 2 allowed them to, not have to worry about it and expand beyond the initial scope. Expand?
In a video. So yeah, naturally go read the whole thing if you want all of the details, but I've kind of collected what I feel are the more interesting little tidbits, and let's talk about them. It's really quite revealing. I'm already working on a video specifically just talking about the fact that the game was originally going to be a Switch 1 game. That to me was interesting enough for an entire video, so I'm not going to go into the entire thing here. I'll give you like a quick recap. Basically, they began prototyping this game March 2017. Basically, the exact very beginning of the
month that the
Switch
Switch 1 came out.
Launched, and they already started working on Mario Kart World, and they felt that they had...
Again, they are dumb when it comes to certain things like copyright and all that nonsense, but the actual developers, the people who make the games, are not dented. They know what people want. They know people have been asking for a new Mario Kart for like a decade. Literally, the month the Switch came out, they were already working on it. They're not ignorant. They just don't talk about the games that they're making until they're months away from being released.
Already fully explored the idea of racing on individual, segmented courses. And so, from the beginning, basically, they wanted to go open world. They wanted to do something new with the game. They wanted one big world where everything was connected. And similarly, early on, they knew that they wanted to have 24 players. Because the world was so big, I guess it would make the players seem small. It would just make it seem like there were, it would make the racers seem a little more insignificant
except Game Freak,
compared
but
to these really big environments.
I'm
so
talking about
another thing they
internal
wanted pretty much
at
from the
Nintendo.
beginning. They wanted to have a lot more people racing in this place, but they were having a really, really hard time making that happen on the Switch hardware, which is naturally, not super surprising. And they were looking at all of these different corners they might be able to cut. They were thinking about lowering the resolution, making the game just kind of look less good. At one point, they were even considering lowering the frame rate to 30 FPS, which would have been really not great. That would have really not, I don't know. I don't think that would have turned out very well. So in 2020, they decided to do the Booster Course Pass for Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, and it was at that point that they decided, hey, let's just move development over to the Switch 2.
DSP alleged that they scammed him and his wife.
And we will also have extra time to work on the game. But again, that's like the short version of the story, so if you haven't watched my other video on the whole entire thing, then go do that if you want. No pressure. But let's move on to some of the other interesting details. As for the look of the game, with Mario Kart 8, they leaned into a much more sleek and futuristic style, especially with the whole anti-grav
now
thing.
this one's a bit bouncier,
cool. And you even see
cartoonier,
right there on the cover,
2D art
Mario
style.
himself. He's he's got that serious racing look. And so with Mario Kart World, they wanted to make a game that better, visually better represented Mario and his friends, all of the Mario characters. They are very colorful and very lively, kind of, round. There is nothing sleek about Mario characters, and so they wanted to they wanted to better represent Mario characters here, and I think that's really fascinating because you can even see that from a gameplay perspective. They've done the same thing. I talked about that a bunch in other videos. The fact that they've introduced all of these new ways for the cart to kind of jump and move around. You can do a boost jump and you can wall jump, and just the cart itself is now this bouncy, jumpy kind of thing. And yeah, that to me better represents Mario driving in a car. That is a more pure version of Mario driving in a car. So I think it's really interesting to hear them talk about visually as well. They just wanted to make everything a little bit rounder, a little bit more playful and colorful, and not just the characters, but like the carts themselves. They are rounder, the wheels are chunkier, you know, in this little like image here, it even mentions a more handcrafted kind of look about it. And then they talk about the inclusion of all of these new racers, and it's really funny because if I had to guess, I would have said that they just, I don't know, like, you know, they already had a lot of different characters. They wanted to dig a little deeper. You've got 24 players now, so they just naturally need a lot more characters. So, like, what do? You dip into all the baddies. You know, you've had Koopa Troopa before, so why would you not be able to play as, like, any Mario baddie? So I kind of thought that that would just be kind of an obvious decision, but apparently this was all kind of thanks to the cow. Like it started with the cow. Let me just read the quote here. Each new Mario Kart game features new characters to race with, but since we added so many to the previous game, we wondered where we could go from here. And then one of the designers came up with that silly sketch of cow cruising along. And I thought to myself,
I don't like that they renamed him
this
from
is it.
Moo Moo to
when
Cow.
we realized the course surroundings actually
Just not the
contained
same.
a lot of untapped resources. The character designer quickly put together a prototype of Cow that could race, and surprisingly, it didn't feel out of place at all. So we thought maybe we could include other obstacle characters and decided to add Cheep Cheep and Pokey as racers. As a result, the idea of taking obstacle characters, usually found in courses in past games, and having them participate in races made sense to me in terms of an interconnected world. And I think it's interesting because to me, I see these other characters. Sure, the cow is a Mario Kart thing, but the rest of them, they're just Mario baddies. They are broadly Mario baddies, but here they were looking at it more in terms of like Mario Kart obstacle characters, like characters seen on the sidelines, wandering around on the tracks and kind of getting in your way. And
just
so,
hanging
yeah,
out.
like I was kind of wondering, which baddies do you go with? If you're racing as a bunch of baddies, which ones do you grab? Over the course of all these Mario games, we've had a lot of baddies, a lot of classic ones. And I guess this is it. This is your answer right there. It's ones that have, I mean, I haven't like looked at each one and like verified that each one has been in Mario Kart, but it seems to be that yes, like all of the characters that you can race as were ones that were found specifically in Mario Kart. So that's cool. That's a really cool little insight. And I love to see that it started with the cow. And like, I don't know, it's video games, they're so interesting. And Mario games, they're very mystical things. Sometimes we imagine that these decisions were like divined by like these, I don't know, these forces, these entities. You know, you go up to the mountain and you consult the Mario Kart wizard or whatever, and they figure like, oh yes, we're gonna have all of these other characters. It's gonna be great. But like, nah, they're just people messing around.
It's not that elaborate of a decision.
You know? Somebody just.
They tried to play it up as though it was, but really it probably was just like, oh, we got the assets already made. We just gotta, you know, rig it, give it a few more unique animations for driving, and yeah, there you go. The cow's playable. This is the sketch he's referencing. This was shared in a developer interview. This is the sketch that led to Cow becoming playable. Just, you know, little Moo Moo in a little pickup truck. Again, it's a Moo Moo. It's not a cow. They've been called that in the Mario series for years, up until specifically right now.
Drew a sketch of the cow in a cute little truck, and they were just like, that's it. That's it. Like that was the light bulb moment that led to being able to race as the cow, and then subsequently all of these other Mario baddies. And I just think that is really fascinating, and I love that they did it. I don't know, that was a very interesting and playful and kind of, I don't know, meme-like decision. I don't know, it's awesome. Moving on, the decision to include food in the game. It seems that pretty early on they wanted to have food, but they didn't like definitively decide that they were going to do it until like a couple years into development. It seems that they were just kind of like struggling to make it work, struggling to decide if it was really like worth doing. They were kind of on the verge of giving up, but they were unable to let it go. And it seems that, of course, it was the burger that kind of sealed the deal.
Cheeseburger.
Jikumaru had created a hamburger model and asked the programmers to implement it just so they could see how it worked. And apparently it really clicked. It was another light bulb moment. They just you see a Mario Kart character eating a burger. I mean, I can imagine seeing that and being I was sold when I first saw it. It was a magical
Probably had
moment.
sketches like that for a lot of other characters, maybe.
Moments in Nintendo history, Link coming out of the cave and going up.
And they say specifically in the developer interview that it was that sketch that got him to add the cow.
To the plateau and like looking out over Hyrule, or like Mario coming out of the warp pipe into the castle gardens in Mario 64. A Mario Kart character whipping out a burger and eating it, like that's something special right there. So apparently from there they started making new food, and yeah, it finally worked for them. They decided to go forward with making it a feature. So back to the format of the game and its courses. They mentioned the naming of Mario Kart World instead of Mario Kart 9, and they said like if we went into this with the plan to just make another Mario Kart game and just put more courses, then yes, we probably would have made it Mario Kart 9, which is interesting because like I thought it was going to be 9, but then I like slowly warmed up to the idea that Tour kind of counted, like that game really did have a lot of original content. It really does just kind of seem like an actual more or less full-blown Mario Kart, maybe smaller in a way because it's a mobile game, but like yeah, it would not have surprised me if they just called it 10, but here he says no, like it would have been 9, but of course they wanted to do something much bigger, much more original, and I completely agree that was the right choice. The name Mario Kart World definitely communicates what this game is going for, and it is at this point where the rest of the interesting stuff to talk about is basically just kind of going on about how humongous of an undertaking.
Yeah, so they said they would have called it Mario Kart 9 if they hadn't called it Mario Kart World, if they didn't have the open world structure. If it was just another Mario Kart, it would have been called Mario Kart 9. Meaning they're not counting Tour as a mainline title.
This game actually was. And it feels funny whenever I say this, but like I've been trying not to look at a lot of footage of this game because I don't want quote-unquote spoilers, and I know that that's silly, but like to me the single most interesting part about this game is like it's kind of the connective tissue. I want to know what it's like to drive out of one course and into another one, and just to like, I don't know, I want to see it for myself. I want to experience what it is like. I don't even quite get how they did it. How do you take one, move to the other, and have the landscape kind of transition in a natural way that feels right, that doesn't just, and they mentioned it in the interview, they didn't want it to just be courses all kind of plonked down and connected with just a bunch of like nothing, you're just kind of like driving in a straight line to get there. They say it was like really hard to connect these tracks without losing what makes the individual tracks special. They didn't want to like make them too plain to make it easier to connect them together. They wanted the connective tissue itself to feel worth it. So to me, that's always been the biggest mystery and the biggest thing that I really want to experience for myself. Like all of the actual racing and the game modes, it's almost unimportant to me. I am just so fascinated by the idea that I'm watching this trailer footage and they are in like a mountainous, icy place, and then they're in a desert, and then they're in the water, knowing that there is that natural connective tissue between them. There are seamless transitions between them. I mean, obviously, it'll be more seamless. You don't go straight from the ice place to the desert place. But even that, like that's a part of the fun. How do you lay all this stuff out in a way that feels natural? And so it's really, really fun to hear everything they have to say about all
Sure,
this.
it could have been so much worse. It could have, but they actually listened to the fans. The gacha element was not well received, particularly because the waifus, quote unquote, of Mario are so few in number that it was just the same characters getting ults. You can't have a gacha where you just have a different Peach, Daisy, or Rosalina alt rotating every fucking 2 weeks. So they took out the gacha element completely, which I don't think I've ever seen a gacha that failed on the gacha front actually do. It's kind of like Nintendo kneeling and capitulating and taking the L.
How difficult it was. Like, it has to look good, and it has to feel natural, and like I said, it has to not diminish the quality of the courses themselves, but then similarly, the space in between the courses, that also has to be interesting. It can't just be empty. The spaces between the courses are kind of like their own courses, and they say that, like, you know, there's like however many, like, I can't remember exactly how many main courses there are, but they say that
actual multiplayer wasn't at launch, but it did get added eventually.
if you count the places between the courses that are basically kind of like courses in themselves, you're looking at something like over 100 tracks in this game. And especially if you're just like messing around with your friends, you know, really you can race in any of them. And that's why I'm really hoping,
I thought Mario Run was okay.
Whatever, but like I really am hoping that the whole like, oh, you know, you're collecting the blue coins or like whatever there's like P switches and stuff. And I really hope they utilize that a lot, because if it is true that this game kind of has over 100 courses, some of them are kind of smaller connective tissue stuff.
Okay, well, about that, in the interview, the people working on the game said if this was a regular Mario Kart game, if we took the amount of work that we did on Mario Kart World and converted it to how would I explain this? If we converted it to just regular courses, if all the open world portions of Mario Kart World, if we just made them all, if we counted them as regular courses, the same as you know, other Mario Kart games, then counting everything, the totality of the work they did equates the equivalent of 100 courses. Just the base game before any potential DLC. Mario Kart World has the effort and exertion of 100 courses, counting the totality of just about everywhere and anywhere that you can drive in the game.
Like, use it, you know, give us a reason to use it, and instead of just racing from one track to another, give us like little challenges
Dr.
that
Mario
we can
game
do.
was
Maybe
alright
give
too,
us ways
but
to do
I never got
legitimate
too big
races
into Dr.
with
Mario
our
in
friends.
general.
Hey, this stretch
I didn't hate
between
it.
this course and this course, can we just like race on that? And you know, of course, you can like casually race with friends wherever you want. But like, I don't know. It'd be nice if there was like an actual system for making it happen, but whatever. So they wanted to make all that stuff feel worth it. But then they also needed to make it pretty obvious how to navigate these places and how to find your way between the courses without like checking a map all the time. So they had to include a lot of like visual cues, you know, like really subtle visual cues that kind of let you know which way you need to turn, or like visible landmarks to help you along. Like there's so much that went into the design process of this game, both like how to make it look good, how to make it feel good, and then even just like psychologically, you know, how to lead the player along, how to make it feel natural so that people wouldn't like get lost and frustrated and just want to like fast travel or something. I really like this quote here. In previous Mario Kart games, the courses were separate and could only be viewed one by one, but now they look different depending on the angle, time of day, and mode you're playing. We've packed a lot of details into them. And so yeah, again, I just want to see how it works. Like what happens when you like drive behind a course and you view it like from this angle. It's completely different, you know, like regular old Mario Kart game, you're on this linear course, you're on this track, and you only need to program like visually what can be seen from
they closed the online they closed Animal Crossing Mobile, but they made an offline version available for purchase where the game just gonna run never ending. We're just recycling. I believe it was like 2 or 3 years worth of events on cycle. I mean, it's better than just having that just not be available for forever.
The track itself at any point on the track. Now you are designing all of this stuff. You're programming it, all the art and everything, to be viewed from any angle, and it's just amazing. And then on top of just like the terrain and how it looks, there's the time and there's the weather. You know, it changes from day to night, and the weather changes, and this was where it started to feel like totally overwhelming for the team. Let me just read a bunch of the quotes here. We were under no illusion. We were even on the verge of giving up on it at one point. Like, it was so much extra work, they almost had to just throw the idea out. They say it was even worse than we imagined, but the graphics programmers were also determined to create something good and worked ambitiously to make it happen, rallying support from various people. The programmers were also worried about how they were going to work together to handle this volume of content. We knew what we wanted to do, but the big challenge was working out how we could actually complete it. That said, we thought it might be possible if we could change our development approach in a way that reduces the workload. So, like, yeah, even just implementing the weather and time mechanic was like huge. They had to like rethink how they were doing things. They had to get as much help as they possibly could. And there's even a whole thing where they talk about like the waves in the...
I just figure Animal Crossing is a game where you often just log in to do lawn care and talk to a couple people and wait for the next day. That's how I treated the Switch one. I played the Switch one every day for a year. I just did the, did the dailies, and I pretty much got... I don't want to say I did everything that there was to do in the game, but I felt like I definitely got my existence's worth out of playing that game.
Water, when you're racing on the water, how the waves work and how they work in like real time and how the enemies can create waves. And it's just like, they really had a lot of work to do. And this right here is where it becomes obvious that this really was such a massive undertaking. And here's the thing. I'm not gonna like defend the $80 price point or anything. As I've been saying, I'm kind of done with that whole...
I mean, it kind of has been defending the price point, though. Is he over it?
$80 price point or anything. As I've been saying, I'm kind of done with that whole conversation. I'm not trying to like justify...
Oh, okay, I get it. Okay, you're done having the conversation. Remember, he argued earlier this week that the Switch 2 should have been this big event. This big event in gaming history. It should have been a milestone hallmark for his career. But you guys ruined it for him because you complained about prices.
However, I have seen a lot of people in response to the whole $80
He's
thing
over it.
try to like downplay how big of a thing this game is, how big of an evolution it is, as a way to try to like make the price tag feel even less worth it, make it feel even more ridiculous. But like, wherever you stand on the $80 price tag, whatever, it really cannot be overstated how big of a thing this was. I mean, they started prototyping 8 years ago, for Pete's sake. They've been working on...
I get the point he's arriving at, but you're still kind of... The way he's framing it still comes off as he's sweeping for the price. The price point is okay because it's open world and you're basically getting 100 courses.
This for so long, they had so many ideas. They were genuinely afraid they were going to have to just get rid of a bunch of them. When we do not develop games ourselves, sometimes we can't really see how impressive or ambitious a game is. But like, just based on everything they're saying here, even just based on what we've seen of the game, it really was an enormous, enormous undertaking. And they didn't really have to do it all. They could have done Mario Kart 9. They could have just given us new courses and new items or whatever, new characters, and it still would have sold really, really well. And I really admire that they went into this project with such ambitious goals, such cool ideas, completely reinventing how the courses work, how they are made, how they look, how they have to be programmed, and they stuck with it. And like, obviously there could be ideas that they're not telling us about that they had to ditch. But even what we have here, it is a lot. They really have done a tremendous amount, and I think that's awesome. I think it's fantastic. They did spend a lot of time and money on this game. It has to have been a tremendous amount. This really is Mario Kart's Breath of the Wild moment. You know, when the series is just absolutely blown up, takes on epic proportions, and I'm excited to play it. I don't know. I guess that's really the point. That's really what I want to say. They worked on the game for 8 stinking years. and they were like not even sure they could do it. They were literally unsure if they could handle this workload, and they
Thankfully, Nintendo, from all accounts, is crunch is not existent. Mario Wonder, I don't think many people noticed. Mario Wonder had no deadline. They had no crunch on that. No timeline for them to get the game out or nothing. They were just put to work on it, and they made a game, and no crunch. Same thing for Mario Kart, I imagine, if they took this long to put it out.
Managed to do it, and it took them that long. And now here we are. We've got this really big Mario Kart game. But that's basically it for the highlights. That's all the stuff that I wanted to talk about. This video is running very, very long, so I am
Breath of the Wild is overrated.
I'm just gonna end it right here.
I'll be eating good. I get to play that in 60 frames on the Switch too. I'll have the best first experience of it ever.
Last year, Ubisoft.
This is about Ubisoft and Rayman.
Ubisoft released Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown, and it unfortunately did.
And it flopped, and then they got rid of the development team. Suffer.
Did not sell the 100 billion copies that Ubisoft was hoping, so they disbanded the team who made it, because that is what you do to teams who make great games in this industry.
Arlo, you didn't play it.
There was a rumor that some of the people from that team was being put on a new team that was creating some sort of remake of the original Rayman. And that was an exciting opportunity. And I'll say right now, like,
this was officially, so this isn't even rumor mongering. I know. Arlo video. Oh, he's making shit up again. Oh, Arlo's anonymous tip. This was flat out confirmed by Ubisoft to IGN. Yes, they are working on Rayman. Yes, Mikkel Ansel, the creator of Rayman, has been brought back as a consultant, despite previously being let go from the company because he allegedly fostered a toxic workplace or whatever. They brought him back as a consultant. Rayman is coming back. It's just a matter of when.
I haven't really played a lot of Rayman. I'm not like a Rayman fan, but I have played a fair amount of some of the more modern ones.
I had two on the N64.
Very, very good, and I know people who are very big fans.
Oh, and I had Rayman Hoolum's Revenge on GBA. It plays like a top-down Rayman 3, so Juzzy would kind of relate to it. Juzzy should play that one.
Of Rayman, so I wish the best for the series.
Ubisoft getting desperate. Yes, that's why they're bringing Rayman back. This is specifically why.
The brand getting all weird and the Rabbids kind of just taking over. Like I imagine that's probably pretty frustrating. So that was an exciting rumor, and it seems.
Dude, Sarah booted up one of the Rayman Rabbids games just to see what it was, and he got like happy seeing Rayman, but he totally lost interest once the Rabbids came in.
Kotaku reached out to Ubisoft about the rumor, and it's weird because usually when you reach out to a company about a rumor, what do they say? Okay, well, they often say nothing. They just don't say anything at all. And if they do say something back, it'll be like, we have nothing to say. Like, what are we going to do? Confirm the rumor? Why would we do that?
Well, that's exactly what Ubisoft did. I said IGN earlier, but it was Kotaku.
I cannot even understand. Ubisoft got back to them and said, we are pleased to confirm Ubisoft Montpellier and Ubisoft Milan have recently started an exploration phase on the Rayman brand. The project is still in its early stages, and we will share more details later.
But so, look, they just straight up confirmed the rumor.
A soft confirmation that they were making a new Rayman game. Like nothing was certain, because like this means like really like literally the earliest stages, the exploration phase. They're just getting together, probably really a relatively small group of people, just to kind of hash out ideas.
I liked Mario plus Rabbids, both the first game and the sequel. The sequel, if you're an early year one ding-donger, I played the entirety of on stream along with the Rayman DLC, and it was very good, very fun game. Those games are fun if you like XCOM. I cannot recommend those enough, but they were very underrated. The first game had a Donkey Kong DLC that was fun too. I didn't stream much of the first game though, because I had already beaten it when I started streaming.
Figure out where they are with the series.
They are worth playing. The Rabbids are not annoying in those games.
Concept artists in there or something. And yeah, very strange to give that announcement, because like, yeah, like the rumor was just for a remake. Like you did us one better. You could have confirmed that a Rayman game was coming at all, but instead they were like, yeah, we're in the early phases of doing some sort of brand new Rayman project. So yeah, already surprising and slightly confusing, especially because, you know, if there hasn't been an original Rayman game in quite a few years, you'd think you'd want to make a big deal out of it. You know, you'd think you'd want to wait until you had something to show and do like a big old, especially Ubisoft, you know, like they need good PR. They need there to be humans who think good things about them and their games, more so than ever. This would be an easy win, but for whatever reason, they were very casual about it, and it seems we have a similar story now. Very, very unusual. This does not come from an official statement from Ubisoft, but it comes from a job listing, or rather, two job listings.
Yeah,
and
the
it's
rabbits were
always
the
so
opposite of
weird for me.
the. What am I saying? The rabbits were the opposite of their counterparts' personalities. So Rabbit Mario was he was quite the braggart. Rabbit Luigi was very silly instead of being a coward. Rabbit Peach was everything about Rabbit Peach.
When like job listings and resumes reveal stuff, I guess in the case of a resume, it's like, all right.
I feel like in Mario and Rabbids, they I think they even confirmed this. They intentionally, they tuned down the rabbits. They dialed them down from 11 to like 5. So that they wouldn't be as annoying, because then it would just clash too much with the Mario characters. So they're just silly little goofball characters. They don't go wah. They're not fucking constantly screaming like they are in the other games. They're actually kind of tolerable.
You probably weren't supposed to say anything. It's hard for me to believe that you haven't signed an NDA.
I think I still have the Rabbit
being like,
Peach
oh, well,
emote.
I worked at this company and I worked on this secret game or whatever. Like,
I made that
just
myself.
feel like there'd be a lot of like protocol for all this. So
the heart is the heart from the Muppet video game I played, the spooky one on PS1.
It's already weird enough when a person's resume, their like LinkedIn or whatever, kind of reveals a game. But this is coming from Ubisoft. This isn't two job listings. This is two official job listings posted by Ubisoft themselves. One of the listings says Ubisoft Milan is looking for a senior game designer who will work on the Rayman brand. Okay, so that's already like, all right, you are hiring for some sort of Rayman project. Okay, cool. I mean, hey, it could still just be like a remake or something, right? I mean, yeah, absolutely.
I think Rayman fans will take anything at this point.
I don't know. Maybe it's another Rabbids game. Is that technically still the Rayman brand, or is it its own thing? I really don't know. But here's the other one. Here's the other job listing. Ubisoft Milan is seeking a talented 3D gameplay animator to be involved in the production of a prestigious AAA title for the Rayman brand.
Prestigious title.
AAA title. A 3D
Ubisoft's
gameplay
second
animator.
quadruple
Okay,
A game is gonna be a Rayman game.
What you're telling me here, what you are communicating to us, is that you are working on a prestigious 3D AAA Rayman game.
Yeah, it's almost a bit too hard to believe.
I don't see any other way to interpret this. This is basically, I mean, you know, you never know with a project. Maybe it'll get canceled, especially with Ubisoft. Who knows? But like,
yeah, it is Ubisoft after all.
What is this? It's confirmation we're getting a 3D AAA Rayman game in a job listing. What? Where's the trailer? Where's at least making a tweet? You know, at least just put out like casually, like just there it is. There's a statement. We're working. Just something to drum up some interest. I don't know. This is so unusual. That's, I mean, for Rayman fans, that seems to me like a bombshell of an announcement revealed in a job listing. And yeah, I don't know. That's amazing to me, and it is very exciting. You know, again, I'm not a huge Rayman fan in particular, but I do like me a good 3D platformer, and naturally
so do
there
I.
are not a lot of really big AAA 3D platformers to go around. It's pretty much like Nintendo doing all of them, and then like indies mostly. You know, you get the odd stuff.
Occasionally, you get a Ratchet and Clank.
Activision did Crash 4, and then canceled Crash 5 because Crash 4 only sold 50 billion copies. So, you know, there's that, and there's the odd remakes here and there. And then now, of course, you have Sony doing Astro Bot. And I have to wonder if maybe that's why this is happening. This is Ubisoft we're talking about. They're one of the worst companies in video games. In recent years, they have done nothing but just chase down the most horrible trends. They want to create
NFTs, crypto,
Never mind. You don't
the
need
works.
I did a whole video on it. You know my thoughts on Ubisoft. It's Ubisoft, and you know that's not to say
It's why Arlo never reviewed Mario Rabbids 2.
they've done no cool projects over the years. I mean, hey, you know, Prince of Persia, Lost Crown. It's cool they gave us that. Oh, wow, like a new Prince of Persia, but it's 2D like the originals, but it's like kind of a Metroidvania, but it's like a really nice, like really, really high quality, like 2.5D Metroidvania kind of, like that's cool. It's great that we got it. Less great that, again, when it didn't set the entire world on fire, they were like, all right, well, that was a failure. Just destroy the team who made it. But like, I don't know, whatever. Ubisoft, they'll throw us a bone every once in a while, I guess. Every once in a while, they're willing to try something that will make a
Beyond Good and Evil 2, hello?
happy, but like a smaller
Remember
amount of people
that
happy,
game?
and make not $100 trillion, but make like some dollars. And when it, you know, they still end up being dissatisfied with everything because they are Ubisoft and whatever. Point is, though, it's not like they've never given us anything. But yeah, if I do want to look at this a little bit more cynically, I cannot help but wonder if they looked at Astro Bot and they went, uh-oh. You know, Nintendo's they've cornered the AAA 3D platformer market for a long time, but now Sony, they did a good one, and you know what? It won a bunch of awards. We could use some of that, you know, we could use a little bit of that nice PR, that nice, like, oh, isn't it nice that there are still companies willing to make just like a good, honest to goodness, regular old classic style 3D platformer again? I mean, yeah, maybe they wanted in on that. Maybe that is why they have decided to do a AAA 3D platformer Rayman game. Okay, well, it doesn't say platformer. It just says 3D.
Platformer.
3D gameplay. I do assume that means 3D, not like 2.5D with like, you know, 3D character models. 3D gameplay. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean platforming. Maybe he shoots guns, you know? They like their guns. Maybe it's not going to be like, you know, like the actual, you know, we have gotten a 3D Rayman game before. Maybe it'll be like that, maybe it won't, but at least at this moment, based on this, I'm kind of assuming it's going to be kind of a platformer or something, and it is just hard to imagine them doing that, because, I mean, that's the thing about Astro Bot. It won a bunch of awards. It still didn't sell like that well. I could be wrong, but I feel like it still only sold like a couple million units. You know, it still
I
wasn't
heard
like
it did pretty good.
A crazy, wild, money-making success for Sony. It was just a good success. It was like a really good success, and it drummed up a lot of really good PR, a lot of good feelings. Everybody was really just loving that Sony was willing to do it. So it's hard for me to imagine that Ubisoft thinks there's a lot of money in this, but I don't know. Maybe it's more the PR. I really don't know. I can't imagine what goes on in the heads of the people at Ubisoft, because they make a lot of really interesting decisions, so I don't know where they're coming from here, but whatever, maybe that doesn't matter. Let's focus on the fact that it seems we're getting a AAA one. To put AAA in there, that's something, you know? And okay, technically we don't know what that means. Maybe in reality it's gonna be more like a, you know, a mid-tier game, a AA game. Nothing wrong with that. Like, sure, you know, make games with more reasonable budgets. So you are
only
more
what
happy
everybody's
with
been
reasonable
saying for the
returns on
past
your
couple of
investment. Like,
years.
absolutely, do that. And this is Ubisoft, who described Skull and Bones as, I do have to dredge this point up, it described it as a quadruple A game. So they do have a history of tacking on one or more extra A's where it is not necessarily appropriate. So maybe we shouldn't get our hopes up that this is going to be like on the level of a new Assassin's Creed. You know, they're going to spend $200 million
Okay, but what if it was?
on the new Rayman game. Okay, maybe not, but I don't know. I at least like to see the confidence. You know, even if it's just them claiming it'll be AAA. Well, if it's anything even almost along those lines, then that would suggest that it's going to be a game, a real game. You know, a big old, full, brand new Rayman game. And not a 2D one. 2D ones were great, sure, but like, come on. 3D. 3D's awesome. So yeah, I don't know. It's a surprising story. I think it's very surprising.
I think it's surprising too, Arlo. Well, not really, if you really think about it. Ubisoft paying attention to the trends, growing desperate. It's like, well, you know, we brought back Rayman a couple of times before. We had him in spin-offs. Everyone liked him in Mario Rabbids. Let's bring him back for real, because what the fuck else do we have to lose? We're fucking Ubisoft. Everything we put out bombs because we're Ubisoft. Alright, we still have his Switch 2 video, but it's a bit of a lengthy one. I kinda just want to do Chapter 9 now. But I gotta do a setup here, because I gotta generate revenue for one of these quests. I don't have many research probes, though. I know the gambit here is to have as many storage boosters as possible. Oh wait, damn it. Where are my other ones? I got a lot of mining ones, I barely got any research ones. Yeah, these are bad setups. What if I plug this one in here? Alright, I'll just accept it like that for now. Got a shitload of Infinity missions I gotta turn in. As for Infinity missions I can do now, it's just 3 of them. But I'll get even more once I do a story mission. Ow. Big ups, Chris Phoenix. Alright, what do we got here?
Need help with anything? Look who it is.
Oh wait, no, I never did the affinity missions that they wanted me to do. No, I actually can't do story. I can't push P. Not this one. Alright, let's fucking go, bud.
Had I known I'd be forced to wait, I would have brought a book.
Our apologies,
Hopefully you
Director
weren't reading for
General.
2 hours.
Our blade work has been keeping us especially busy as of late. Besides, it's pretty unusual to get a direct request from you.
I would hope that warranted special priority. This mission affects us all.
If it's an official mission, shouldn't we take it through the normal channels?
Personally, I consider it very official, but both Nagi and Vandam refused me. Shouted me down, actually.
What? Then we're probably not even allowed to take it, right?
Let's hear the brief, and why they turned you down.
A wise decision. You're familiar with Jair Fortress, yes? In a few days, we'll be hitting it with a surprise offensive.
Of course. Every blade on the force is participating.
How long is a
We
few
built our
days?
attack strategy around the idea of limiting casualties as much as possible. As such,
that next
we'll be
week?
employing
Tomorrow?
mostly long-range fighting tactics.
That would be the sensible choice.
Yes, and I fully support it. But it makes gathering intel nearly impossible. Data on the present state of the gangly. At the moment, we know next to nothing about their situation. We don't even know if it's possible to negotiate with them or not. We need more information in order to effectively formulate future plans.
All right, you've made your ideas clear. What do you want us to do?
Infiltrate the fortress before we strike. Gather whatever intel you can and return here with it.
Is that even possible?
Any answer I give would be idle speculation. But I
Any
do
comfort
believe
you
this
can
mission
provide
is of the
regardless?
utmost importance. And I also believe that your team has the best chance of getting it done.
So you decided to ask us face to face? That's quite the honor.
Is that sarcasm?
Take it as you will, sir. What if we refuse?
Then I'll ask the team with the next highest chances, and so on. I'll send in the damn janitors if I have to. Whatever it takes.
Those damn Jannies.
You truly believe it's this important?
I do.
All right then. We'll do it.
Excellent.
But we're not taking any unnecessary risks. If things get hairy, we'll cut and run empty-handed if we must.
Let's all hope it never comes to that.
Just one question, if I may. Are those really your only reasons for wanting this intel?
What other reasons would there be?
Any answer I give would be idle speculation, sir.
My goal has always been to secure a future for humanity on this planet. It's as simple as that.
Oh, you know he's got something.
All right.
He's got something up.
take
He's,
you
he's
at
up
your
to
word.
something. He's got something up his sleeve.
Let's get back to the barracks and prepare. This one's going to be tough.
Oh. Gather information on the Ganglion by infiltrating their fortress. As it is advisable to avoid conflict, you should choose a route with few enemies. This guy's gonna end up being the final boss or something. He's just a guy, though. He's just a guy. Where am I off to? I thought I knew where the fortress was. I guess I don't. Okay, just go back to the barracks. Now we're gonna discuss the mission and how sussy it seems, I bet.
I hope you don't mind I let myself in.
From the look on your face, I'm guessing you know about our meeting with the Director General.
And from the look on yours, I'm guessing you accepted the mission.
We'll do what we can. Elma was super clear. If things get dangerous, we'll call it off.
Well, good. I'm glad to hear that. Don't forget, you're all far more valuable to us than any intel you might come back with.
Tatsu totally agree and definitely never forget.
Tatsu, we're not bringing you.
In other words, don't worry about us.
Okay, it's this fortress in Oblivia, right? Yeah. I've already got the fast travel point. Let's go. Okay, they want me to swoosh on in. Get up to that tower. What, is this some stealth mission? Oh god, there's one right there. Ah! Well, that wasn't so bad. Why did we bring Tatsu? I said we weren't gonna bring Tatsu.
Think you can get in?
I can try, but...
Well,
I wouldn't
Lynn's
bother
hacking the
holding your breath.
mainframe
Even
hardcore.
if I can, it'll take time. Better to pull the drive and analyze it later.
All right, let's run with that. Just as soon as we're done with them. Let's take care of these goons first, then we can retrieve the data.
Level 30. They're weaker than all the other guys outside the HQ. Tatsu is bait. We never used him as bait, though. He didn't even bring food. Oh, dude, nice launch.
Drive secured, ma'am.
You're amazing, Lynn.
It's ma'am.
Now let's get out of here ASAP so we can head back to the city and report in.
Let me guess, the information we uncover is gonna be like super weird, and it's gonna make us think about reconsidering the Director General and what his ambitions are.
Is that the ganglion data drive? Excellent work. You have my thanks.
Tatsu happy to get thanks, but more happy to get reward.
Of course. I'll reward you for your efforts with as large a sum as I'm able. Next,
as he's
the
able,
task of decrypting and analyzing
he's broke.
This data. Elma, perhaps you could.
I'm afraid not. However, I might suggest letting a man-on take a look. If you'd like, we can bring it to someone we know.
I see. I leave it to you then.
He's gonna trust one of the aliens to look at it? I don't know, I thought he'd be more xenophobic. Right when I get in my skill, they want me to get out of it. I'm out of my skill. I'm completely out.
That would be a huge help, yes. Thank you.
For you, I'm more than happy to help. Oh, yes. Least I can do for saving my life, right? When you're finished,
right,
deliver the results straight to the Director General's office, okay? You got it, okay?
All right, let's go give him our report.
Now something sussy happens on the way to delivering the report, surely.
Wonderful. I'll expect a report from the man-on then. It seems I was correct. Your team was the right one for the job. I hope you'll continue to assist in the future.
Of course, as long as our goals align.
Our mutual objective is the continued survival of the human race.
Why does she keep A-logging him?
Change.
Indeed.
Makes me think he's secretly, he's got something up his sleeve. Why does she keep fucking with him? Oh fuck, the clock tower is at 20%.
The continued survival of the human race. Everything's a speech with that guy.
But it's
That's
true,
one thing he's
bitch!
truly serious about.
You know, I heard something the other day. Did you know about his son? The soldier?
No. Is he a blade?
He never left Earth. Apparently because of the Director General. He sent his son on a mission just before the white whale took off.
Express shock at his callous action. Wonder aloud why he would do something like that.
If he were a corrupt man, he would have sent someone else's son on that mission.
But he didn't, did he? I guess sometimes the right thing to do is also the hard thing, huh?
The fuck is this Persona ass track? You acquired a data unit and unearthed the ganglion's plans for humanity. Okay, where does that put us? For affinity missions, I still got this one. And then this one for Fogue and Fry. Oh, and this one as well. But I think, 'cause I wanted to push story, but it's too late now. So I think next time I'll do this, we'll go straight to a story mission, do that, unlock the next wave of content, and then we'll just have a shitload of more affinity missions with that unlock. I think it's Chapter 9, so Chapter 9, I'll get Flight, and I'll be able to fly to all those remaining Frontier nav points that I can't get to. And then, shit, like half the affinities that I need to do are locked behind Chapter 9. So I gotta hit it sooner rather than later. So I think we'll do that the next time we play it. Okay, but as I said before, it's gonna be a shorter stream than usual, because I do have work in the morning. And it's gonna be a long night. Or not a long night. It'll be it's already been a long night tonight. It'll be a long day tomorrow. But then, you guys, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe Tournament, Toxic Tournament for Memorial Day weekend. Whoa, salute the fellas who did so much for our company and got country and got nothing out of it. Ha! But yeah, I'll clock in, exist for an amount of time, clock out, and then I'll join everybody. But the tournament itself will start without me, 12 PST. I believe that is 12, that should be 2 Central, 3 Eastern, 12 PST. Dave time, basically. The time that Dave normally would start the pre-stream. People will get on the track. They'll get on the tracks. This is the last one. It's for all the chips. You'll either win or you'll get belted. You'll be the last one across the finish line. The last laps for Mario Kart 8 Deluxe before the new one comes out. Holy shit. That's enough shilling of that. We'll be roosting. We be roosting. Sunday, I'm gonna go back to Crash, finish up those last relics. I already got all the gems that I can get. I just need more relics to unlock the last level, get the gems from that level, do the DLC gems, and then the super duper secret gem. And then that'll pave the way for Sly 4. So I have not forgotten, Sly 4 won the poll. The first ever Dingus semi-blind playthrough of Sly 4, the one that ruined it all. And then that'll be it between me and continuing to grind this. Chapters, well, I don't know how many chapters are in the game, but it feels like we're getting... With the percentages for my exploration rates and surveys approaching like the late 60s, I imagine we're in the home stretch. I say that, I should not have said home stretch. We're over the hump point. We're over the hump of it. But let's see, we'll raid someone, and we'll call it a night. So I hope everyone tunes in for the Mario Kart stuff tomorrow, even if you have it on in the background. It'll be the last time we'll ever play Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, ever. Thank you, Ikamui. Okay, so we raided Conky this week, but he is still live. Let's see, Tevin's on Beer Beach, Chalupa, yeah, Chenzo, Broken Mailman, and one of the other guys from outside the sector. I'll figure out who I want to do. Pablo, where's the music? This is quite quiet. There it is. Thanks for stopping by. Thank you, everybody. I know a shorter stream than usual. 4-hour Dingus stream. What the fuck? This can't be happening. No! No, you're supposed to stream for 8 hours! You fucking idiot! You blew it up! You blew it up! Damn you all to hell! You had one job! Yeah, well... You know, not everyone does their jobs. Not everyone does their jobs as they're told. But big ups to the ding-dongs and the swollen ones who made it to the end of the chill. I really appreciate you sticking around. I hope you have a good evening. don't let the bed bugs bite. But bye-bye, adios, maybe time. We'll see you when we see you. And if we didn't see you, then we didn't see you. But if we did see you, then we saw you. And if we didn't see you, hopefully we will see you next time. If I can see myself in the mirror each and every single day, hopefully I can inspire viewers like you, Rue, to see themselves in their mirrors each and every single day. Now, what do we got? Thank you to Cerulean86, rate with a party of 15. UNFW1, the re-up 34 months for tier 1 at 35 months. Alpha Elite TV, re-up with the Prime, 34 months of doing that. Thank you. Let me give a refresh here of the Twitch page. Okay, I think we'll go... I feel like I rated Chalupa pretty recently too. But I also did Broken Mailman pretty recently. What is this guy doing? I was stalking everybody's streams. Okay, we're gonna rate this guy. Because he's playing... Okay, we met this guy playing Splatoon. But today he's playing Terraria. He doesn't know about DSP. This is a non-DSP adjacent raid, but it's okay. You can go wherever you want. But it would be nice if you said hello on your way there. But bye-bye. Wait, no, I already said the thing. No, it's not Putz. It's a Nintendo 64. He's playing Terraria. I don't know how long he's going. I don't know the length of this. The length of the stream he's doing is 4 hours, the same amount of time that I've been live. He might stream for even longer. He might not. Who knows? It's your choice. It's a buyer's market of people to fall asleep to. What's the raid message though? 4 a.m. raid. I don't think he's attuned to many of our jokes and lingo, so we gotta make it super casual, or he'll be confused. But he's a fun guy. Again, we met him during the Splatoon event, and he's getting his channel off the ground. So. He's been playing, of course, given the name, he does play Nintendo games. But today he's playing Terraria. I don't know anything about Terraria. But go chill over there. Let's give him a boost. Alright, bye-bye. Take it easy.